Section 1 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. Topsy, The Tale of a Tank, Parts 1 and 2. Part 1, in which a novelty in autumn goods is introduced to Armageddon. "There's something bloomin' well up," said Tuggy Sparrow of the Half Limehouse Lingerers, Territorial, as he pulled out the safety plug of a Mills hand grenade and took cheerful aim at Brickdust Bill. "And that something will bloomin' well be me," shot in Bill angrily. "If you keep playin' the fat-headed idiot with a blasted pineapple packed with fulminate. Go easy with the gas meter, George, for Gawd's sake. Things are bad enough as they are, without being sent plop to paradise by a pal. You're too intimate, Tuggy my lad, with the immediate surroundings of sudden death to please me. Let's see now. What was you before your king and country called you, Tug? In what particular way was it you managed to elude the copper, eh?" "I was coroner's officer," replied Mr. Sparrow with immense dignity. "In which office I cultivated the arts and bloomin' graces of observation by keeping my eyes open and my mouth shut, and continuing the same in the perplexin' surroundings of what the newspapers call Armageddon. That's why I can inform you that there's something U.P. up. Did you ever know such a war as this is, Bill?" "I never did, damn it," replied Bill. "It ain't a war," went on Mr. Sparrow. "It's one big cafoozle of a conjurin' trick. It's Lung Chung Soo and Maskelyne and the Handcuff King and Daters all rolled together and gone stark, staring dotty." "Amen, Sealer, Tuggy me child. It is so," remarked Bill. "And what sort of hell with the lid off has the old man got for us now?" "It's hell with the lid on, not off," replied the ex-coroner's officer bitterly. "They call 'em tanks, and from what I can make out they're a sort of a cross between Noah's Ark, a hot potato engine, a Zeppelin and a super extra dreadnought. They're self-steering, self-contained, self-propelling, self-conscious, and every other self you can think of. They can climb up mountains and down precipices. Barbed wire sandwiches is their natural food, petrol is their beer, and the British Army, Gord help it, is their unnatural dwelling place. There's a stud of 'em, or a battery, or a drove, or a leash, or whatever you may like to call it, waiting in the bashful shelter of Petticoat Lane, to waltz up and take a hand in the business early to-morrow morning." "What are they like, Tug?" inquired Lance Corporal Darcy Tracefield Camperdown, M.A., B.Sc., etc., etc., as he lazily lit a gold-tipped cigarette at the flame of a diamond and ruby-studded patent lighter. If I happen to meet one in the course of my early morning constitutional, How shall I recognise it? You won't be able to recognise it, Tracy darlin', replied the coroner's officer, if only half I hear about 'em's true. There's one, I'm told, which has been told off to attach herself to our exclusive mess. Topsy's her name, and she's due here or hereabouts in the cold and clammy dawn of tomorrow as ever is. She is armour-plated, copper-bottomed, jewelled in 17 holes, strikes the hours and the quarters like Big Ben. She is fitted with a bathroom, hot and cold. Her drawing-room's furnished with a 12-inch howitzer, disguised as a grand piano. She's got a machine gun in the scullery and a 1296 searchlight reposing in the attic. The plate rack in the kitchen is fitted up with poison gas and tear shells, and there's a chicken run on the roof where the hens lay high explosive eggs. That's Topsy, Topsy in the rough. Kindly cease firing, said Darcy Traceville Camperdown, M.A. I'm afraid you've been drinking, my exuberant cock sparrow. That's what you'll say you've been doing, remarked the man of corpses and quests. The first time you set eyes on Topsy, you'll think you've got 'em. The Jim Jam's bad. Will somebody kindly sit on his head? Asked the Lance Corporal wearily. It's time to turn in, boys. There was very little sleep that night. At the witching hour, the great guns began to roar. Heaven was streaked and slashed with the lambent flame of death and destruction, and Tuggy Sparrow and his pals roosted uneasily in their strawless nest in a deep shell crater. They lay and cursed the guns as they waited for the tardy dawn. At length it came, misty and grey, and cold as the dawn which marked creation's first amazing morning. Presently the heaving earth eased in her tremors as the giant bombardment lifted. A rocket, fired from the hidden batteries far behind, blazed and burst in magnificent stars of blue and green. Whistles shrilled across the disrupted landscape, and out of shallow trench and deep shell crater the muddy British Army leapt like grey goblins to the charge. There was no lingering about the half-Limehouse lingerers. Corporal Darcy Traceville Camperdown, M.A., B.Sc., etc., etc., spoke the word to his gummy-eyed crowd in Shellhole 99B, in his well-known, highly cultured treble. Now then, crawl out, you blightars, hop it, and hail the Smilin' Morn.
Right, sir,
came a sleepy chorus from the depths of the primordial crater. And Tuggy, preen that somewhat ruffled plumage. Mr. Sparrow, who had been dreaming mistily, though very happily, of the old joys of inquests, post-mortems, jurymen sitting snug and jolly in their pew-like jury box in the liberty and freedom of Limehouse, rubbed the vision from his eyes with a reluctant fist, and tightened his belt another hole. He was just rising to the occasion when, on the very edge of his shell hole, there sounded a ghostly At At the same moment, a dazzling light flashed in his eyes. He looked up and saw to his terror a hideous shape heave itself onto the verge of the crater. A monstrous vision, half whale, half elephant, horribly inhuman, and yet more than horribly human in the way it hunched itself up on the crunching rubble, and seemed to bend down and peer, like some frightful goblin, into the depths of the crater. It seemed alive, crouching there, a ghastly monster of the crustacean period, buried for 1,000 years, and suddenly resurrected. Tuggy turned to Brickdust Bill, who was lying on his back, with his mouth open. "Bill," he whispered hoarsely, "wake up for Gawd's sake and tell me if I've got 'em. Can you see anythink?" growled the apparition. There was a sound of 1,000 frying pans fighting together inside the beast, and Bill, suddenly awaking, and the awful thing on the lip of the shell crater turning on its electrics at the very same moment, and Tuggy Sparrow squatting there all of a tremble. Well, in peacetime, Brickdust Bill was the bravest burglar that ever cracked a crib, or a head. Even now, with a small thing called a war on, he had been marked down for something in the military cross line for distinguished conduct under fire. But at the sudden unexpected sight of the tank squatting there, glowering and gibbering at him, his bones turned to water. He felt his heart drop sheer down through his stomach into his left boot. And, burying his sinful face in the sleeve of his coat, he sobbed like a child in agony over its first milk teeth. Then, out of the dreadful prehistoric gloom, the tank waved her waggly, scaly tail and began slowly to turn round, just like a dog turns and twists before it finally settles down to sleep. "Blimey," gibbered Bill, "the bloomin' dragon's goin' to lay an egg. Hold my hand, Tuggy, and I'll let you off that tanner you owe me. If you can think of an hymn, Tuggy, or anything of that sort, soothin' like to the blighter." But the blighter suddenly changed her mind, and, sitting up again, in an astonished morning, began to talk, in a rasping, gramophonish voice. "Below there! Is that 266, Gerard? It's Topsy speaking." "Grrm, grrm." "Topsy the terrible tank." "Grrm." "We want a steward on board. Half our crew down with seasickness. Mortal bad. Fine opening for a reliable man. Must be over military age and ineligible for general service, and must not object to using his own tin hat as a basin in the service of his king and country. Preference given to a man who can play the harmonium and use an electric carpet sweeper for the front stairs. Knowledge of firearms, bombs, star shells, whiz-bangs, gun laying, and other kinds of Hun-strafing useful, but not necessary as long as applicant has a soft and soothing voice so as to read the sad bits from the Rosary to the skipper in the intervals of exhaustion produced by his unfortunate spadgims of Meldamere. Any offers? Go in, go in. Whereupon Tuggy Sparrow, hero, up and spake in a low but remarkably valiant voice. As once coroner's officer for the liberty and freedom of Limehouse, he began, accustomed to post-mortems and knowing the signs of rigor mortis. Growled the tank, and there was another clattering row as of frying pans and flat irons fighting to the death inside her. Enough said. You're the very man we want. This is the mortuary for you, my lad. Come aboard and mind the step. And I dare say we can find an inquest for you to play with before our little trip is over. What's your name, sonny? Privet Sparrow, sir. I mean, ma'am, answered Tuggy nervously. Privet George Sparrow, of the Half Limehouse Lingerers. Then hop on, cocky. This is your perch, old bird. Somewhere amid the bowels of the terrible tank, an armour-plated trapdoor opened and a rope ladder was let down. Tuggy, all of a tremble, climbed up. He and the ladder were hauled into Topsy's secret, significant insides, and just as the sunrise flooded the shell-scarred battlefield, the frisky old lady turned her snub nose toward the distant turmoil, and a clarion voice rang out, "All stations to Baker Street. Change at Regent's Park for the zoological guardings. Plenty of room in front. Right away." Part 2. How Private Sparrow became initiated into the rites and ceremonies of the terrible tank, and of his solemn communion with Commander Jenkins, D.S.O. After the manner of Lemuel Gulliver, Tuggy Sparrow has returned from his travels with Topsy. Accustomed as he had been to the conducting of inquests and the presentation of sworn depositions, in which the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth is an essential element of the transactions, Mr. Sparrow's recollections and certain extracts from his diary will be invaluable when posterity, squatting in her garret after the war, attempts to sort out fact from fiction preparatory to inscribing that immortal chapter on tanks. After rusticating for 5 days and nights in a shell crater, our gallant hero was ready for anything. He admits, however, that he felt rather like Jonah as he wriggled through the manhole and sought sanctuary of Topsy's hospitable bosom. He found himself in a warm, moist atmosphere, the aroma of which was very like the sewer outfall down by Barking Creek at low water. It reminded him of home. A dim, religious light illuminated Topsy's hot and heaving insides. The light was electric, and each bulb was carefully and artistically shaded with rose-pink paper. There was a warning notice on the wall opposite regarding hostile enemy aircraft, ordering all blinds to be drawn after sunset, and cautioning passengers to be wary in discussing military matters in the presence of strangers. Next to this hung a beautifully illuminated picture representing a brilliantly plumaged bird, hovering over her nest of open-beaked young and dangling a fat worm before them. This work of art was inscribed, "What is home without a mother?" Underneath this, somebody had scrawled with a copying ink pencil, "Ah, what indeed?" To the left of this, in a big gilt frame, there was a large sectional drawing of Topsy's own intimate anatomy. This was extremely interesting, but too private and confidential to be reproduced here. Between the picture of the bird's nest and the plan, a thin steel ladder ran perpendicularly into the upper gloom. It was labelled, "To the gun platform. No admittance except on business." There were strange, uncanny mutterings and rumblings all around him, but no signs of anything or anybody human. "I wonder if I'm dreaming this," muttered Mr. Sparrow to himself. Irresolutely he gazed around. Then he coughed noisily, but nobody came. His roving eye again sought the walls, and amid the litter of artistic and typographical decorations with which they were smothered, he detected an electric bell push labelled "Emergency." "That's clearly my situation," said he, as he pressed the button hard. There was a sudden whir, like the noise of a racing gear in a 10-year-old taxicab. There was a fierce and furious jolt, and with a sickening heave, Topsy sprang into immediate life and movement. Mr. Sparrow was flung across the narrow chamber. His nose, being somewhat prominent, struck a rung of the steel ladder, and he saw 10 million sparks as the red gore flowed. From the tangle of girders and things up above, there came muffled shouts and curses. "Hi! Stop her! What the? Who the? Where the? Whoa, Topsy! Fast heaving, you fat-headed old raspberry-nosed hen-coop! Out collision mats! Stand by to repel tree trunks! Topsy! 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 Stop your fooling! Can't you hear your Uncle Jacob calling? Whoa, mare!" Out of the clatter and the clamour, and down the perilous steel ladder, there came dangling and swaying a pair of groping feet, adorned with purple socks and wool-worked carpet slippers. Following them, a suit of incredibly oily dungarees, much too large for the human soul they contained, and finally the human soul itself, the pallid, wan face of which emitted the most weird, the most blistering blasphemies, the eyes of which blazed death and destruction, the teeth of which gnashed. "Who did that?" snarled the vision, swinging round in the narrow compass of Topsy's stomach. "Who monkeyed with the emergency stop? Was it you, you double-dyed son of a partly poached egg?" He lurched forward. did something with a brass handle let into the wall by the beautifully oleographic allegory of motherhood, and Topsy, with a shudder and a groan, came to a standstill. With that swift instinct which comes to mankind at moments of stress and upheaval, Private Sparrow recognised that he was in the sanctified presence of the commander of this weird amphibian craft. He was a very small man, this majestic personage, and his seared, hollow face bore the traces of desperate illness. A 3 days' beard sprouted through the grimed upper crust of chin and cheek. Unutterable melancholy gloomed upon the jaundiced countenance. The whites of his eyes were yellow, and the cupid bow of his young mouth was turned the wrong way, as though he were on the immediate verge of bitter tears, only controlled by an iron will. Tuggy, being a properly trained terrier, saluted. "Begging your pardon, sir," he said, "but I'm afraid it was me." "And who the blue blithering blazes are you?" "The new emergency hand, sir," says Tuggy. "The steward, sir." Replies the commander, fixing Tuggy with his atrabilious eye. "You are you? What's your height?" 5'7 3/4, sir." "Fighting weight?" 8 stun 11, sir." "That's a bit on the heavy side for this job," said the commander. "Unless you can train down to the standard size, which is 5'3 and 8'2", I shall have to get you spoke-shaved to fit our communication trenches. We're all tiddlers in this tank." "I'm sorry, sir." "Pray don't apologise," said the commander pleasantly. "There's no doubt that you'll shrink after a day or two, if you don't fade away altogether, same as I'm doing. Have you, by the way, ever been in a tank before?" "No, sir." "Then heaven help you. What was your job in Blighty before they conscripted you into this tumultuous bloomin' circus?" "I beg your pardon, sir," flashed back Tuggy as he squared his shoulders and tried to look dignified through the gory mess of his broken nose. "I was an attested married man, drawing 30 bob a week as coroner's officer, with perks." "Then you know all about murders and suicides and mortuaries?" "All there is to know, sir." "And in case of anything sad and solemn happening to me in this tempestuous and tumultuous schmozzle, I can rely upon you to do the proper thing, eh? To conduct with decorum and decency the last rites and ceremonies? To post-mortem my remains? To sit in inquest upon my cold and clammy clay? To return a verdict in accordance with the evidence, so help you?" "I'll do my best, sir," replied Tuggy respectfully. "Then shake," cried the commander, sticking out an oil-smothered fist. "Put it there, my son. I hereby appoint you Coroner Extraordinary to this ruddy tank, and all that she contains, for better, for worser, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, drunk or sober, till death us do part." "Amen," chanted Mr. Sparrow, quite overcome with the solemnity of the occasion. "And," concluded the commander in a deep, hollow voice, "may the Lord have mercy on your soul." "Haven't you got it a little bit mixed up, sir?" said Private Sparrow. "That's a bit of the marriage service. I was married once, sir, and don't I know it, and a bit of the Old Bailey." "Maybe I have," replied Commander Jenkins wearily. "It's the environment of this filthy old tank that's responsible. It mixes all your metaphors something shocking. It was just the same earlier on in the war, when I was a sub on board submarine C999, living for 6 weeks on the bottom of the Sea of Marmora, with nothing to eat but sardines and Epsom salts. But they were happy days, Mr. Coroner, compared with these. Happy days. You never got seasick in a submarine, but you do in a tank. My word, you do. When Topsy gets going, she'd turn the stomach of a 2-year-old tiger, the way she heaves and humps and shudders. And by gum, there she goes again. Max getting up steam down in the engine room. Can't you feel it?" Private Sparrow both felt it and heard it. Topsy began to sigh, and then to mutter, and then to heave. So did Commander Jenkins, D.S.O. The shocking pallor of his face became suddenly more pronounced. His eyes rolled, and he collapsed, a limp heap, up in the corner. Call the chambermaid," he gasped. "Ring the bell. I've got it again, bad. Not that bell, you infernal idiot." Tuggy's hand was groping for the button labelled "Emergency." "The other one, to the left. You ring once for the boots, twice for the waiter, and 3 times for the chamber." The remainder of the sentence was lost in spasms and cataclysms. Topsy's tricks had sprung the mine in the innermost recesses of Commander Jenkins' delicate anatomy, until even Mr. Sparrow, hardened as he was to mortuary sights and sounds, experienced a pang of sympathy for the writhing sufferer. Thrice he rang the bell, and at his summons another pair of ridiculous legs came waving down the ladder, heralding the arrival of Topsy's second in command, Lieutenant Frank Hardy, late of HMS Irrepressible. Together he and the ex-coroner's officer bent over the racked and trembling form of the commander. The attack had been sudden and awful, but the worst was over now. Commander Jenkins was lying back, eyes closed, face bathed in perspiration, and lips twitching with the after effects of the agony he had just been through. "'Strordinary thing," said Mr. Hardy in a low voice to Tuggy. "Bravest officer in the British Navy. Torpedoed 3 Turkish warships in the Sea of Marmora. Sunk a transport one morning and strafed a Zepp at tea time. Ran the blockade 3 times and flapped home with an emergency propeller made out of a coal scuttle that happened to be on board at the time. Fobbed off with a measly Distinguished Service Order, when he ought by rights to be wearing a necklace of Victoria Crosses. And then, with a weak stomach, vitiated in the service of his king and country, to be slung across to France and given the command of the nastiest tempered tank in the whole new fleet of land tortoises. Cruel, I call it. He ought to be in a nursing home instead of bossing Topsy. There's only one thing that will pull him round, and, thank God, I've got a dose of it left. He put his hand in his pocket and drew out a silver-topped flask. He unscrewed the top. A soft and subtle aroma tickled the nostrils of Mr. Sparrow. "You hold his head up," said the young officer, "whilst I administer the jorum." The effect was magical. Commander Jenkins opened his eyes and gurgled softly as the elixir trickled down his throat. The gleam returned to his eyes, colour to his cheeks, a smile to his wan face. He lifted a trembling hand to the lieutenant. "Kiss me, Hardy," he whispered. Then, with a happy sigh, his head sank back, and he slept like a weary child. Cherry brandy laced with rum, the finest corpse reviver in existence, said Mr. Hardy, as he replaced the stopper carefully. "He'll be as fit as a falcon in half an hour, if you let him have his sleep out. And then things won't half hum, if I know the commander. He'll give Topsy and all of us what for. So look out for squalls." End of section 1. Section 2 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Topsy, The Tale of a Tank, Parts 3 and 4. Part 3, in which the mobilisation of the tanks is fully and faithfully described. The sun came up hot and strong on a morning which will ever be memorable in the records of the British Army. It was the usual kind of autumn morning, and the same old, familiar, hump-producing scene. A landscape charred and churned with the maniac devilry of war, rank with the stink of burnt powder. All rubble and ruin and smoke. Desolation and awful dreariness marked everything. Here and there lay farmsteads, smashed and smoking. There were clumps of trees with all their summer foliage torn away in the hot blast of shell fire. There were cornfields flat and battered as though a wild and whooping thunderstorm had passed over them. There was a long, long road, running straight out into the everlasting distance and lined with an avenue of tall trees. The trunks were all that was left of them, and so seared and stripped were they that they looked like hop poles left to bleach in the September weather. The heat of the sun smote upon the shell holes and the craters, drawing the damp out of them, so that they steamed like vast coppers on a washing day. One little wood at the curve of the British salient had escaped the storm of steel and the swirl of shrapnel. In its bosky shelter was hidden the outrageous cortege of Dougie's big surprise for the bewildered Hun, to wit, the tanks, of whom Topsy the Terrible was the chaste and maidenly forerunner. Altogether there were 11 of this fabulous family, and they were catalogued in the General Headquarters Museum as T1, T2, T3 and so on. Their names were Tiger Tim, Tiddlywinks, Toenail Tommy, Twinkles, Tweedledum, Tweedledee, Tilda, Tina, Theodora and Topsy. They were each fitted with a gigantic motor horn, and each horn was pitched in a different key, so that if Tiddlywinks had an accident, or Theodora happened to be overcome with sudden stomach troubles, he or she could send out distress signals which would be promptly recognised by the others in the immediate vicinity. It was found possible, too, after a little practice, to play a pleasing and enlivening tune upon the combined honkers when the 11 terrible tanks were assembled en masse. And this was encouraged by the authorities, in that it not only conduced to keeping up the spirits of the crews, but also had a disturbing, nay, a disrupting effect upon enemy units lurking in the neighbourhood. Before the tanks made their bow in the presence of an astonished and trembling battlefield, they had already learnt to play, with a considerable amount of verve and feeling, the opening bars of "There's a home for little children above the bright blue sky," and one or two simple and soothing melodies like that. It was to Topsy that the job was allocated to crawl out from behind the wood and take a preliminary trot round just after the barrage had lifted. Hence her sudden and unexpected appearance upon the edge of the crater which formed the temporary home of Private George Sparrow and his merry, mud-stained men, and hence the success of her wooing smile upon the tactile carcass of Tuggy, and of the incorporation of him into the limited company thereof. Whilst Commander Jenkins, D.S.O., was sleeping off the dire effects of his mal de mer, Mr. Hardy, with breezy naval hospitality, conducted the new arrival through the internal economy of Topsy. "Something like a submarine, if you've ever been in one, only worse," said he with a cheerful grin. "Everything's fixed up on the labour saving tack. You press the button and Topsy, curse her, does the rest. See that handle there marked PMG? No, it isn't anything to do with the Postmaster General. It's the Greek equivalent for port machine gun. When you get within chewing up distance of the enemy, you just turn the handle, and Topsy shakes the corpse manufacturing pepper pot over 'em. There's another swagger cayenne caster on the starboard side, SMG. And there the same principle of destructive economies involved. Simple as ABC, eh? What? Isn't it OK? And now," went on the lieutenant, moved to enthusiasm, "here's another pretty thing." He turned on the light over a miniature switchboard, studded with bright buttons, all of which bore strange cabalistic designs. "Now, look at this, and listen," said he, bending forward over a button marked AWC. "It isn't what you might think it is, so you needn't go guessin' wild. Listen hard, Mr. Sparrow. Lend me thine ears while I shove the bright and shiny." He pressed the button, and Tuggy, turning his bullet head sideways so as to give his left ear full play — his right had been knocked out by shell shock — he heard distinctly, though apparently at a great distance, a rhythmic metallic clash, a quick whir like the preliminaries to a striking grandfather clock, and then another clash. "That," said Lieutenant Hardy with his bright seraphic smile, "that is darlin' old Topsy Wopsy a gnashin' of her milk teeth. What you can hear in the dim and distant offing is the AWC, the automatic wire clippers, engaged in the satisfying recreation of chewing up the barbed wire entanglements erected at great sacrifice and regardless of cost by the Kaiser's innumerable hosts. It's all so simple, as the higher furnishings ads say on the underground. We will now proceed," he continued, "to the telegraph counter. First to the left and mind the step. The telegraph office is open night and day. Stamps, postal orders, war loan and insurance business from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Parcels post in the new building next door. You are requested not to waste public time by conversing with the young lady behind the counter." Mr. Hardy was now engaged over a little table spread invitingly with brass handles and curly wire, over which hung a couple of earpieces. As he spoke, something hit Topsy with a dull thud. She shuddered and swayed like a wounded hippopotamus. "Hullo," muttered Mr. Hardy. "Topsy's getting a ticklin' in the short ribs. Hold up, old lady."
Rang.
The tank heaved again. The little electric light glowing over the telegraph counter flickered twice, went dim, and then expired. Lieutenant Hardy and Tuggy Sparrow bumped up against one another in the inky darkness. "I rather fancy," said Mr. Hardy, that was a direct hit, and rather a nasty one." There was a crackling sparkle in the gloom of Topsy's tortured internals. "By gum," said the lieutenant, "that's wireless calling." He groped his way to the counter, fixed on the earpieces in the dark, and began fumbling with the keys. Commanding officer says, why the hell don't you make yourself scarce? Come in out of the wet. Enemy battery has got your range and is shelling you. You'll bust the whole show if you're not careful. Keep on the move. Proceed towards enemies' first line trenches, followed by Tiger, Tim, and Tiddly.
Boom!
Once again, Topsy lurched drunkenly, letting forth a sharp metallic yell of anguish as a well-pitched shell hit her fair and square high up. Squatting there in the pitch dark, Private Sparrow began fervently to wish he had never come. "Gee!" cried Mr. Hardy. "There goes our top hamper and our gold-plated weathercock. And, but for our 3-inch armour plate, there would have gone the immortal sorrow-soaked souls of the faithful crew. I wonder whether that slight disturbance has interfered with the beauty sleep of the commander, or whether he's still dreaming of England, home and beauty, Bath buns and Battersea Park." "Hadn't you better call the crew, sir?" suggested Tuggy respectfully. He was beginning to feel nervous.
"The crew?"
gurgled Mr. Hardy, and his voice sounded hobgoblinish in the inky blackness.
"Do you imagine, my simple-hearted soldier man, that this is a first-class battleship, or an armoured cruiser, or a minesweeper, or even a mackerel boat? The crew? Why, him, me, and you. We are the crew. Admiral, Captain, Commander, First Luff, Snotties, Gunners, Cooks, Bottle Washers, the whole blessed shemozzle."
Do you mean to say, sir," gibbered Tuggy, "that we three have got to run this ghastly crematorium of a ship, or whatever you call it, on our own?" "I do," replied the lieutenant. "The tank system is worked primarily upon the conserving of manpower. That, says our beloved Commander-in-Chief, is the only way to win this war. The blighter who invented Topsy and the rest of 'em knew what he was about. He's an A1 copper-bottomed labour saver, jewelled in every hole, own brother to the genius who thought of the automatic carpet sweeper, the mechanical piano, and the OK calculating machine. And as the British Navy were eating off their heads with ennui through having nothing to do in the North Sea, Mr. Lloyd George sends along a postcard to Admiral Jellicoe requesting the loan of 1 or 2 able seamen to run his new land fleet for a spell. That's why we're here, and that's why—"
Rang! Biff! Plop!
Another smasher in Topsy's long-suffering breadbasket. Once again she shook herself like an enraged cow teased by a midsummer gadfly, and at the third waggle of her wounded fin, Commander Jenkins awoke. He had completely recovered from his torturing attack of mal de mer. Like Richard, he was himself again. "Stand by the starboard engines, Mac," he roared. "Aye, aye, sir," replied Lieutenant Hardy, who was also Mac. "Navigating officer, keep your left eye on the periscope screen. Aye, aye, sir, replied Lieutenant Hardy, who was also navigating officer. Your left on the gun sight of PMG. Aye, aye, sir, replied the lieutenant, who was also chief gunner. Your other one on the liquid fire control. I'll try, sir, responded the obedient engineer, navigating officer, gunner, and gasman, all combined. If I'd only got an eye in my... Don't talk to me, sir, roared the commander, with your ifs and your onlys. You've got to have another eye somewhere, or you'll know the reason why. We don't want any Nelsons on board this craft. Belay, spare hands to the automatic wire clippers. Tuggy Sparrow crawled to the station indicated and spread out a shaking finger toward the little brass button. And now we shan't be long. At this point, the wireless made a few interesting remarks. The commander dashed to the operating table and jammed the listeners to his ears. Aye, aye, sir. I mean, miss. Topsy speaking. 2446 bank? No, I didn't order any sausages. Hold the line, please. Don't cut me off, miss. Oh, the officer commanding speaking, is it? Tank Battle Squadron, headed by HMS Topsy, slow cruiser. Ordered to proceed. Line ahead in direction of Teepful, northeast by east, to steer by dead reckoning if aeroplanes lost sight of. Decks to be cleared for action, crews to remain invisible, and each tank upon sighting enemy machine gun emplacement to make straight for it, sit on it and remain sitting until further orders. If you don't see what you want, please ask for it. Cried Topsy as she started unsteadily and lopsidedly upon her murderous career. They're off! Yelled the grimy, happy-faced crowd, watching the circus from the shell crater lately vacated by Private Sparrow.
Honk, honk,
replied Topsy's 10 little brothers and sisters as they emerged, dragon-like, from the shelter of their friendly wood. Upon the conning tower of Tiddlywinks stood a little bantam of a man, waving a conductor's baton, as dignified and dainty as though he were at Queen's Hall on a Saturday pop night. Magnificently the tanks rose to the occasion, and, tuning their motor horns to the melody demanded by the khaki-clad conductor, burst solemnly into the strains of "Onward, Christian Soldiers." Armageddon had started, in real earnest this time. That concludes part 3 of Topsy, the Tale of a Tank. The section continues with part 4, in which the terrible tanks set forth upon their murderous mission, to the dismay and dismemberment of the pestiferous Hun. A tremendous British cheer went up as the terrible tanks sallied out under the bright sun to do their dread business. The great guns behind had already done their bit, smashing everything on the disrupted skyline. Tens of thousands of our tough Tommies watched with breathless interest this new phase of war. The whole show was ridiculously like a pantomime. It was steeped in the comic spirit of Harry Tate. It was zoological in its rough and ready humour. The tanks looked like nothing else on earth. There was something of a crocodile in their appearance, a crocodile who had eloped with a baked potato can after a wild wooing, married hastily at the registry office in Vesuvius, and produced a family of Jabberwocks. They were garbed in streaks of paint, after the manner of the ancient Britons. Near at hand, these barbaric colours made the beholder feel cross-eyed and colour-blind, so vivid and startling were they. But there was method in this seeming artistic madness. At a distance, these furious colours mingled magically into the surrounding landscape, rendering the tanks practically invisible. At their first appearance, the army cheered wildly. Then, as Topsy and her inebriated-looking satellites began to move slowly and ponderously over the uneven ground, the waddle of them was so ludicrous that the beholders collapsed into a gurgle of insane laughter. They sat down and laughed. They rolled in the mud and laughed again. The genius of high comedy, which is the ruling spirit of our fighting forces, and which produces heartening and healthy laughter, had scored again. Topsy seemed quite aware that to her had been assigned the honour of leading the way in the great advance. Already she had been hit 3 times, but not holed. Bravely her skeleton crew of tiddlers assembled her lethferous ingredients, tuned up Stinkin' Jimmy, by which name her foully aromatic engine is known, poured a can of lubrication over the hinge of her huge wire clippers, unkinked the hose of her liquid fire supply, tightened the belts of the snub-nosed little machine guns, and otherwise titivated Topsy for the wedding march. Commander Jenkins wriggled into the Lilliputian conning tower, and sat huddled over a chart of the battlefield, with a compass near at hand and the route of his progress marked in a thin, wavering red line. Mr. Hardy was for'ard in the engine room, wrestling with the complicated entrails of Stinkin' Jimmy. Presently he jerked back the lever, and Topsy, with a snarl and a toot, began to crawl off upon her murderous mission. Overhead, the questing aeroplanes of the Royal Flying Corps circled and wheeled, winged gods in Olympus, watching the show with tremendous interest. In strict battle line ahead, the tanks moved with ponderous, ridiculous gravity. Behind Topsy, behind Tiddlywinks, and behind all the rest of the armoured galaxy marched in close formation masses of British infantry, using the hospitable monsters as cover in their slow but sure advance. Tuggy Sparrow, observing the procession from a convenient machine gun loophole carved out of Topsy's humped hindquarters, began to feel at home. To him it was all very like an enlarged and important inquest on the remains of some shattering earthquake, with a khaki-clad posse of jurymen strolling along to view the corpse. The movement was protracted at first, but as Topsy and the following 10 terribles got into their stride and began to feel their feet, so to speak, and the ground began to crunch and crumble under their tread, the crowd behind warmed up correspondingly and broke into a gladsome kind of trot. Over in the disturbed and demolished enemy lines, the Germans awaited their coming with mixed feelings. They turned all their available armoury onto Topsy and let her have it full rip. Shell, shrapnel, bombs, whiz-bangs, torpedoes, mortars, hand grenades, and all the other materiel and appurtenances of modern frightfulness. The welcome of machine gun bullets was particularly warm and unanimous. They rattled on Topsy's crocodile hide like a hailstorm on a corrugated iron roof. But, as a swimmer prepares for a cross-channel tussle with the tempestuous ocean, by smearing his body with some oleaginous concoction, so Topsy had anticipated the battering storm of lead in a similar manner, with a copious top dressing of cart grease. The bullets hit her by the thousand, but they glanced off with a wang and a whine, spending their fury in thin air. The noise of them as they struck sounded to the snug crew inside like the clicking of innumerable typewriters in a busy city office. The big stuff missed her and the rest of the cruiser squadron. Even a Prussian artilleryman can't get the drop on a gallivanting tank with a Johnson or a coal box at small arms range. And the withering fire of nickel and lead did very little damage to the charging infantry, with Topsy, Tiddley and Company in their immediate vicinity to act as shield and buckler, guide, philosopher and friend. And so it was that the unhealthy terrain of no man's land was traversed at a smaller loss than ever before in the undying history of the Big Push. 15 minutes of bumping, lumping caterpillar crawling brought Topsy to the German first line, hit in 1,000 places, but hale and hearty still. Under her mothering lee, our Tommies crawled and crouched, leaving her shelter for a few moments of crowded, glorious life to toss their bombs over the whitewashed parapet, to pour a fierce, sudden volley into the huddled ranks of Hunnery, and then to slip back before the gruel could be returned with any effect. Commander Jenkins' flame-coloured eyes were blazing in the pallid, oil-smeared setting of his Jove-like countenance. Mr. Sparrow, at hand to render all the assistance in his power, watched his chief with a mixed feeling of terror and admiration. He was doing 16 things at once with that masterly completeness, that splendid thoroughness with which the British Navy is so marvellously equipped. He was commanding the ship, navigating her, deploying her, diverting her, working the wireless, answering the telephone, feeding and firing the guns, mixing the liquid fire to its necessary consistency, boxing the compass, holding animated conversation with Mr. Hardy down in the engine room, marking off the chart in careful mathematic inches, and at the same time observing the animated battle picture as it moved before his all-seeing eye upon the illuminated screen of the periscope. "Here beginneth the first lesson," said he, as Topsy began to climb laboriously the deadly slope of the enemy trench, topped by a dreadful impasse of barbed wire. He rang up Mr. Hardy, who was busily engaged in oily dialogue with Stinkin' Jimmy and watching the pressure gauge with an anxious eye, for Jimmy was back firing with significant sullenness, which suggested an imminent nervous breakdown. "Can you whack James up to another 30 revolutions?" cried the commander. "We're just about on the crest of Ararat, or Mont Blanc, or Primrose Hill, or something similar, and this bloomin' arc seems to be lingerin' a trifle. Can you whack her up, Mac?" "I'm afraid, sir," began the faraway voice of Mr. Hardy. "I'm afraid it can't be done. There's something wrong with faithful James, sir. Swallowed a fly, and the fly's stuck in his throat. Or, maybe, it's a fish bone. Anyway, he's gasping for breath, and his eyes are waterin' something pathetic." "That's the worst of them damned diesel engines," growled Commander Jenkins. "They've all got delicate throats which wouldn't get passed by a medical board, even at Mill Hill, which is the limit of medical misjurisprudence. But it's got to be done, Mr. Hardy, or we shall have to perish in the attempt. Tell James, with my respectful compliments, that the eyes of the British nation are upon us at this critical moment in the fate of our island story, that the newspaper correspondents are hovering around, licking their pencil stumps and going through their pocket dictionaries to find out how to spell ichthyosaurus. Tell him, oh, tell him any bloomin' old thing, but whack him up, Mr. Hardy. Whack him up and remind him that England expects that every Jimmy, stinkin' or otherwise, this day will do his damnedest." "Aye, aye, sir," replied the obedient chief engineer. "I'll do the whacking up, sir, if you don't mind taking the risk of being hoisted to kingdom come on the wings of Jimmy's last expiring breath. Another 20 revolutions'll probably bust the show, sir." "Then let her rip, Mac." "Aye, aye, sir. I would advise you to hang on by your back teeth, sir. Something's bound to go." "Very well, Mr. Hardy. Somebody said once, Mr. Hardy, that war is hell. I'm beginning to believe it. If the worst does happen, I'll meet you on the cinder path in the incandescent hereafter. Mr. Hardy, farewell. And now, kindly give James what for." "Aye, aye, sir." "And now, Mr. Coroner's officer." "Aye, aye, sir," replied the faithful and admiring Tuggy through his chattering teeth. "You'd better give the gentlemen of the jury the straight tip to stand from under. We're going to circumvent the impossible by performing the incredible, my perky cock sparrow. In another minute, unless the ring bolts hold and the triple brass of our biler is as flawless as the Kohinoor, we shall be tapping on the garden gate of paradise. If you have any tears, prepare to shed 'em now." "Aye, aye, sir." Tuggy saluted and tried to think of a suitable hymn. Topsy had stopped in her valiant attempt to surmount the giddy height of the Prussian parapet. She was very near the summit as Tuggy Sparrow squeezed his head and shoulders through the manhole to warn off the troops crowding around her heaving carcass. "Gentlemen," he began, "gentlemen of the But at his sudden appearance and the sound of his voice, the crowd drowned his warning shout in a fusillade of cheers and cries of "Give her a leg up! Now then, boys, all together!" Together they shoved and heaved. At the fresh impetus, Stinkin' Jimmy made one more valiant effort. The full-fed engine roared like a wounded dragon, and with the sound of 1,000 frying pans falling down the back stairs of an ironmongery storeroom, Topsy accomplished the incredible. And Tuggy Sparrow dived down again in time to obey the commander's order to "Stand by the wire clippers." Topsy walked through the parapet with all the ease of a hot carving knife severing a pound of butter. Her squat nose snuggled amorously at the barbed wire entanglement, and the wicked wires embraced her passionately. It was but for a moment. Tuggy's thick thumb pressed the button marked AWC. The giant scissors gnashed and gnashed again, and before you could say "Kamerad," Topsy was through the zareba with her alligator body astride the trench. It was packed with fat and flabby defenders of the fatherland. Those who could ran. Others stayed behind to fall on their faces in trembling worship of the Moloch, whose angry body lay across their trench like a steel bridge spanning a chasm, spitting fire and calamity from her port and starboard guns, and snipping viciously right and left with her demon scissors. The few bombs and grenades which were pitched at her did no military damage. Indeed, there was so little danger from the half-paralysed Germans that Commander Jenkins shoved his head out of his private porthole and advised the enemy to cease snowballing and surrender, which they did. In 10 minutes the trench was cleared, the work of consolidation began, and Topsy's weary crew were settling down to a well-earned rest, when the order came through, "Proceed at once to attack and capture the village of F. Latitude so and so, longitude thus and thus." "Hey ho!" sighed the commander. "No peace for the wicked. All aboard." "Aye, aye, sir," murmured the crew. That concludes part 4 of Topsy, the Tale of a Tank, and the end of section 2. Section 3 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Topsy, The Tale of a Tank, Parts 5 and 6. Part 5. How Lieutenant Hardy won his cricket match. Tuggy Sparrow's heart was in his boots as Topsy, pride of the battle fleet, hitched up her skirts like an old lady circumventing a puddle, and crawled out dragon-wise on her murderous career. And the British Army cheered. How they cheered! The sun was up now, drawing the steam from the sodden shell holes. Even the sun seemed to be grinning at the sight. And as for the army, when they had done cheering, they sat down in the squishy landscape and laughed themselves helpless at the pantomime. For pantomime it was. There was no other word for it. "Battle line ahead," was the order sent out over the clicking wireless, and HMS Topsy led the advance. "It shall never be said," remarked Commander Jenkins, "that the British Navy went into battle without flying the old flag." And from a locker at his feet he withdrew a white ensign, which he unrolled and handed to Mr. Sparrow. "I knew there was something the matter with the old girl," he went on. "In her anxious haste to harry the Hun, she's setting out on her constitutional without her silk chemise. Mr. Sparrow?" "Aye, aye, sir." "Just crawl out aft over grandmamma's bustle and fix up her shimmy, otherwise the flag that waves. We must have everything shipshape on this craft." "Very good, sir." And Tuggy clambered up the thin iron ladder, emerged in the neighbourhood of Topsy's terrible tail, and fixed the flag. For a moment, before returning below, he surveyed the scene, and saw Tiddlywinks and the rest of the squadron crawling out like encrustated caterpillars from the seclusion of the adjacent wood. And as they emerged, one by one they hoisted their ensigns, and the massed band of giant hooters combined in producing a very fair imitation of A Life on the Ocean Wave, with variations according to the irregularities of the ground they were traversing. 2 or 3 of the tanks were already in difficulties. Like ants on the warpath, they refused to go round anything. One started to climb a tree, as if it was engaged on a bird's nesting expedition. It got halfway up before the tree collapsed, and down it came with a reverberating crash. This dull and sickening thud winded the beast for a minute or so, but she speedily recovered and went on. Another burrowed down a vast shell hole like a ferret into a rabbit warren. But a battalion of infantry, the Whitechapel Wonderlanders, who happened to be at hand, made a concerted movement of rescue and hauled her out. A third, hit in her steering department by a stray shell, deliberately turned round and steered a course of her own, chasing an ammunition column with a passionate desire, evidently, to make a late breakfast of shrapnel on toast. This misguided ichthyosaurus eventually made a determined attempt to commit suicide in a pond, before another shell whacked her up behind and shook her up into sanity. Then she tacked back into the battle line. "Slow but sure," commented Commander Jenkins as he glanced at his watch. "Over the measured mile, Topsy ain't exactly a flyer. Log her down at 1 knot per hour, Mr. Hardy, and while you are about it, You might make a war savings note of recommendation to General Headquarters to the following effect: Commander Jenkins presents his compliments to the Meteorological Department and suggests it would be a saving of expense if, instead of issuing 20-guinea stopwatches to tank timekeepers, they served out shilling hourglasses. "Aye, aye, sir," responded the ghostly voice of Mr. Hardy. And at that moment the real business began. No Man's Land had been traversed under a scattering but quite harmless fusillade of rifle and machine gun opposition. Then Topsy, with a snort of fury, put her wicked old head down and rammed the triple fencing of barbed wire which protected the first line of German trenches. She walked through it like a trumpeting elephant clearing a garden fence, and, shoving over the parapet as though it were no more than a pile of plum puddings, sat down like a slightly winded dowager after a dance, slap in the middle of the Hun trench, with her head comfortably reposing on one bank and her tail snuggling the other. Very deliberately Topsy did this. She might have been going to bye-bye in a nice warm feather bed. The amazed Huns, as they scuttled from under, heard her placid sigh as she settled down. "Stand by the starboard gun!" roared Commander Jenkins, as he himself took up his position by the port weapon. "Let her rip!" But I've never fired a machine gun in my life, sir," stammered Tuggy Sparrow, aghast at the proposition. He fingered the long belt of cartridges fearfully. "Fathead!" snorted the commander. "All you've got to do is to turn that handle. Follow me and do as I do, and we'll paralyse the blighters in next to no time." So, back to back, with their hindquarters touching, the commander and Tuggy let her rip, port and starboard. The trench was enfiladed. Topsy, wreathed in flame, was spitting bullets right and left, to the accompaniment of a cackling roar, and the Huns went down like ninepins. A few of the enemy turned in desperation and hurled bombs at the quivering monster. They burst harmlessly on her armour plate, with no more effect than rotten eggs, and the bombers, having expended their fruitless fury, and unable to run the gauntlet of the wholesale peppering supplied by the commander and Tuggy Sparrow, flung up their hands with the neighbourly cry of "Kamerad!" and surrendered to the inevitable. Having nothing better to do for the moment, Mr. Hardy poked his head out of the spy hole by Topsy's left eyeball, and saw, to his intense indignation, a huge Prussian climbing laboriously over the crocodile's inert hindquarters. His object was manifest. There was a wicked gleam in his eye which was fixed, mesmerically, upon the flag that still flew triumphantly aft of the terrible tank. Slowly, inch by inch, he wriggled along, with a bag of charged bombs slung at his shoulder. He was within a few feet of the flagstaff when Mr. Hardy spotted him. The lieutenant wrenched open the forward manhole, squeezed his head and shoulders through it, and, just as the German was stretching forth his hand to collar the flag, yelled out, "Hi! Hands off, you sacrilegious washout!" The Hun turned half round and saw Mr. Hardy emerging like a conjuring trick from Topsy's bonnet. "Ach!" he cried, and gripping the sides of the tank firmly with his plump legs, he shifted a trifle sideways, plunged his hand in his bag, extracted a bomb therefrom, and took deliberate aim at his opponent. Stuck halfway in and halfway out of the tight manhole, Mr. Hardy attempted, and attempted in vain, to disappear. He was hopelessly wedged, and the German, observing his dilemma, grinned an evil, triumphant grin. It was an easy shot to hit this Englishman, dead easy. 3 times he swung his arm backwards and forwards, measuring carefully the distance with his red, piggish little eye. Lieutenant Hardy was a keen cricketer and a first-class batsman. He appreciated the wisdom of keeping your eye on the ball if you want to keep your wicket up. So he poised his lissom body from the waist up, and, with perfect coolness, watched with a calculating eye the swing of that arm and the grip of the fat fingers which held the ball of death. At the 4th swing, the German released his missile with a sudden wrist movement, and the bomb came spinning at Mr. Hardy's head. Eyes wide open, his lips tightly set, the tanker jerked his head slightly sideways, and the bomb whizzed by his left ear. A second and a third followed. He ducked to the second, swerved to the third, and so missed death by inches. It was exciting business, this game, but in the thrill of it, Mr. Hardy still retained his wits so completely as to notice that all 3 bombs did not explode until they had passed him for a couple of seconds. The next, or the one after that, would probably hit him. Even this blundering German couldn't fail to score a bullseye presently at so close and easy a range. So Mr. Hardy made a rapid calculation. With luck and the same timing, I might just manage it, he said to himself. A second and a half, perhaps. No more. And so it was that when the German tossed his next ball at his watchful opponent's head, Mr. Hardy changed his tactics. He neither dodged nor ducked. The bomb came well to the off. Mr. Hardy flung out his hand, caught it, and in an incredibly quick return, hurled it back at his enemy. He was a better cricketer than the Hun. The bomb hit him fair and square in the midriff, and the flag stealer became a casualty so complete as to be unidentifiable when his remains were collected afterwards. As for the gallant Mr. Hardy, his tensed muscles became suddenly slack at the end of his duel, so that he easily slipped back through the manhole, collapsing in a limp heap upon Topsy's hospitable floor. "Where the blazes have you been?" said Commander Jenkins. "Short shore leave or what?" "Sorry, sir," replied the lieutenant with rather a weak smile. "The rigging wanted a little attention, and seeing you otherwise employed, I thought I'd see to it." Next to report was able Seaman Coroner Sparrow, who had also been taking a worm's eye view of the situation. "White flag on the weather bow, sir," said he. "Fat German with his dress shirt off, sir, and a waving of it on the end of his bayonet, sir." "Anything else, Mr. Sparrow?" "We're also being surrounded, sir." "Surrounded? That be shivered for a tale. Stand by the starboard pepper pot." "About how many should you reckon 'em to be?" "About 1,000, sir, and every man jack of 'em has got his hands up, sir." A grim smile lit up the smudgy countenance of Commander Jenkins, D.S.O. "Then, if that's the case, Mr. Sparrow," said he, "you'd better pipe all hands to table d'hote lunch." "Aye, aye, sir," replied Tuggy. "There's 2 boxes of sardines and 1 tin of pineapple left, sir." "Then carry on," said the commander. That concludes part 5 of Topsy, the Tale of a Tank, and continues with part 6, in which Topsy the Terrible Tank, flushed with the success of her preliminary preamble, perpetrates further remarkable adventures amid the strongholds of the enemy, of the deplorable madness of Jimmy, and how he runs away, how Topsy is lured to destruction and suicide, and of the exclusive interview of her crew with the Kaiser and Count Zeppelin. Through the dust and the smoke of interminable battle, Topsy set off to crown her conquests by further flood and remoter field. The greyhound of the fleet, she soon left all the other cruisers behind. In half an hour the topmasts of Tiddlywinks had sunk below the horizon. Even the honk honk of friendly hooters had died down and ceased to be. Silence, pre-creational silence, brooded over the stricken land. Every mouth organ was mute. Alone, but unafraid, Topsy the Irresistible pursued her way, avoiding the main battle area by bearing off 3 points on the weather bow. None stayed to ask her business or to demand her papers. Her pirate cruise was uninterrupted and halcyon. A peaceful lunch was served in the main saloon. The commander refused the soup because, he said, it tasted of hair oil. Otherwise the meal was fairly satisfactory, in spite of the fact that there was nothing to drink but Benedictine, served in tin teacups out of a Worcester sauce bottle. James, the engine, was allowed to rest while the banquet, consisting mainly of sardines and raspberry jam, was trifled with. There followed some slight misunderstanding between him and the chief engineer, with the result that Jimmy became suddenly and violently angry and ran away, with the bit between his teeth. Luckily there was a straight run ahead for Jimmy's maniac antics. Mr. Hardy lugged over the lever which controlled the band brake. But the Benedictine and the sardines had braced his muscles to such an extent that the band snapped, and as the course was downhill, there was nothing for it but to give Topsy her head. At the bottom of the slope there were 4 crossroads, hedged by a tangle of barbed wire, behind which a German guard of a dozen men sat round a machine gun emplacement. In their midst a fire smoked invitingly, and an aromatic waft of cooking tickled the nostrils of Commander Jenkins as he ran Topsy smack into the midst of this unsuspecting family party. Topsy walked through the wire as if it were worsted, and before the Prussian gunners could turn their armoury upon her, she was on it and over it. The captain of the gun crew leaped back, poising a bomb to fling at the oncoming mastodon. Tuggy Sparrow, presiding over the destinies of the wire clippers, saw the movement. He pressed the spring, and with a horrid snarl, Topsy snapped like a hungry pike. The first clash of the frightful scissors bit nothing but air. The second caught the German's arm just below the wrist, and sheared off his hand with a cut as clean as a razor. He dropped, howling, right in the wake of the juggernaut, which passed complacently over him, rolling him out like pastry. "Good!" cried the commander over his shoulder. "Where did you learn that trick, my lad?" "It was a hinspiration, sir," replied Tuggy. "My father, sir, was foreman cutter to the well-known tailoring firm of Snip and Clippets of Limehouse Reach." "Well, you did that customer in top hole. Cut him out and ironed him with a proper professional touch, Tuggy. A tailor in a tank. Hullo? What's up now? My word, we are travelling. The London, Chatham and Dover isn't in it with this circus." Topsy had suddenly taken a new turn of speed. "We're running off the blessed chart," cried Mr. Jenkins. "Whoa, Emma!" But Emma wouldn't whoa. Instead of taking the curve of the road, though the commander jammed the wheel round hard, Topsy ran straight on, crashed through a wall, walked, or rather romped, through a deserted farmyard, climbed over a haystack and through a squelching manure heap, swam a pond, pushed a tall tree over as easily as a runaway motor bus gobbles up a lamp post, struck the main road again, and presently ran into the main street of a neat little village, every house of which was crowded with spectators, who greeted Topsy with guttural cheers. The spectators and the cheers were German. Across the street a gay banner was stretched. Upon it, in large letters, were the words, "Welcome to the tanks." "My aunt!" cried the commander. "Is this the 9th of November? And am I the Lord Mayor's coachman? Or do my eyes deceive me?" They did. The village green was just ahead. Upon it had been erected a tall tower of steel, surmounted by the Prussian flag. Around and about were grouped a crowd of officers in brilliant uniforms. They stepped back politely and saluted as Topsy rumbled up and came to a sudden stop under the very shadow of the mysterious tower. A moment before she had been furious as a famished jaguar. Now She was as amiable as a lamb chop, reposing in a dressing of parsley. All the fight had gone out of her. There she sat, panting and palpitating, the very image of despondent and dejected maidenhood. Commander Jenkins took a survey of the situation through the spy hole in the conning tower. Then he piped all hands to the quarter-deck, lit a cigarette, and bade the crew surrender. "We've bitten off a little more than we can chew," said he. "Goodbye, Topsy, old lady. You've earnt your little bit of corn, and all you've got to do now is to show this handsome hatted horde of Huns how his voice trembled for an instant, "how a British tank can die in the heyday of her budding womanhood. Farewell, and if for ever..." Looking like disreputable Jonahs after a week of whale hospitality, the commander, Mr. Hardy, and Tuggy Sparrow crawled out of the tank and approached the glittering throng assembled on the village green. Standing a little aloof from the multitude was a shortish man with a steel blue cloak wrapped around his drooping figure. A string of iron crosses stretched from shoulder to shoulder, and under them innumerable stars and other decorations blazed. His withered left hand rested upon the golden hilt of his sword, and in his attitude there was a mixture of Napoleon, Hannibal, Julius Caesar, and Charles Peace, which, properly sorted out and classified, suggested that here, indeed, was a personage of note. Harshly, but with a tone of infinite weariness, he spoke to the British prisoners standing before him. "I am the Kaiser," he said. "Und here?" He beckoned to a fat old gentleman in the background. "Is the man who by his aerial wonderworks has reduced London to ashes, and who has completely destroyed Woolwich Arsenal, Buckingham Palace, and Madame Tussauds 6 times. Allow me to introduce you, Count Zeppelin, Commander. Commander, I'm afraid I did not quite catch your name, sir." "Jenkins, Your Majesty," said Topsy's skipper with a bow. "And allow me, in turn, to present to you Rear Admiral Collingwood Nelson Camperdown Hardy, V.C. XYZ, and Brigadier General Thomas Theophilus Tugville Sparrow, K.C.B. M.V.O. C.O." "Ach," murmured the Kaiser, "in happier times I should have been delighted to honour such a distinguished company, but war, as you are doubtless aware, is hell, and business is business." He wiped his weary face with a purple silk handkerchief. "We are assembled here today, gentlemen," he went on, "for the purpose of circumventing English frightfulness, which has soared to the indescribable limit in the production of monstrosities as unsportsmanlike as they are inhuman, to wit, tanks. Fortunately, I say fortunately advisedly, gentlemen, I have many influential friends in England, and from them I heard of these hobgoblin horrors, not early enough to produce similar engines of destruction, but in time to get my learned and distinguished friend and scientist, Herr Pumpelschiffner, to erect and equip at various points throughout this wilderness, which was once fair Flanders, those giant towers of steel, one of which you see before you, gentlemen. Each tower is fitted with a giant magnet of 10,663 7/8 horsepowers, possessing a current so powerful that any tank within 2 miles is impelled to the spot. The strongest tower of all was erected here on this peaceful village green, and here I hasten with the courageous and gallant Count to be on the spot at the first capture. The Count cannot only produce zeppelins, he can, with the assistance of a survey of the interior economy of the creation we see shackled and shamed before us, produce a super tank of tenfold ferocity. The Kaiser turned to Count Zeppelin and waved his withered hand in the direction of Topsy. "And that's your little job today, Zepp," he said, sotto voce. The Count said nothing, but producing a small packet of acid drops from his pocket, took one himself, and then, with characteristic Hun politeness, handed them round. Addressing himself to Commander Jenkins, the Emperor said, "I command you to conduct Count Zeppelin over the works, and to explain at length to him all the secrets of the dreadful beast now crouched and conquered before us." "I cannot say with pleasure," replied Mr. Jenkins, "but with obedience, your Majesty." He bowed again. "But before we proceed," he shot a warning glance at his two companions, "may I be permitted just to have a preliminary look round the ship, so as to prepare her for the distinguished visitor?" "By all means," answered the unsuspecting Kaiser. "Anything to make the dear Count's work easier." "Then, Count," said the commander, "I will first hand to you a small packet, which will be of absorbing interest to you, if I may be allowed." The Count clicked his heels and bowed again as Commander Jenkins produced from his breast pocket a small envelope, tied with pink ribbon, and handed it to the grizzled old gentleman. "Thank you," said Count Zeppelin, so politely that nobody dared smile at the pun. "Goodbye, boys," whispered Commander Jenkins. "If ever you get back to Blighty, remember me to the crowd." There was a happy little smile on the face of the brave commander as he stepped off lightly and disappeared with an elegant wriggle inside Topsy. Side by side the Kaiser and the Count walked slowly away to commune in secret. The crowd moved back reverently at their coming. They had not gone a dozen yards when there was a frightful shattering roar. In a mighty explosion, Topsy and the tower, the village green, and all the surroundings disappeared in a blinding cataclysm, and Commander Jenkins, D.S.O., went up with his ship. The Count and the Kaiser found themselves sitting opposite one another, unharmed but shaken, amid the dust and the ashes of the explosion. Donner Blitzen's mother!" cried His Majesty. "The desperate Englishman has us in the eye done. He has blown up the tank." "And himself has," replied the Count. "But I still his secret have perhaps here, in this little envelope, which to me himself he handed did. I will it open, and we shall see." He tore apart the envelope and extracted from it a little scrap of twisted aluminium. A label was attached to it, and written thereon were the words: "Zeppelin relic from the Cuffley airship, strafed by Lieutenant Robinson, V.C., September 3rd, 1916. The Count and the Kaiser gazed meaningly at one another. Then the Count carefully folded up the relic and placed it back in the envelope. "Ach," said he, "these mad English will their little joke have." That concludes the story of Topsy, the Tale of a Tank, and is the end of section 3. Section 4 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rat Brigade, Parts 1, 2 and 3. Part 1. The Melodious Blacksmith. Rake Flaze has never been the same since Critty left for the wars. Critty was the village blacksmith, the Admirable Crichton of the place. His forge was at the turn of the street. Facing it was the green, a triangular pleasaunce with a spreading chestnut tree at each corner, and the ancient stocks in the middle, around which a German band of 6 tubby, friendly old gentlemen used to play melancholy music, until it happened, and they vanished into the misty nowhere. To tell the truth, we were rather sad at their going, for their music was the only cultured melody we ever had in Rake Flaze. It was not of the gay Hamelin sort, but somewhat melancholy and furtive, and the dreamy-eyed old virtuoso who played the clarinet had a quaint touch of magic in his artistry which used to charm the children out of school. They would lie entranced under the trees, quiet as mice, to listen to him. There was something elfin about it. I verily believe that this obese and bald and ancient musician had met Pan in his wanderings through Solham Wood near by, and had stolen some of his harmonious secrets. But now, alas, he and the rest of his tuneful companions have gone for ever, over the hills and far away. Critty came beautifully to the rescue, as he always did when our tiny village had a crisis to face. As a blacksmith he was pre-eminent. The shine of his forge and the roar of his bellows were famous as far as the county town, 7 miles away. The smash of his fist was only second to the swing of his great hammer. He had felled an ox with it. His Atlas shoulders were so vast that he carried the whole village easily upon them. His face was mahogany brown, his hair black and stiff like curled wire, his eye soft as a woman's, and his smile a benediction. Of a Saturday night, when the forge was damped down, Critty, stripped to his splendid waist, would clean himself at the pump, hissing like a great steam engine, and prepare for his work in the tiled kitchen, where he would cut the hair and shave the wheat stubble chins of the entire hamlet, for he was barber as well as blacksmith. Though soaped and scrubbed so scrupulously, and clothed in a wide white apron, the scent of Vulcan clung to him still. No amount of polishing up could rid him of that healthy aroma which suggested to those who approached him that he had been singed all over. On Sundays he would play the harmonium in the small Baptist chapel. One of nature's melodists, he played entirely by ear, but his touch was sure and tender, and the wheezy old harmonium, booming under the knee swell, might well imagine itself a grand organ under Critty's wizardry. Music was his sweetheart. He was the only man I ever knew who, when a violin was first placed in his hands, managed to wheedle a tune out of it. And so it was that when war had quenched the German band, and Rake Flaze was muted to sadness, the great inspiration came to Critty to establish the Rake Flaze Brass Band. The scheme prospered. Subscriptions rolled up, and even the vicar, a somewhat dour man with a soul not altogether attuned to harmony, agreed to contribute his mite, and suggested a psaltery as something biblical and soothing. It was Israelitish, perhaps, but safe, and his reverence sent to the stores for one. The stores replied gravely as follows: "Dear Sir, we are in receipt of your esteemed order for a psaltery, but we much regret to inform you that we do not stock such an instrument, nor can we find, after making exhaustive inquiries, any firm which deals in the same, psalteries having been out of demand for the last 900 years. But we can do you a very cheap line in second-hand triangles, one of which we beg to enclose as a sample. We beg to remain your obedient servants, etc." As a nucleus, the triangle was presented, and presently around it gathered a cornet, a euphonium, a sax horn, and a trombone. Critty being rather relieved than otherwise to find that there had been nothing doing in psalteries, of the management of which even he was entirely ignorant. The instruments were carefully distributed, and presently, to its great joy, Rake Flaze awoke once more to the realities of music within its precincts. By the time the Battle of the Marne had been fought, the Rake Flaze brass band had so far progressed as to be able to produce something like a simple hymn tune, with not more than 12 glaring errors in Peace, Perfect Peace. The national anthem, too, was here and there reminiscent of the actual thing, though London Maheu, so called because he had been once in his life to London and lost his watch there, to whom was entrusted the bass part upon the euphonium, dealt with it so originally that Critty exhorted him to practise diligently the part in private before the next band meeting. London obeyed, anxious to do his best for his king and village, and on the following Sunday morning the constable, alarmed by strange sounds proceeding from the bedroom of Mr. Maheu's private residence, knocked at the door and inquired what was wrong with the pigs. Mr. Maheu showed a very red face out of his window. "It's all right, Mr. Naylor," he said. "It's only me a wrastlin' with the demon o' them low notes." "Sorry to have disturbed you," replied the policeman, "but if you will take a little private advice, as man to man, Mr. Maheu, I'd advise you to wear a pair of spectacles, or them eyes o' yourn'll be droppin' out. There's an oncommon bulge about 'em." The demon having been conquered, all went merrily with the band under Critty's triumphant generalship, and its trial performance on the green was a proud day for Rake Flaze. The village was itself again. Then one sad evening a never to be forgotten meeting of the parish council dashed all our hope to the ground. The business on the agenda was completed, when Mr. Starmer, the chairman, a masterful man and landlord of the Axe and Compasses, arose on a point of order and declared that Rake Flaze, hitherto unrepresented on the far-flung field of Armageddon, should send somebody to the war. From what he had heard, it was clearly time that something should be done (unanimous assent), and that Rake Flaze should do it before it was too late. By unanimous vote of the council, after a prolonged and animated discussion, Critty was selected to go out and to deal with the hosts of Midian. "And now, gentlemen, we shall soon know what's what with Critty there," said Mr. Starmer, as he shook hands with the blacksmith and wished him luck. "With your goin', Christopher, me lad, Rake Flaze will have got a nasty one, smack in the wind, so to say. But it's got to be done." And so Critty went off to the wars. That concludes part 1 of the Rat Brigade. The section continues with part 2. Emmanuel. On the windy crest of Mark's Hill, with our tiny hamlet winking far below, we would stand at night when the prayer meeting was over and search the radiant heavens for signs and portents. In majesty above us rode the splendid stars. We could almost hear, in imagination, the music of the Milky Way, and feel the swing of the world as it spun. But, save for the occasional lightning streak of a falling star, the sky was calm and untroubled, and so were we. Universal tumult might rage and snarl, but we were so far away from it all in this quiet sanctuary of Middle England that it reached us only as a tale that is told. God was in his heaven. All was right with our little world, the world of Rake Flaze. We would think of Critty, our champion, and wonder where he was and what he was doing out in the somewhere we used to read of in the newspapers. It all seemed a dream, somehow, out of which we should presently awake to hear the roar of the now silent forge, to see the sparks flying again, and our black-haired Vulcan making ringing music under the swing of his great hammer, with his eyes ashine in the glow, and the light making play with his knotted muscles. But regularly every Sunday morning we would be brought face to face with the realities, in the Baptist chapel, under the fervid sway of the Reverend Emmanuel Eakins. A little wisp of a man was the Reverend Emmanuel, with a huge head attached to a frame so slender that the veins of his neck stood out as a permanent protest against the carrying of such a weight. His eyes glowed like a live coal. His long upper lip was blue and close shaven, and the besom sweep of his black beard made up for the lack of verdure on his head, which was entirely bald. His voice was deep and threatening, and when he loosed the floodgates of his wrath against the evil one, "Down, Satan, down!" his infernal majesty, recognising that he had no chance with Emmanuel at the top of his form, discreetly retired from the competition to bide his time. But now our rare minister has given the devil a much needed and well earned rest for the period of the war. "I will deal with you later on, my friend," says he, and every Sabbath morn he assumes the role of a sort of rural and reverend Garvin, with a little closer attention to facts, perhaps, but with a wonderful grip of the essentials. Thus the war became real to us. It was a part of the life and the breath of our little village, because we had given our champion to it, and he was fighting it for us. Our beloved old minister's war sermons, simple little things in their way, but direct, picturesque, and delivered in good and honest Saxon, spicily flavoured with our own homely Huntingdonshire patois, became a rich treat in store for every weekend. There was no nodding in the pews when Emmanuel was up and doing in the small pinewood pulpit under the swinging paraffin lamp chained to the ceiling. And there were few vacant pews, for the fame of the little man spread far across the countryside, and farmers and their wives would drive into Rake Flaze from all around, to hear Mr. Ekins's masterly Sunday morning analysis of Armageddon. A rare wonderful mouthful of a word, that there Armageddon. His word was law. His very phrases were quoted in such unexpected places as St. Ives Cattle Market and even Godmanchester Fair. The newspapers were a little complicated for our honest sons of the plough and stubble to get a grip of in the small time they allowed themselves for literary studies. So they fell back upon Emmanuel. "Mornin', Mr. Tappin, and how's the old black hog or hog to-day? Mendin', I trust, Mr. Tappin, mendin'? She's like the war, she is. A eternal time in gettin' round. They do say, Mr. Tappin, that there Kaiser. Nay, George, that there's all a twizzle of make-up, and don't you believe it. Mr. Ekins, he do say." And that settled it. The Reverend Emmanuel rounded up the slackers, just as he rounded up that there Kaiser. First of all he persuaded his deacon, Mr. Wanks, the very mild and tow-haired manager of the general store, to become, much to his amazement, a man of war, and to go out and help Critty to carry the banner of Rake Flaze triumphant. Before this, Mr. Wanks had always looked upon his bacon knife with a certain amount of trepidation, slicing his rashers with an apologetic air. He departed in a blaze of glory, and as the Rake Flaze brass band played him out of the village, he felt like Alexander. There followed, one by one, the young yokels who used to prop up the churchyard wall after morning service and before dinner, and, after them, the 4 gipsy sons of that handsome black-eyed old rascal, Tom Farr, the rich retired horse-borrower, who, though he lived in as fine a gabled farmhouse as any man could wish for, never slept in a bed, but preferred, for old association's sake, the straw of the tithe barn and the rustling fellowship of the rats. Willingly would Gabriel the sexton have gone, but he was too old and squeaky about the limbs, and near blind. "What about them there trenches I've heerd tell on?" said Gabriel, when the sad news was broken to him that he was a trifle too old at 60 for active service. "Surely I could do a bit at that, for I'm a wonderful rare hand at the spade. And then, Mr. Egan, sir, there's the graves. I'll be thinking there's many a poor lad out there in sad needs of decent burial, and no born man was more slicker at the 6 foot than Gabe. There's doubtless a younger and more onexperienced un as'd only be too pleased for me to take on his job and him free to have a go at them there Huns. And grave diggin's dreary business for the young. It ain't natural like, sir." "Nay, nay, old friend, you must stay at home," said the minister, with his hand on the old sexton's shoulder. "But if they was to jigger me up, Mr. Eakins, what'd it matter? Nobody'd miss an old chap like me, sir." "Nobody would miss you? Why, bless my soul," declared the Reverend Emmanuel. "What would the band do if you were to go? Who in the wide, wide world could take your place as first trombonist? No, you must stay behind, Gabriel, and cheer us up. God knows we shall want it badly enough, for all the boys have gone." In the little pinewood pulpit, under the chained paraffin lamp, the Reverend Emmanuel gazed down upon his congregation, a congregation of eld, with the morning sun ashine amid their silver hairs. He looked into the eyes of these old folk. They were gazing far, far away, wistful and sad. He knew for what they were searching. He was content. He opened the old Bristol tune book, and in a deep voice gave out the hymn, "Praise God, from whom all blessings flow." That concludes part 2 of the Rat Brigade. The section continues with part 3, the homecoming of Critty. Many weary months passed. There was no news of our valorous village blacksmith. One communication had come from him, and one only, just a printed field postcard announcing the glad tidings, "I am well." Then silence profound. Rake Flaze began to talk of Critty in the past tense, as a kind of glorious Apollo shrouded in immemorial mists. They might have visualised him as a modern Achilles, sulking in his dugout, had they known. But they did not know, and Achilles was, well, Greek to them. In course of time, Mr. Wanks came back, as he departed, in a cloud of glory, with a cloven foot and wonderful tales of a war which was surely past all understanding. The band gave him "See the Conquering Hero." He was petted and fussed, a glamorous grocer if there ever was one. To him, at all events, that sardonic old French proverb, now more epiciae, would never apply. He was the embodiment of the exact opposite, born a grocer, to die, when the time came, a man. The bacon knife had no terrors for him now. With each rasher he sliced, savagely, a Hun. Through all this, and more to come, Miss Lucy Wetters, the schoolmistress, lived in a dream. Hers had been a dull life, but for Critty it would have been tragedy, a bitter existence, with her gentle heart corroding under the biting acid of elementary education. Critty was her star. She worshipped him as a hero of 10,000 fights, and longed for the golden hour to strike when? When? Lucy was not beautiful. She was angular, like her handwriting. Her knuckles were bony and red from continual rapping upon adamant little skulls. She was flat-chested and somewhat frail, and she wore spectacles. They were of gold, and so was her heart, refined in the fire of splendid romance. She treasured a beautiful secret there. On the night of his leaving, under the stars, Critty had kissed her. Patiently she awaited his homecoming, for she knew, with the instinct of a woman and a lover, that he would come. She never felt fear. Her dreams were untroubled. Into them sometimes there would steal a smiling face, with kind eyes, and that look she knew so well, his. In her waking hours, when leisure was hers, she prepared her mind for the great day. Abandoning the pacific rhymes of Mrs. Hemans, she fed upon the sterner muse, reading Othello, and fancying herself Desdemona, sitting rapt, breathless, at the feet of the dusky Moor, Critty. And so the days passed. 2 of the Far boys would never come back. Dead and buried they lie in the dismal swamp that was once fair Flanders. But they will never be forgotten in Rake Flaze. The roll of honour affixed to the church door testifies to their valour. The band has played, with fine feeling, the Dead March in Saul, with Old Man Farr standing up stiff and fierce at the service, and his eyes flashing proudly through the tears, a fine figure of a robber chief, in spite of his homespun mourning and the starched collar gripping his brown throat. "Jim, lad," says he to his youngest, "'tis time you went and all. And lad, look there at Sexton Gabe a givin' the Dead March billy-o. Fair diggin' the music out he be. What a day, what a day, to be sure." Last Tuesday evening the great event happened. It was prayer meeting night in the little chapel schoolroom. For real human stuff, somehow, the established church does not count for much in Rake Flaze. It is too formal, too established, lacking the hot atmosphere of proper holiness. It does not lean to extempore flashes such as the rural mind revels in. Brother Heritage, of the Royal Antediluvian Order of Buffaloes, who dropped in once, just to see like, and being quite open to conviction, declared that it was rather like callin' on Squire on one of his cold mutton mornin's, and not homely enough for he. He wanted rousifyin'. So he joined the Baptists and became, to use his own phrase, a pillow of the church. He was a good man and true, sound to the core, and he led the meeting in prayer with a fine flow of native eloquence, adopting a personal, confidential tone in addressing the Almighty, which would cause consternation in the establishment. On the night of nights, when Critty came back, Brother Heritage was in command of the situation. In the middle of a long and earnest prayer, our esteemed brother, as was his invariable custom, opened his eyes for an instant, and saw the blacksmith slip quietly into the room at the back. Critty was in khaki. He was pale and thin, and in place of that splendid right arm, the pride and terror of the countryside, there dangled an empty sleeve. For a moment the shock of the sight paralysed the old man. He stood speechless and blinking. But presently the flow came back, and, flinging his head back and his arms out, he cried, "O Lord, we thank Thee for the safe return of Thy servant Christopher. But a rare immortal mess Thou'st made of him, O Lord." Unlike the glorious grocer when he returned from the wars, Critty was strangely silent as to his deeds. He bore with stoicism the loss of his wonderful arm, but he never spoke of the battle in which he had been disabled, nor explained how it had happened, declaring that there was plenty of ginger anyway in the one which remained. There was a good working percentage of him back, and Rake Flaze rejoiced accordingly. Again and again he was asked the meaning of the little badge he wore, with the letters ORSC upon it, but he would never tell until one calm night, under the listening stars, Lucy, with all the craft of Delilah, wheedled it out of him. "If you must know," he said, with his left arm around her willing waist, "them letters stand for my job, dear. Official rat catcher of the Sanitary Corps. That there was my job, Lucy. Hundreds and thousands of 'em I catched, until I growed sort of careless like, and one of 'em bit me in the hand. It poisoned my arm, and I had to have it cut off. You needn't tell. 'Twas a monstrous great rat, Lucy." "Critty, dear, I know. It must have been," she whispered softly. And she kissed him again under the stars. A noble woman. That concludes the final part of the Rat Brigade, and is also the end of Section 4. Section 5 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3 short stories. Story number 1. Beelzebub. "Talking of rats," said Mr. William Bailey, V.C., looking up with a cherubic smile from his soft pillows. He was really wounded this time. "Talking of them interesting and intelligent animals, I can tell you a little bit of gospel which you can believe or not, just as you like, sir. I don't know exactly how it all happened," said William, "but me and old Pinky were in this particular jamboree. Being pipped in the off hind, and not being nippy enough to scoot when the whistle sounded the glad and gallant retreat, and likewise being of an enterprising and scientific turn of mind, they gave me a highly paid post, I don't think, in the sanitary corps. Dustman, sweeper, fly flapper, insect nabber, etc. But chiefest of all my little specialities was my appointment as Royal and Right Honourable Rat Rooster to the British Army. That was OK, and phew, I can smell it now. Mr. Bailey lit a woodbine meditatively and took in a great draught of the smoke, just to take the taste out of my swallower. Then he continued his story. We was living at the time in sets of palatial apartments underground and furnished on the easy payment system. Hot and cold water laid on, specially cold, bathrooms, lavatories and boudoirs, just like home, only home without a mother. Next door, so to speak, was the German palaces and shooting boxes, somewhat similar, but more elaborate like, and deeper down. Our Major, who was a particular sort of gent, couldn't sleep because of the rats, which used to drop in as soon as his electric light was switched off. They wasn't ordinary rats, but very near as big as greyhounds, and too familiar for anything. He swore they used to sit up at the foot of his bed, waggle their long whiskers, and jabber at him. There was one beast he christened Beelzebub, about the size of a smallish elephant, and the father of the family. And after about 10 days of old Bub's regular calls, the Major calls up the ORSC, that's me, official rat catcher to the sanitary corps, and gives me 24 hours to catch Beelzebub and to clear out his wigwam of the rest of 'em. Well, to cut a long story short, I nabs old Beelzebub in a tricksy trap made out of an empty tomato tin and baited with ½ pound of best margarine, which seemed a shock and waste to be throwed away on a rat, and hands the tin and my squaggin' cussin' prisoner o' war to the Major, who gives me a 5 franc note. Bailey, he says, you're a lad. Tie a bit of cord to the beggar's leg, he says. Let him loose, keep hold of one end of the string, he says, and follow him home to where all the other blighters live. Give 'em jip. Here's a couple of pounds of poisoned margarine, and come and report to me when you've completed the wholesale decimation, and there'll be another 5 franc note for you, Mr. Lucretia Borgia, he says. And now, hop it. So I hopped it, continued Mr. Bailey, and me and Pinky harnessed up Beelzebub between us with a long bit of whipcord borrowed from the ASC gasworks, the rat having nipped a bit out of my thumb to signify his interest in the proceedings. And off we set on the long trail, with old Pinky sort of huntsman and whipper in. Lor, what a chase old Bubby led us! Doubled like a crafty old hare, he did, until we was both fair blowed. In a hour or so, maybe more, Bubby went to earth down a sort of mine crater, and us arter him, me still hanging on to the reins. And then, strike me purply pink all over, if we didn't find ourselves hot with the bloomin' chase, slap in the middle of a sort of vault, a German dugout it was, plump among the Rat Reserve ASC of the Prussian Osts. It was a big cave, all lit up and sparkly, like an underground pub. But instead of barrels of beer round the walls, there was scores and scores of wire cages, labelled like a Lord George Sanger menagerie, and every cage stuffed full of more fat, fierce rats than the worst case of DTs ever dreamt of. I says to old Pinky, I says, "Have I got 'em again, Pinky? Are they rats, or are they only thingamawobblers?" "Kin you see 'em too, Bill?" says Pinky in a hoarse kind of whisper. "Thank you for them words, William. Then they are rats, arter all." Then, somehow or other, old Beelzebub broke away, and with a yelp of joy scampered up to an old gent who we hadn't twigged afore. He was very fat and German, with a big, bald, wicked old nut on him, and goggle spectacles what made his sinful eyes look like saucers. He was squatting up in a corner of the cave with lots of bottles and glass tubes round him, and a rat, near as big and fierce as Beelzebub, strapped down on an operating table before him. And he was squirting stuff out of one of them glass tubes into the poor bloomin' rat, tied up there under his snitch, and the rat was sort of whimpering like a baby. "Here, hands up, you vivisectin' old villain," says Pinky. "What the blazes are you doin' to one of nature's innocent four-legged creatures?" he says. The fat old sausage, he looks up, quiet like, and he says, "Get out of my laboratory, you mad interferin' blasted Britisher," he says, "or I'll open all the cages and let the whole pack loose on you. Then you won't have a earthly," he says, speaking polite English like a Christian. "This here rat," he goes on, still speaking very quiet and professional like, "is the 794th I've inoculated with the deadliest serum known to science. And now that you've been kind enough to bring back Fritzy to me," he pointed to Beelzebub, "I'm going to turn the whole lot loose into the British lines. Strafe 'em, with Fritzy, who I've trained to do the job, to lead 'em. Just a nip from any one of 'em'll be enough. And if the whole fust line of B-strafe British trenches across the way don't swell up and bust, then my name ain't Dr. Spitzenhelder." Mr. Bailey lit another cigarette and smiled faintly at the remembrance. "What happened next," he said, "was old Pinky's idea. He turns to me and whispers, 'Give me the margarine tin, Bill, quick.' Will Spitzenhelder, the old blighter, with a dish out of his own menu. Britons never will be slaves. And he ups with the tin and scoops out a great slab of doctored margarine. 'Eat that, Mr. Bloomin' Dr. Crippen, every ounce of it,' he says, 'and eat it now, or I'll blow your nasty stinkin' brains into the nearest rat cage, so help me God I will.' And eat it the blighter had to, every scrap of it. The margarine by itself would probably have cooked his goose, for it was filthy muck. but the strychnine and the other little dollops of sudden death it was laced with would have laid out a bronze statue in 2 shakes of a duck's waggler, of which there's no shadow of earthly doubt whatever. We watched Dr. Spitzy turn blue, and then green, and then ripe tomato coloured. Then we watched him start tying hisself into half hitches and slip knots and monkey puzzlers. Then he started turning double somersaults, and presently he laid down and passed away, quiet and peaceful, though somewhat distended, to the New Jerusalem. Then, having made sure he was a goner, we set fire to the laboratory with a handy tin of petrol we found lying about, roasted every blessed rat on the premises, and hopped back home. What days for the working classes, eh? Since that experience, I've always gone slow at the sherry decanter and the bubbly fountain. Seeing rats was never exactly in my line, but arter that little up and downer with Beelzebub and Dr. Spitzenhelderstein, my vision has been liable to playing tricks. And you got your 5 franc note, Mr. Bailey? I asked. You bet, replied William, and suthin' else too. What with that there poison rat job and the little matter of them 50-odd prisoners I pinched, more by good luck than judgment, His Gracious Majesty was pleased to signify the same with a little remembrance in bronze. I was all swelled up and like to die at any moment of that rat bite at the time, but that little remembrance they passed along did more 'an all the doctor's medicine in the world. It pulled Bill Bailey through, out of the jaws, so to speak. And here it is. He slipped his hand under his pillow and drew therefrom the Victoria Cross, wrapped up in a greasy old 5 franc note. You can't pop it, he said rather sadly. As metal it's worth, I should say, about 1 and a tanner, but as a souvenir of interesting and exciting times along of old Pinky and the rest of my pals, it's interesting like to keep handy and look at now and then. What do you think, eh? That concludes story number 1 of 3 short stories, and continues with story number 2, The Terrified Traction Engine. The millionaire private soldier and I were sitting in a little estaminet, trying to drown our sorrows in foaming beakers of red, rather vinegary vin ordinaire, and exchanging experiences of this wonderful war. While we chattered, there entered to us, in the glow of the evening sunset, a strange figure of a man. From his countenance you might have taken him for something between a sweep and a nigger minstrel. His eyes shone ogreishly through the caked coal dust, and his teeth flashed white beneath his clipped moustache. He was the complete embodiment of fatigue, as he said hoarsely, "If anybody wants the bloomin' thing, he can have it. It's just round the corner down the road. Warranted quite to ride and drive, but a bit of a roarer. I'm sick to death of the darn thing." Private Pinkerton looked up. "Have a drink," said he, shoving across the vinegar bottle. "I'm afraid there's no business doing in horses here, old chap. Try the Cavalry Brigade at—" "It isn't an horse," replied the drooping man. "It's a bloomin' traction engine. which I've been trying to lose ever since the Battle of the Marne, and can't." He took a long pull at the tall glass, and told us all about it. Early in the war, so he said, he got a job, having been a driver of a tremendously fast 60 horsepower greyhound in the MT, which, being interpreted, means mechanical transport. He was once one of the kings of the road, doing his 50 miles per hour without turning a hair or shaking a stud loose. And fate and the British Army flung him at one sorrowful toss upon the footplate of a self-contained, copper-bottomed, deliberate, invertebrate, Waggles and Smithson traction engine. Load 2 tons, speed 4 miles per hour, and several other useful, solid accomplishments. He spent long, laborious days and dark, desperate nights in carrying bully beef, blankets, jam, sardines, dubbin, chloride of lime, and tea to the brave boys in the trenches at never more, and often less, than 4 miles per hour. Well, everything went deliberately and comfortably until it became suddenly necessary for General French to consolidate his line by moving back to somewhere. There had been hot fighting and tremendous shelling from the Prussian batteries. And so it happened that at the very swing of the tide our tired friend and his faithful traction engine, fully loaded with respirators and raspberry jam, found themselves at the crossroads between Nieppe and St. Vitus in a sudden and altogether unanticipated strategic movement to the rear. The destination of the traction engine was St. Vitus, and following the commanding point of the finger post, the driver faithfully steered his course in that direction, amid a sort of nightmare of shells, shrapnel, bullets, dismembered enemy aeroplanes, noise and smoke and smother. For a long time he didn't seem to realise that he and his obedient engine were the only things in this mundane scheme that were moving towards St. Vitus. The entire British Army appeared to be streaming by him and going the other way. A dusty eye-browed staff officer rode up alongside. "Where the hell are you going?" he asked. "St. Vitus, sir, with raspberry jam and respirators," replied the driver, noting the red band on the officer's cap and back-pedalling promptly out of respect to that danger signal. "Fathead," retorted the staff officer. "Right about turn with your blessed steam roundabout, quick! The Germans are in St. Vitus." So the engine right abouted as speedily as possible, and followed the line of the retreat. "It was a sort of nightmare journey," said the drooping man in his tired voice. "The whole bloomin' world seemed to be overtaking us, horses, guns, and foot, ammunition wagons, ambulance cars, everything, all disappearing in the swirl of dust ahead. Even the mule train passed us. 'Get a move on to your old hot potato can,' says the rear mule driver as he passed. 'The bloomin' Boches are only a couple of miles behind.' Cheerful outlook for me and the engine, eh? The poor old beggar began to sweat and shiver. She'd got the needle pretty bad. I could feel her on the shake fore and aft, and I felt mortal sorry for her. 'Buck up, old girl,' says I, and the old girl bucked up to her last ounce. The German bullets came whining round. We were lost and lonesome on the road now, and night was coming on, and one of them hit her smack in the boiler, and she began to leak something painful. Bleeding to death she was as we crawled up a little hill, and then ran down it, at the very last gasp, ran down into a sort of twinkle of campfires and the sizzle of fried bacon, smelling divine in the evening air. They may have been Huns, super bloomin' Huns, for all I knew or cared. I was that done up and desperate. I saw in a sort of dream the nasty blue shine of a bayonet, and I smelt just one whiff of paradise with the lid off. Otherwise, some noble soldier frying ham and possibly eggs. If you have lived on clinkers and coal dust for the best part of a week, you'll know the sort of feeling. I took a great sniff. It reminded me of the old Kent Road of a Sunday morning. Then a voice belonging to somewhere round about the bayonet sings out, "Halt! Who goes there?" "Friend," says I, in a sort of last dying speech and confession. "Friend," says I, with a hollow goblin laugh. "Traction bloomin' engine number 696, with respirators and jam, and a hole in her boiler." "Pass TE 696 with an hole in her boiler," says the voice, and at them glad words I could have fallen on the sentry's neck and kissed him. That concludes story number 2 of 3 short stories, and continues with story number 3, Birds of Paradise. Being a religious sort of chap, and knowing several fancy names for the nether regions, Private Dooney, of the 22nd Fetter Lane Flycatchers, christened his section of the trench Dom Daniel. And no wonder. If anything ever was hell, this was the place. Hell with the lid off and the bottom out, to borrow Mr. Dooney's own descriptive language, flung off regardless between the bursting of the Black Marias, the Surly Sams and the sausages, the rolling thunderclouds of asphyxiating gas, the frequent hail showers of shrapnel, and several other disquieting accompaniments of war. This particular trench was not much more than a rifle shot off Hooge, near the shattered, obliterated city of Ypres, and it was a very interesting and enthralling trench, because it was so close to the German first line that when Dooney sang soft little bits of Moody and Sankey at bedtime, it was even betting that one or other of the harmonious Huns across the way would join in, being Saxon and sanctimonious. It was a trench, also, which encouraged wakefulness. It was scarcely policy to attempt a siesta there. It was shaped very like a huge capital V. The arm of the capital nearest the Germans, and it was appallingly near, too, was in the fond and faithful keeping of Dooney and his little lot, 15 of the 22nd Flycatchers. They were known as the Almosts, because they had been almost wiped out on a remarkable number of occasions, but not quite. The Bethnal Green Blue Dragons, which is not their real name, but that doesn't matter, occupied the other arm of the V, which passed by the pleasant name of Paradise. They were pretty snug and comfortable in Paradise, out of the direct throb of war's alarms, being sheltered by the other arm of the V, but near enough to earthquake and eclipse to be able to take a lively interest in the proceedings. On the other hand, the Almosts hardly had the leisure to die, so vastly busy were they. Their orders were to hold Dom Daniel at any price, and they held it valiantly and with splendid courage and confidence. Their ammunition was running low, the overworked belt of their red-hot machine gun jammed, but they didn't care. They scooped out the rich, juicy contents of their bully cans, crammed them with gunpowder and hobnails extracted from the boots of pals who had no further use for them, and hurled them at the Huns. So, merrily enough, they kept the kettle singing, holding Dom Daniel according to directions, though the blistering heat of it seared their valiant fingers. The Crown Prince, or one or other of the high and mighty headquarter Huns, who appeared to be in charge of the proceedings across the way, was more than incensed at the amazing stand Dom Daniel was making. This enlightened commander had already tried the effects of poisoned chocolate, nicely wrapped up in tissue paper, and tossed over into Dom Daniel, "with compliments and good wishes to our brave foes." But the brave foe wasn't having any. 3 terrific attacks were planned, the first of which was heralded by a pause. "Look out, chaps," said Dooney to what remained of the 15 faithful Almosts. "The blighters have got some little game on. Keep your optics skinned, all of you." Meanwhile, the blissful birds roosting behind in Paradise were tearing up slips of paper and scrawling strange words on them with the one pencil stump left in the company. In the pause between the crackle and the crash of conflict, the tuneful voice of Private Dooney could be heard carolling to the well-known air in the Bristol tune book. "Oh, Paradise, oh, Paradise, 'tis weary waitin' here." The first attack opened. The air darkened, turned blue, green, purple, yellow, with puce spots. The poison cloud, the cloud of death, rolled up the terrible slope of Dom Daniel. "Down, almost, down!" roared Dooney. 14 sturdy hindquarters heaved up like 14 khaki mountains. The Almosts knew the game, the ostrich dodge. With their heads in a hole and their behinds sticking out on the landscape like Karoo kopjes, they felt fairly safe anyhow. "Fix respirators!" The awful cloud passed on in grim and tragic silence. Out of it, from just behind the apex of the fateful triangle, the voice of Alf, of the Bethnal Green Blue Dragons, could be heard calling, "Bill! Bill! Are you there?" "Yes, I'm here," replied Mr. Dooney, dragging off his faithful respirator and inhaling mighty breaths of more or less fresh air.
Rang.
The second attack opened. 17 Mariahs, 19 Johnsons, and a round dozen of coal boxes and the contents of 6 overfed elephantine trench mortars burst over the deep burrowed defenders of Dom Daniel. Again the same voice from Paradise. "Bill, Bill, are you still there?" "Yes," replied Bill, looking round anxiously for 2 of his fingers, which he could have sworn had been there 5 minutes ago. "Yes, still here, Alf." He seemed a little surprised that he was. The third attack opened. It wasn't an attack, rightly speaking. It was an earthquake. The enemy sappers had mined Dom Daniel. Dom Daniel rocked and swayed and tossed and shivered like a cockleshell in a maelstrom. But Dom Daniel still held. Again that voice, the voice of Alf at the corner of Paradise, huskier than ever, anxious, imploring. "Bill, Bill, are you still there?" Mr. Dooney spat out 4 teeth and replied, "Yes, I am." There was a note of annoyance, almost anger, in his tones as he said with distinct emphasis, "Yes, I am here. What do you keep on asking if I'm here for?" "Because," replied the triumphant voice of the bird of paradise, "because I just drawed your name in a sweep." That concludes the final story of 3 short stories, and is also the end of section 5. Section 6 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4 short stories. Story number 1. Surly Sam. The hill to the ramparts affords as stiff a climb as any in France. High over the keep, almost caressing the clouds, when March many weathers flings her shrapnel of sleet and snow upon the little city, the brave flag of France still flies. The road climbs dizzily to the moat, and then swings to the right, through a quiet square of ancient latticed houses. A long arrowhead on a metal signpost points the way to St. Omer. Deeply scored, ploughed and furrowed with wheel tracks is this hilltop road, for it is the highway to the affairs of the British Army. The sentries perched amid the battlements are so immersed in the incessant kaleidoscope that they might almost forget to watch the clouds for questing Torbs and Zeppelins. The householders in the square spend most of the daylight hours on their balconies, from which they wave little Union Jacks and cry Godspeed to the bronzed pilgrims of battle as they swing by. The girls, most of them in black, poor souls, toss bouquets, tied with bright ribbons, down to the laughing soldiers. Bon voyage! Bon voyage! Bon voyage, mes braves Tommies! And Tommy, who has learnt all the little graces and pirouettes of La Patrie since his investment of her 2 years ago, kisses his grubby fingers to Juliet on the balcony. This evening, however, the show was annoyingly slack and uninspiring. It refused to pass. "What has happened to the circus, Jules?" I asked. "Ma foi, I cannot say," replied the garçon. It hath refused to circ. Is it that the British Army has suddenly ended, the unending terminated? C'est incroyable, said I in my best French. C'est impossible, declared Jules, but I will inquire for monsieur. Forthwith he vanished to consult the oracle, which invariably supplies Jules with every kind of information. His Delphos is somewhere in the backyard, amid the learned hens who live there and lay the most delicious omelettes in the whole of Pas-de-Calais. He returned aglow and gesticulative. Monsieur, he said, and his eyes shone. The traffic has all been diverted to make way for the passage of the most wonderful thing in all this wonderful war, more wonderful even than our own Bombouche, le 75. Be patient, monsieur, and presently you shall see and hear. Soon there came from down the hill a roar and a growl and a grumble. The earth shook. Sparks and smoke filled the evening air, thick, acrid smoke, such as came from the unstoppered bottle which imprisoned the terrible genie in the African tale. And then, through the shimmer, emerged a Child's Hill and Cricklewood motor bus, lathered and plastered with the grey mud of Flanders, but a good, honest, Cockney, London General Omnibus Company conveyance, in spite of all. It pulled up panting in front of the courtyard. It turned out to be the wagonlet of a crowd of the most cheery boys that ever stuffed their ears with cotton wool. A gun crew of our far-famed seaside gunners. And behind them, in toffet whirl of smoke and smother, 6 of the biggest traction engines the world has ever seen. Daimler motors of incredible haulage power, their hind wheel a full 9 feet in diameter, 2 drivers, 2 steering wheels and 2 starting handles, port and starboard, to each. A searchlight as big as a gasometer belted onto the sweating belly of the monster. And still further behind, hitched by a mighty anchor chain, 6 trolleys filled with strange, swaddled, shrouded truck. What in the name of all that's marvellous have you got there? Asked I of the 6'3" sergeant who was coaxing the contraption along. Oh, just a little speciality of our own, replied the giant of war with a pleasant grin. Sam, sir, Surly Sam, in 6 bloomin' sections. In other words, the new inch howitzer, which is going to give 'em what for in the neighbourhood of somewhere. Would you like to see Samuel's little box of pills? Little lots of all right, they are, I'll give you my word. They're down the road there, and old Sam's only one of 3. Our family's a family of triplets. There's Sam, Mary, and Martha. Mary and Martha have just gone along to ring those chimin' bells, as the nigger song says. The La Basse pets they are, and no mistake. They're roaring infants, they are, and their happy parients, the S.G.'s, have already sent in their brief to Buckingham Palace for the King's bounty for the little darlings. He lit a woodbine at a tinder box big enough to set fire to a city, and went on. You know, sir, we badly wanted this chime of bells to ring in Kaiser Bill's birthday party, but as we couldn't get 'em up in time, we supplied the deficiency with a salute of 21 of the best 6-inch howitzers and blew their trenches to blazes. If only Surly Sam had been there then. My word, what a picnic! But anyway, here he is now, bless his heart, and if you'd like to wet his head, sir, I won't say no to the christening. And as the obliging Jules came along at that very moment, the ceremony was performed with grave and fitting solemnity. We drank the health of Sam, Mary, and Martha 3 times 3, until the violet bottle of precious melange stood on its head. Alas, I said, as the final drop fell into the slim glass of the thirsty sergeant. Is there no more nectar, Jules, for this glorious occasion? I will inquire for monsieur, said Jules. That concludes story number 1 of 4 short stories, and continues with story number 2, At the End of the Day. It is 12 hours' journey just now from the battered, slushy trenches behind the sand dunes in the north to the great shed at the railhead known as the Hospital Clearing House. After midnight has struck and all is quiet without, the business of the day being over, we sit expectantly under the soft glow of the lowered lights, with our fingers literally on the pulse of the war. This way or that the fighting is raging, a day's march away, yet we know it all, and the drift of it. It is an eerie sensation, the whisper of war. It comes to us in little trickles of sound over a thin wire, the telephone wire from the trenches. The clearing house is a wonderful place. It was once an engine shed. Now all the rolling stock has been banished from it. It has been cleaned and polished, warmed and well ventilated, laid out with beds, a canteen, a little operating theatre, a lounge for the quiet, nimble-fingered sisters, and many other contrivances for the easing of pain and the comfort of the shattered fighting men who are brought in out of the tumult. Speedily and with great dexterity, these poor fellows are, after their preliminary treatment, sorted out under case headings and dispatched to the great hospitals either here in France or at home. Many long hours have I spent here watching life and death at close grips. It is not all grim work or ghastly work. There are many off hours when, the day's labour being over and the great Red Cross vans have whirled off with their loads, we turn our minds and our small talents to the entertainment of the wounded who are left behind to rest. Such was the occasion the other evening. It had been a day of wild, furious wind and rain, with little fighting amid the muddy trenches, and consequently a slack time with us. So we gave the patients remaining in the shed a simple little concert, such as soldiers love. In the very midst of it, a pretty nurse was singing the Shepherd's Cradle Song, and crooning it very charmingly. A little brrr of sound came from the telephone room, and one of the doctors slipped off, beckoning me to follow him. There was nothing in the apartment save the telephone on a little table, a large map of the war area on the wall just above it, and a couple of chairs. We sat down, clamped the double earpieces to our heads, and waited. Presently a tiny little voice trembled over the wire.
Is that you, clearing house?
Righto, go ahead, from the doctor. What's the trouble now?
At it again, Doc. Hammer and tongs, hell and fury. Can you clear for, say, a couple of hundred? Shell and shrapnel mostly. Coming in hand over fist. Our little field hospital behind the firing line working double tides. Ambulance train packing up. She'll be ready to start in an hour, if it's all okay with you down there.
Right, says the doctor. Carry on. We'll be all snug and proper for you. By the way, where are you speaking from?
A dashed hot call office, old chap. Observation trench number 16, smack in the middle of it. Roof shot away. Secondary telephone all smithereens. Only one wire working, and heaven knows how long that'll hold. Lord, man, can't you hear it?
Never a sound, says the doctor.
Then hang on tight for a bit. Listen hard, and I'll give you the office when the next Johnson comes along.
We waited. Never a sound for ever so long, but the high-pitched, mosquito-like ping along the trembling wire. Then the tiny voice once again.
There, didn't you hear that? And that? And that?
We heard it now, sure enough.
Thud, thud, thud.
Like doors swiftly banging along a distant corridor. Then, our imaginations catching fire, as it were, we heard all manner of strange things. The wire was not only alive, but jumping and mad with the melody of war. There was a shout, a yell, more terrific banging, and through it all that quiet, assured little voice.
Bang, bang, thud. And by the way, Doc,
it said presently,
there's one particular thing I want to...
A sudden shock, bursting on the ear like a bang of a big drum, whirled us off our chairs, dazed, giddy, and thoroughly alarmed. Something had happened, but what? Again and again we tried the instrument, but no response came. Imagination completed the picture, though it could never complete the sentence. We saw in our mind's eye the shattered, terrible wreck of Observation Trench 16. We replaced the mute telephone on the little table and walked quietly back into the shed. The pretty sister, with the red cross splashed across her breast, was very softly ending the cradle song. Sleep, baby, sleep. Your father guards his sheep. Your mother shakes the dreamland tree. Down falls a little dream for thee. Sleep, baby, sleep. It's perhaps as well we shouldn't mention anything about the extra turn we've just heard, eh? Whispered the doctor very quietly as we moved back to our seats. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. 12 hours from now, and we shall know all about it. Time enough then. But when that time came, I was far away, at a battle call from elsewhere, and the tale will never be told. That concludes story number 2 of 4 short stories, and continues with story number 3, Interned. This small village of Rake Flaze is so remote from centres of news, so hidden away from the great world of strenuous happenings, that it took us a rare time to realise the significance of this war. When it began, we were in the throes of a war of our own. Somebody, in a state of well-meant but unauthorised enthusiasm, had painted the village pump blue. Consequently, there had been earthquakes and cataclysms in the Senate at the Axe and Compasses, where the parish council met and flamed angrily over the matter, week by week. Then our vicar took us to task, more in sorrow than in anger, and told us how Nero played the fiddle whilst Rome was burning, a much more interesting sermon than most of his, being fuller of facts and fighting than is usual with him. It was an allegory, he said, and he told us we ought to be ashamed of ourselves. Then suddenly Jimmy Mobbs, our best bat, who drove a ball clean over Blazer's Oak last summer, enlisted, and we were convinced that the nation was up against something pretty big, with a man of Jimmy's class chipping in, and him only just in what I might call the new moon period of matrimony. We all became tremendously patriotic. If we couldn't all go out and fight the Kaiser and his crowd, we surely could serve our king and country in some other way, to the eternal glory of Rake Flaze, and in affectionate memory of our Jimmy. We had sundry meetings of the council at the Axe and Compasses to discuss ways and means, but nothing particular came our way, though the parish council asked for trouble by forming itself unanimously into the parochial and patriotic guard of the South Seas Missionary Sewing Circle and a distinguishing badge on the left arm. The PPG was eating off its head, so to speak, one afternoon in the Axe bar parlour, when the soothing, if somewhat sad sounds of melody was wafted into our midst from afar. Lifting up our heads, we observed through the window one of the most familiar sights of the countryside, a band of musicians, 5 in number, tootling away on the village green. There was a cornet a piston, a trombone, a bassoon, a clarionet, and a strange thing, somewhat like a diseased mangold wurzel with a hole in it, which we didn't know the name of, but which made fruity but rather melancholy noises, even at polka time. The gentleman who blew into the hole was wide and fat, with a big sort of walrus moustache, which had been worn away by many years of draughtiness. Furthermore, he wore very big spectacles, through which watery blue eyes blinked. The trombone maestro had lost most of his front teeth through constant exercise. Though there was a difference in bulk of body and gloom of countenance in these 5 roaming bandsmen, a distinct family resemblance marked them, and it was the same, likewise, with every tune they played. They were old acquaintances, these 5 melody manufacturers. They had toured Rake Flaze, and the neighbouring villagers for years and years, but somehow it had never struck us before that they were actually alien enemies of the most dastardly brand. In a word, a German band. The chairman of the PPG tumbled to the awful fact with that lightning flash of perception that has ever marked him in times of stress as a man among 10,000. "Gentlemen," he said, waving his yard of clay at the harmonious vision through the window. "Fellow members of the Parochial and Patriotic Guard. Hear, hear! Has it ever struck you, gentlemen, that in the presence of them 5 individuals now playin' on the village green, innocent lookin' though they are, has it ever struck you, gentlemen, that we have been harbouring vipers in our bosoms?" And then, with astonishing eloquence, he explained how and why, pointing out in unanswerable argument that it was necessary for the honour of Rake Flaze and the subsequent safety of the British Empire for these interloping vipers to be held and interned without delay under the auspices of the PPG. As soon as it was explained to us what the word interned rightly meant, we agreed nemine contradicente, and, forming ourselves into martial array, we enfiladed the green and, surprising the band in the very middle of an alien hymn tune, carried them off, much to their astonishment, to Mr. Tomkinson's tithe barn, where they were interned as tightly as local circumstances would permit. 200 or 300 feet of barbed wire from the pheasantry crowned the operation with comforting completeness, and the news of our capture spread like wildfire all over the neighbouring country. So did Mr. Tomkinson's pheasants, their wire having been removed, but we couldn't help that. Sacrifice in wartime is bound to be made, and Mr. Tomkinson bore it with noble cheerfulness. What to do with the interned was the problem which now faced us. We began with the day and night guard, but the weather turning sour and dismal, we speedily wearied of that. There was a long discussion at a specially convened meeting of the PPG as to the advisability of turning our prisoners over to Lord Kitchener. But it was agreed, by a vote of 9-4, not to do that, as his lordship had his hands full enough already. So we kept the law in our own hands, fed the prisoners daily, and watched them fill out, with somewhat mixed feelings. They were happy enough with nothing to do, plenty to eat, and nice warm straw to sleep on. They never spoke an intelligible word in our hearing. The old gentleman with the walrus whiskers slept nearly all day, waxing visibly wider in girth as the Great War progressed, and finally, after several weeks of this sort of thing, we decided to let the beggars out on parole, and fixed up a programme of manual labour for them, pigsty cleaning, turnip trenching, ditch clearing, and so on, greatly to their sorrow. We were forming them up in platoon to march out on this scheme one morning, when some official gentleman from the Home Office, or some such important government place, turned up, the fame of the Rake Flaze interned camp having seemingly reached as far as London. He produced a large notebook, and, calling Walrus Whiskers up before him, asked him a quick searching question in the German language. The old gentleman blinked and shook his head. Other questions in other foreign languages followed. Same result. Finally, the inspector tried civilized English. Very slowly he asked, "Where were you born?" "14 Blinkers Rent, Oxton, Governor," replied the wicked old sinner in the purest Cockney that ever was. "And your name?" "Alf Wilkins, sir, begging your pardon." "And these other gentlemen?" "All blood relations, sir. Algernon Wilkins, Porky Whereupon the inspector suddenly went sort of purple in the face, fell up against the wall of the tithe barn, and went into convulsions. As soon as he had recovered, he turned to us, but what he said I'd rather not repeat. "Just wait until the next German band comes along, that's all." That concludes story number 3 of 4 short stories, and continues with story number 4, Magic. "Now, sit tight and watch," said the range officer, as he skilfully rolled a cigarette and crammed it into his long amber holder. It was sheer conjuring, wizardry. The early morning had been misty and chill, with rime glistening on the muddy roads, and a faint scent of winter in the air. But the bright, valorous sun speedily changed all that, and out of the smoky grey of the far away, the distant landscape presently showed itself. Behind, to the left, rose a little hill, sparsely wooded, but affording cunning cover for our big guns, whose squat noses, raised heavenward, seemed to sniff the morning air like lurchers on the prowl. Miles and miles away, the horizon presented only a long, smudgy line of grey. "Run your eye along that line," said the officer, "taking your bearings from that little tree there, and you will observe, if your sight is keen, a sort of dark dot. That dark dot is a house. I am going presently to remove that house. Have you spotted it yet?" "Yes, but—" "Oh," laughed the range finder, taking in a deep draught of the black Caporal tobacco, "there's no such word as 'but' in this show. We've wiped it out of our dictionary. Just wait a bit. I'm expecting a signal to wave in the sky, and then—" In a minute or two the signal came. There was a soft purring far, far away overhead. It was the morning song of an aeroplane, hardly bigger than a soaring lark as she whirled and danced in the blue. She delivered her message in curves and spirals amid the clouds, and away she sped to vanish in the shimmer, intent, no doubt, on other business. But she had marked the dot on the horizon, and the officer had read it. "Good," said he, and opened a little book, wherein were many confusing entries of figures and fractions. He also produced a chart, marked out carefully in squares, each square numbered. "In these days," he remarked, "we aim by arithmetic and not by eyesight. Learned chaps with bald, bulgy foreheads and specs who have never seen a field gun in their lives, probably, have worked this system out in the peaceful studies at home. Chaps with corns and carpet slippers, no doubt, but wily birds. On a table made out of a soap box at his elbow there stood a small field telephone, with an overhead wire running from his observation station to the little hill beyond, where the big guns crouched, eager to be about their business. The other end of the wire communicated with a small thatched hut of the gun layers. The officer rang up the hut. "You there, 2446 Hop." "Aye, aye, sir," from the hut. "All ready?" "Ready and waiting, sir." "Is that you, Mr. Peters?" "That's me, sir." "Well, you've got to smash up the household premises of Massa Johnson away there on the skyline. Allowing for density of atmosphere, the range is something, and the angle z-y². That being so, you've got to fire into square 736 on chart K. Got it?" "Got it, sir." "And now," said the range officer, passing over his field glasses, "be good enough to watch that dot I have already pointed out to you. When you've got it focused, tell me, and I'll give the word. It's just a little demonstration in the fine art of big gun sniping, and simply because it is a demonstration, my gunner will probably make a muck of it. If he does, I'll skin him alive. Do you see the target?" "Yes, but it's still a bit smudgy," I replied, rapidly manipulating my glasses to the correct focus. "Now I've got it." "Then hang on to it, and, whatever you do, open your mouth wide and keep it open. Otherwise the smash of that pop gun going off will probably burst your eardrum. So open your mouth and open your eyes and see what we will send you. Now." The officer once more turned to the little telephone. "Let her rip, lad," he said quietly. For 3 breathless seconds there was a complete silence, then a roar as if the whole world had burst. The old soapbox swayed drunkenly at the earthquake, and then topped over on its side. A little wisp of smoke filmed up over the trees and melted in the morning shine. And at the same instant the smudgy speck on the skyline was a speck no longer, but a whirl of smoke and dust and ashes, an Etna of flame and ruin, darkening the sky like an angry thundercloud. "Quite neat," murmured the range officer. "I thought Podgy Peters would manage it. I hope you'll excuse this little bit of showing off. Couldn't resist it. But the deuce of it is that he's gone and smashed up the soapbox exchange. Serve me right for swanking." He rolled another cigarette and turned away to walk down the incline in the direction of 2446 Hop. At a signal from him I went along also. "And now," said he as we crossed the withered grass, "it's our turn to look out for squalls." That concludes the final story of 4 short stories, and is also the end of section 6. Section 7 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Star of Youth, Parts 1 and 2. Part 1. The Knickerbockers of the Navy. A little time before the beginning of the war, I received an invitation from the Admiralty to join the British fleet on manoeuvres. I remembered the bidding of Mr. Kipling's sailor hero, "Buy an ham and see life." I joyfully bought the ham and several other things which I imagined might be necessary to sustain life and keep my pecker up while roving the tempestuous mountains of the North Sea, and gratefully accepted the invitation. Already, behind the scenes, there were whispers of something brewing, an indefinite, intangible something. But rumour always is muttering, a vicious, idle jade. Here, anyway, was reality, something to see, something to do, alluringly spiced with high adventure. So, hey for the ham and the wind across the sea, and a rattling time among Britannia and the boys who rule it. A blowing summer's evening found me lost and all alone, with my dunnage at my toes on Weymouth Jetty. Ahead, where the green light swings, there was a clutter and a jam of boats and pinnaces, all piled high with stores, from jacks of bread to jars of marmalade, with bluejackets wedged in somehow, anyhow, and bedlam let loose as far as the eye could see and the ear could reach. It seemed to be market day with the fleet, but the fleet, when I asked for it, was invisible. "Where is it?" said I to a handsome young tar who rolled up alongside of me. That is the only word for it, and saluted. "Where is it?" "Oh, just around the corner, sir." He waved a mutton fist at the purple horizon, where the white horses were racing furiously. "And you're the gentleman who's come down to join HMS Courageous. This way, sir, please. The Hadmiral's pinnace is forth to the right. Allow me to bear a hand with your baggage, sir." "How in the world did you know that I stammered. "Oh, we know you, sir. We can always tell you and the likes of you." He grinned, grabbed my baggage, and once more pointed to the crush of miniature shipping rasping at the jetty head. "That's yours, sir. Her with the green crocodile painted on her bows." Then he suddenly disappeared, apparently slap into the sea, with all my belongings. "Hi!" I shouted and listened for the splash. But I heard nothing. Sailor or sprite, my mutton-fisted friend had vanished like the frightening end of an uncanny conjuring trick. The Admiral's pinnace, too, seemed to know all about me. The captain, the crew, and the engineer of HMS Crocodile welcomed me effusively. "Come aboard, sir," cried the tough and salted skipper, saluting too, in a high falsetto. I looked at him in astonishment. He was just a mere slip of a boy, little more than 16, I should judge, with the face and the lips of a Rubens cherub, and the squeak, almost, of a bantling. But there was a steely resolution in his quick, roving eye, and a certain poise in his pretty, curl-clustered head that bespoke the man, if not yet captain of his soul, commander and cast-iron autocrat of one proud little ship upon the sea. To complete the couplet, it was, indeed, a pleasant sight, and an astonishing one. This child displayed all the confidence of Columbus, and more than his craft. He took me in hand, and smiled sweetly upon me, a tender, motherly smile. Then something went wrong with a half-hitch, and though all his attention was apparently focused upon me, he saw it all out of the corner of his cherubic eye, and rapped out a fierce order. The language he used was so awful that the chief engineer turned pale. "All clear? Then carry on." "Aye, aye, sir." The little twin screws aft churned furiously. Then, to me, I was peering anxiously into the swirling water. "What's up, sir? Lost anything, sir?" "Hard a port there, Mr. Jenkinson. The gentleman's dropped his handkercher." "I was looking," said I apologetically, "for the sailor who was bringing my traps aboard. I fancy he tumbled in somewhere about here. Hadn't you better cruise around a bit in case—" "Is that all?" said the boy. "I thought perhaps you had lost your mouchoir. And in that case, of course, but we can't keep the Admiral's barge hanging about the high seas for a mere sailor having a bath. Right ahead there, Jenkinson. Let her rip. And cheer up, sir. He'll turn up right enough, never fear." "When do you think?" I asked, anxious for my dunnage.
"Oh, somewhere between here and the Nore. They nearly always do."
Off we shot, making for that purple patch of white-fringed horizon at full speed. I crouched in the stern sheets, dodging the scorpion whips of a nasty tempered sea, and watching with awe and admiration the masterful handling of HMS Crocodile by this self-reliant slip of a boy. The green eye at the jetty head winked good night to us as we made for the open water, leaving the market with its marmalade and its general mess far behind. Baby boy was at the tiller, with his rough pea-jacket buttoned tight across his infantile throat, and shreds and lumps of wind-skimmed wave-tops coming smack, smack athwart his face. Never a jot cared he. The night was rolling up, black-winged and threatening. HMS Crocodile wallowed and shook. Still no sign of the fleet. I began to fear that the Navy, like my stalwart friend of the jetty, had been spirited away into this vast, this uncomfortable void. "I don't think we can have missed the road," said the cherub, flashing a gay eye at me from under his peaked cap. "We shall be round the headland presently, and then look out for squalls. Whack her up, Mr. Jenkinson, or we shall be late for the Admiral's turtle soup and tomato trimmings. Wonderful man, the Admiral, for tomatoes. Ah, here we are." We swung past the headland on the crest of a green and white streaked wave, and through the drenching smother of it as it broke across our bows, we saw, as in a mirage across the crepuscular glimmer, the great ships of the first line riding at anchor, with a twinkle of light showing here and there above the top hamper. But for the rest, all grey and vast and wonderful. "Like a blessed factory town, The way they smoke and spoil the landscape, eh?' said the boy. 'They're keeping a pretty neat line, eh? 2 streets of 'em. Piccadilly and Tottenham Court Road. Our little lot's Piccadilly. Number 1 Tottenham Court Road crowd are merely dreadnoughts. Suburbs haven't arrived yet. Expectin' 'em to-morrow. Easy there, Mr. Jenkinson, or we shall be ramming the Collingwood. There's royalty aboard her, and that would never do.' With the sure and certain touch of an old hand, our Lilliput commander was taking the crocodile at a rare pace through and across these grim grey streets of fighting ships, with the main highway as full of small craft as the Strand on a summer's morning. 'Ah, here we are, home at last!' And we ran under the counter of a huge battleship, spectral and stupendous. 'Courageous, ahoy! Anybody at home? No? Ring the front door bell, Mr. Jenkinson. Suppose they're all sleeping it off, the dogs. If nobody answers the tinkler, then heave something through the best bedroom window.' Luckily for the plate glass, somebody was at home. We snuggled up and made fast in double quick time. From high up, where the top of the gangway lost itself in the gloom, an anxious voice hailed my young gentleman at the tiller. 'Mr. Crabtree, have you brought the commander's capsicum Vaseline? He's on the point of death with that jagged tooth of his, and he's been crying out for you for the past hour, something heartbreaking.' 'Sorry,' replied Mr. Crabtree, 'but I forgot all about it in the abnormal rush of passengers I've had to run this trip. I've got the co-respondent here, though,' indicating me, 'and he seems a consoling sort of person. My compliments and regrets to the commander, hoping as how he'll accept as substitute for 1 tube of capsicum, 1 co-respondent, warranted hot stuff.' 'Fraid that won't do.' There was a warning ring in the voice. 'You'd better unload the cargo of co-respondent and nip off back quick to the beach and take in capsicum.' 'Ta-ta,' said my young friend cheerfully, as he heaved me on to the slippery gangway with a wonderful trick of muscle. 'See you later. Me and the Croc's got to wallow back across the stormy ocean all the way to Weymouth town, just because the commander's got a twinge of toothache. My 10th trip to day, fancy. 1 complete ship, 1 complete crew at full complement, and me. And all sent miles and miles across this waste of waters for a shilling tube of Vaseline. That's the sort of thing the British taxpayer has to shell out for.' He chuckled merrily. 'Right away, Mr. Jenkinson.' The crocodile shot off in the gathering darkness, and as I reached the gangway head, I just caught the flickering tag of Mr. Crabtree's final message to HMS Courageous. 'Sure there's nothing else I can do for you? Corn plasters for the captain, or a pair of hand-embroidered braces for the padre?' The rest was silence. That concludes part 1 of The Star of Youth, and continues with Part 2, Their Joyful Occasions. You are at home at once on a great battleship. It is a combination of a busy, bustling township and a happy family. The whole show is self-contained, astonishingly, alluringly so. Its miles of streets are well appointed. Each one leads to something definite, something fascinating. It possesses a city for the centralisation of business affairs, industrial districts for manufacture of various and amazing kinds, a Belgravia and Mayfair, forward in the neighbourhood of the quarterdeck, the suburbs aft, and Hoxton and Whitechapel down below. Its population varies according to circumstances and tonnage, from something like 600 or 700 to round about 1,000. You may discover, in the course of your morning walk, the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. You will hear the cluck and clutter of cocks and hens, and so solve the mystery of the new-laid eggs you had for breakfast this morning. And if fortune favours you in your perambulation, you may meet the only lady on board. Mary is her name. She is the ship's cow. But it takes some time to discover these things. My welcome at the gangway head was effusive. That bright boy, Mr. Crabtree of the Crocodile, had vanished. Here were his brethren, 4 of them, middies, bland and blithesome. As Mr. Crabtree was running the Crocodile, so these boys seemed to be in supreme control of the huge Courageous. There was no nonsense about them, and no overbearing ceremoniousness. Their etiquette was perfect, their manner gracious, and not condescending. But I observed their quick young eyes sizing me up as I entered the fold. What sort of animal is this that has been thrust amongst us? I managed to run the gauntlet, I hope, satisfactorily. There are certain observances the landsman should remember when he pays a visit to the Navy at sea, and unless he knows, he is apt to make rather a mess of things. A war correspondent does not join up to his job with revolvers and map cases and periscopes slung round him, and spurs clinking at his heels. A special on a naval turn is a wise man if he leaves his white ducks and his yachting cap at home with his silk hat and frocker. Only members of Parliament sport yachting caps when they visit the fleet. They are spotted at once by the merry boys in blue, beguiled onto a destroyer, should the sea be a little bit jumpy, and then the tragedy develops. The sight of a plumpish gentleman with a yachting cap perched jauntily over one ear and a telescope tucked under his arm, paying regurgitating tribute to Neptune, is a spectacle for the gods up in high Olympus to chuckle over. So list, ye landsmen. When you come aboard, the young officers will salute you gravely, and with the naval touch. Reply to the salute by raising your hat, remembering that you are saluting, not them, but the spirit of the ship which is receiving you to her community. It is the survival of the old custom which prevailed in times long, long ago, when the crucifix was displayed on the quarterdeck, to which all who came paid devout tribute. I had to report immediately to the captain. The captain is the loneliest man on board the ship. He lives by himself in a hermit cell, down the first flight of stairs. A marine, armed to the teeth, stands sentinel over his door. He is rarely seen. He dines in solitary state, not exactly on hermit fare. He sleeps with one eye and a half open, and he is everlastingly at work. Seeing the captain is a more perplexing, a more difficult business than seeing the editor, and unless the matter is urgent, there is little hope. A tall, thin, wiry man, with a tired, pale face, a tight mouth and stern eyes, was the skipper of the Courageous. He looked me up and down. Says he presently, as he jabbed a pin into the chart which lay on the table before him. Are you what the newspapers call our naval expert? Are you one of them? No, sir, I replied truthfully enough. Thank God for that, says the captain. Then the ship's yours from stem to stern. Do what you like and go where you like, only don't worry me. I'll turn you over to the first lieutenant, a decent chap. Good afternoon. The first luff was, indeed, a decent chap. Joyfully he showed me the ropes. He carried me down into the wardroom and introduced me to the crowd, the jolliest lot of schoolboys imaginable. The commander, a yard broad in the chest, with his tunic near splitting at every deep breath he took. The engineer lieutenant, just joined on after a long spell in the China Seas, and still yellow in the face and slant-eyed, as sojourning for long in the East makes a man. The doctor, a Glasgow man, very dour and silent, and the cleverest amateur conjurer I ever met. The Lieutenant T, torpedoes are the things he plays with, a dreamy-eyed giant with longish hair carefully brushed back over a high intellectual brow. The Major of Marines, who sports the famous Cherry Medal for fun, and who is so shy and so modest that he blushes like a schoolgirl when you talk to him. And last, and worthy surely of a whole book of romance to himself, the Padre. Of his reverence more anon, if you will bear with me, for he is a man apart, a character standing out vividly and picturesquely even among all these notable but astonishingly modest young men, whose trick it is to put Britannia in the way of ruling the waves. We had a ripping tea. Is it China or Ceylon ye'll be fancying, sir? Says the Irish steward. China tea it is, with sardines and raspberry jam and seed cake, hot steaming muffins, almost as big as half-quartern loaves, marmalade sandwiches and crisp Scotch shortbread. Tea on board a battleship is a ritual to be observed solemnly. So, over this gargantuan meal, we began our new and engaging friendships, cementing them stalwartly with the huge slabs of buttered muffin. The demon of envy possessed my soul as I gazed upon the faces of these brown, fit, avid young men, so keen and yet so simple, so thorough at their job. Their job just now was raspberry jam, and thoroughly they encompassed it. The ogre of envy, I say, gripped me as I turned to the tall Lieutenant T. I was on the verge of framing a sentence something like this. What a fine job yours is. Tell me. The Lieutenant T turned to me and before I could speak said, I say, what a fine job yours is. Tell me." I lay back in the swing chair and burst into a roar of laughter. The Lieutenant T looked at me in wonder. "What in the world's the matter?" he cried. "Nothing in the world's the matter," I answered, apologising for my sudden cackle. "But the fact is, those are the very words I was on the point of putting to you." "Me?" said he, with an air of absolute astonishment. "Me? My job? Ye gods and little fishes! Believe me, mine's a dog's life. Believe me." I refused point blank to believe him, and at last I got him talking about his job. "Shop," said the Lieutenant T, with a curl of his fine lip. "Shop, candles, soap, sausages. Pah!" "The most interesting talk in the world," I declared, "and you know you love it, so please carry on." So I wielded this tough young shopkeeper to talk of his shop. In spite of himself and the curl of his handsome lip, he warmed to his business, and never was counter chatter more enthralling than the flow from this torpedo tradesman. To me, a mere lubber, much of it was Choctaw for the comprehension, but out of the whirl of calculations and mathematics, curves and angles and figurations, I managed to get a mental picture of this capable young craftsman dealing out invisible death and destruction. When the decks are cleared for action, his post is far down in the bows of the ship, squatting under the circle of light shed by a small electric lamp over the torpedo tube. Beyond and all around, utter darkness prevails, black darkness and absolute silence. With the receiver of a naval telephone glued to his ear, he is crouching there awaiting the order to press the little button which releases the superhuman shuttle of swift death beside him. He does not aim his torpedo at the enemy. It is the ship that is aimed, not the torpedo, and all this manoeuvring is accomplished far, far away, up in the fire control tower. So, said I, if anything happens to the ship, you've got a pretty lively chance. 1 in about 10,000 million, replied the Lieutenant T with a broad grin. Hope I've not been boring you. Have a woodbine? Enter the Padre, with an old clay pipe tucked into his chin, bright brown eyes beaming under fierce brows, grey torpedo beard, a wag with friendliness and the possibility of a yarn with somebody fresh. Time these children were abed, says he. Night, night, Torp. And then to me, come along to my cubbyhole and we'll talk of ships and sealing wax and whether pigs have wings. And so, far into the night and until the dawn shows grey and cold through the port light, we sit and talk of ships and more ships. The matter of the sealing wax and the pigs is postponed sine die. That concludes part 2 of The Star of Youth, and is also the end of section 7. Section 8 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Star of Youth, Parts 3 and 4. Part 3. The Padre. I'm father and mother to 'em all, from the Admiral down to the cook's boy, said the Padre as he lay full length on his bunk, arms behind his grizzled head, and clay pipe in full blast. Taking it by and large, ours is a happy little home, and my parish is immense. He deftly balanced a purple carpet slipper on the toe of a white cotton sock. A Navy chaplain's job is not all treacle and hymns by a long chalk. Tact and common sense carry much further, and if a padre wants to do his whack and pull his weight in the community over which a careful Board of Admiralty has appointed him spiritual adviser, he has to combine the qualities of schoolmaster, doctor and nurse, rather than play his hand as preacher. The sailor man at sea, taking him altogether, is a blissful, ignorant, confiding infant. My daily confessional among the tough young sinners of the lower deck is a rich mine for the philosophic explorer to delve into. Man to man, we come to grips with all sorts of mental and moral puzzlers. The more the merrier, say I, and I let 'em all come. They appeal to the Padre for medicine for all maladies, from toothache to tractarianism. 2 or 3 mornings every week, when all's easy on board, I give them popular lectures on all sorts of subjects, easy, elementary, and, I hope, interesting. History, geography, exploration, literature, war, and so on. They simply eat it. An elementary chat on the craft of seamanship, with the Ark as basis, went down like jam. Then I had a go at strategy, illustrated from battles in the Old Testament, and this took such a hold on them that the next night, going down below quietly, I found the master gunner reading out in a resounding bass to a silent, eager little crowd the moving story of the siege of Samaria. I arrived just at the end of the chapter. The master gunner closed the book with a bang. "Boys," he said, "I call that a damned fine yarn." "Hear, hear," came the hearty chorus from the congregation. "And now, Tubby, just oblige us with the Jericho scrap, if it ain't troubling you too much." "Anything to oblige," replied the master gunner. "Let me see, now, whereabouts is Jericho?" He damped a huge thumb and began turning over the leaves. I considered that this was no place for me at this particular moment. I stole away as quietly as I had come, and left them to it. And the gentlemen of the gun room, the middies, they're my special preserve. From Mr. Crabtree, the senior sub something. "I've already had the pleasure of meeting that original," said I with a smile. "Well, he's typical of the whole bunch. They're choice blooms, every one of them. Gentlemen to the core, keen as mustard at their job, full of beans, and splendidly, magnificently jealous of the honour of the ship. Born admirals to a man are these babes of mine." The Padre's bright eye softened as he spoke of them. chips of the old block, many of them. To realise it, you've only got to look at the names painted on their sea chests. The Nelson touch smites you fair and square in the eye as you read those slabs and splashes of white paint. And the Nelson spirit lives and moves, fresh and fragrant as ever, in the gun room of HMS Courageous. Through the open doorway came the sound of distant revelry, followed by a crescendo of youthful laughter, and then, crash upon crash, howls of dismay, followed by a wild yell, "Out, dogs of war!" "What is that?" I asked in some alarm. "That," replied the padre with his quick, merry smile, "is the Nelson spirit punctuating my remarks. That is the gun room up to some hilarious jiggery. When you feel the ship shake and the windows rattle, and half the plaster from the ceiling falling on your head, don't be alarmed. You'll find it isn't torpedoes or mines, or big gun practice, but simply the gun room engaged in the entertaining practice of keeping itself fit. Youth must be served, you know. Here on this ship, and clean through the British Navy, you will find, wherever you go, youth triumphant, youth at the helm, youth running the whole show. With us, now, the star of youth is shining magnificently, with a ray serene and pure. You get the light of it here undimmed, sometimes dazzling. I often wonder." He paused and took a long pull at his bubbling old pipe. "I often wonder," he went on, "what is coming to try the mettle of this sterling, this triumphant young brotherhood. Something is coming, I know. I do not aspire to the magic of prophecy, but I can feel that something in my bones, and that something is war. The wires are humming with it, this vast population of ours is throbbing with it, and before we know where we are, unless I have misread the great riddle, our big guns will be booming over the plateau of the North Sea. I am a man of peace." The padre smiled, somewhat grimly through the wreathing tobacco smoke. "I love the quiet life. I am a ruminant, and I would ever be content with a book of verses underneath the bough. But I have turned myself, nolens volens, into a man of war. I have swatted up the science of navigation, strategy, tactics, gunnery. At a pinch, I verily believe I could run this hulk for an hour or so, given a clear road. Strange, you will say, for a priest, who ought to be telling his beads in his spare time, or learning the double-handed accompaniment of Onward Christian Soldiers on the ship's harmonium. But the glamour of the Navy has gat hold upon me. The way of a ship in the midst of the sea has enthralled me to solve the mystery of it. Behold me, after morning service, down in the sanctum sanctorum of the gun room, with the middies all hiving round me while I try my humble best to knock Eton out of their dear fat heads, and navigation into them. My infant's class, I call it, but my kindergarten preliminaries have so far worked so well that the best of my children could now run a destroyer, to say the least of it, up the Kiel Canal on dead reckoning. Bless their dear little hearts, they're wonders. And now, he went on, beating the air with the stem of his stubby pipe, have you ever realised that throughout the whole of this huge citizenship of the sea, not a single man knows what the smash of battle means, or can visualise for a moment the clotted horror of a 12-inch shell bursting amidships, scattering death and mutilation, which is worse than death, broadcast? Never a man has seen blood splashing in anger, except for an occasional punch on the nose in a personal squab. For the matter of that, said I, no more have the Germans, so the odds are even. Do you really think so? Murmured the padre, puffing vigorously. Just you wait and see. It is on the knees of the gods, I said. No, declared his reverence. It is in the hands of the master gunner of the British Navy. Then, the night being yet young, the chaplain slipped back into the rich pastures of reminiscence. He has roved the world, from the China seas to the groves of Camberwell. He has fought and fraternised with brigands in the East. He has run contraband cargoes in strange pirate craft across the Yellow Sea. He has heard pan-piping merrily amid the olive groves of the Grecian archipelago. In far Tibet he has climbed the roof of the world, sharing the magic and the meditations of the slit-eyed silent priests. Some of these tales I will tell you one day, when the sky is fairer, and the happy times are with us once again for the telling of tales. But now it is war, war and always war. The drum is beating, and we must follow the drum. And that reminds me, says the padre, apropos of nothing in particular, of my first experience of real horror, the massacre of C, one of the little islands in the archipelago, when the Turks and the Greeks were cutting one another's throats in one of those sudden frenzies which burst out in that part of the world occasionally. I'll spare you the details. They are too horrible. The night of the massacre I was dining with 13 of the victims. They included some charming English people. We had scarcely reached our ship, which was lying in the harbour, when the murdersome affair happened. Next morning we ran a burying party ashore, with a band and a drum. Why the drum, goodness only knows. But it was there, and in the middle of the burial service, which I conducted, the Turks opened fire on us, though they knew perfectly well what our business was. They had only one gun, a rusty old thing dating from about the flood, and they had run short on ammunition. A ship had come in with a cargo of piano wire. They looted the vessel, cut the piano wire into suitable lengths, jammed it in the gun, and let fly at us. And in the very middle of the committal service, that wire was screaming and whooping around us. At the second shot, it made a sieve of the big drum. The fierce, warning note of a bugle rang out, cutting short the chaplain's tale. Every light went out suddenly. "What's happened?" I called in the groping darkness. "It's all serene, my son. came the assuring voice of his reverence, followed by a thump on the floor. "That's the call to general quarters. We're going into action. Come along, all hands on deck. Follow the man from Cook's." A match spluttered, and in the ghostly light of it I made out the spectral form of the padre, and followed it into the outer darkness. "And now," said my confiding man of war, "look out for squalls. You're going to see some fun." That concludes part 3 of The Star of Youth, and continues with part 4, The Real Thing. The night was cloudless. There was no moon, but overhead every star was out, forming a picture of radiance sublime in an indigo sky. There seemed a tremor of suppressed excitement in the dazzle of this Olympian audience, watching from high heaven the moving majesty of the grand fleet as it swept onward, controlled as if by some magical instinct. It must have been a spectacle of supreme grandeur. We, being in the second ship in the line, could see little of its splendour. Every light was out. At a precisely measured distance of 2½ cables' length, we were following the flagship of the Commander-in-Chief, with never so much as a twinkle of light to guide us, and taking our time, our distance, and our speed entirely from the foamy wash at the stern of our guide. The ship behind us took her measure from our wash, and so on throughout the whole line of our line ahead progression. With a lumpy sea on and a black night for steaming through, this is a ticklish business. The fate of 3 or 4 millions of money, the safety of 1,000 souls, trembles in the balance at every lift of a wave as the fleet pounds onward and ever on. The flicker of an eyelid might upset everything, but the eyelids of the Navy do not flicker when the great game is being played. The navigating commander up in the conning tower is running this particular show, and running it in the dark, completely confident in his own powers. He is absurdly young to look at, broad, stubby, fair-haired, and abundantly freckled. He is so short that you can only just see the square prow of his chin about the tarpaulin apron guarding the rail of the conning tower. They call him Florence down below. Up here, stern, fierce, and unbending, he is known as Sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. Aye, aye, sir. Upon him devolves the task of keeping station, though the heavens fall. Line ahead, full steam, and with every ounce being whacked out of her down in the engine room, it is his duty to keep that line. One of the first axioms pounded into you in the Navy is that a broken line is fatal. The navigating commander knows this. It is the ABC of his alphabet, and he must be ready to fall out of the line the very moment he is disabled, so as not to endanger the next ship astern. That 2½ cables length allows him but a mere handful of seconds in which to make up his mind what to do. In that brief spell he has to think, to weigh probables and possibles, and to act. We trust ourselves to Florence, with an abiding faith in his seamanship and his freckles. He will carry us through. On this wonderful clear night of stars, the Padre and I, after having wormed our way through miles and miles of pitch-dark corridors, and falling repeatedly over the fire hose, which has been run out in every passageway and alley in the ship, reach the deck at last. No sound, not even a whisper. Every man is at his post, standing by the guns, ready to man and arm boats, ready to out net defences, and ready to clear decks for action, which last order means that everything wooden, movable and inflammable must be heaved overboard, from the cherished mechanical piano down in the gunroom to the chicken crates aft. For in action, the fear of fire is the greatest of all fears. Any litter above or below is fatal. That is why the fire hose is run out throughout the length and breadth of the ship, and that is why, when action is imminent, all the corridors are flooded ankle deep. On we rush through the black water. The excitement of it makes my blood tingle. The impressiveness of the enfolding silence is almost awful. Swift and noiseless as phantoms, we stream out to sea. There is no reality in our passage. It is all dreamlike and wonderful. Under this mystic glimmer of starshine, our monsters of steel plunge on, grey, grim ghosts of themselves, to dissolve presently in the gleam of the day star. We are keeping a perfect line, says the Padre, as together we lean far over the rail and strain our eyes astern. Miles and miles of it might have been ruled with a yard measure. Where are we? Nobody knows, but Florence perhaps. Long ago the last of the Channel lights had been drenched under the rising line of the horizon. Astern, all view of land or sea or sky is obscured by the vast piling mountains of black smoke pouring from the funnels of the greatest fleet that ever put to sea. Ahead all is emptiness. Whatever craft may have been about, having wind of our coming, have run shoreward or far out to sea to make way for our thundering procession. Our engines are running true as the ship. In the silence of this magic night, we can hear, quite clearly, the soft brrr, brrr of the turbines. On the bridge, an officer sneezes suddenly, and that, too, rings out almost alarmingly under the whispering stars. Our destination is unknown, but there is such resolution in our progress, such grimness in the crouch of our mighty ship, that we feel assured this concerted night dance of ours holds more in it than merely play. Surely, we are running into the jaws of some great adventure. Surely the squall of battle is ahead. I crawl to the turret of the 12-inch gun. The monster is stripped for business. Around the pithead mouth of the ammunition hoist I find the gun crew squatting, keen, alert, ready, and every man breathing hard, in deep-chested excitement. Amidships, the quick firers have their complement of attendant craftsmen, and far down below, crouching over his uncanny silent shuttle of devilry, is, of course, my friend the Lieutenant T, grimly cheerful under the stress of his 15,000,000 to 1 chance. The rough and tumble revelry of the gunroom is silent now. Each of those bright young gentlemen, who ought, from the look of them, to be tucked up in their little beds, is now stern and eager at his task, swaddled in rough oilskins, and booted high to the thighs. Presently the stars pale, the glistening, diamond-dusted pathway of the galaxy, that Milky Way, which nightly as a circling zone thou seest, powdered with stars, fades to the dimness of a wisp of cloud. Dawn is at hand. It comes up, not like thunder, but with the softness of a dissolving view. And when at last the sun appears, we find ourselves, alone in our mightiness and pomp and circumstance, upon the wide sea. Here is elbow room to dance in, and dance we do, in all manner of strange evolutions which would be absurd in this staid old family party of fat battleships, were it not so wonderful. We set to partners. We do the daisy chain, dance Sir Roger de Coverley to a true heel and toe measure. We run through the whole gamut of ocean terpsichore. And when at last the great guns roar out at a mimic enemy invisible over the loom of the horizon, I am carried by a smutty-faced monster, all grime and grease and grit, into the turret of the 12-inch, to observe, for my very self, how we do it. My ears are already plugged with cotton wool. My heart is pattering. Smutty Face bellows into my ear. "When she goes pop, that's the 12-inch letting loose. Open your mouth as wide as you can and take a deep breath. If you don't..." I crawl up a perpendicular ladder of thin steel, squeeze through a manhole very little bigger than an ordinary London pavement coal chute, am grabbed by a grisly chief gunner, and planked and held in front of a circular disc of steel, divided off into numbers and fractions and certain weird hieroglyphics, which the chief very kindly attempts to explain to me. The gun layer by my side is squinting through a telescope and turning a little brass wheel, watching meanwhile the indicating dial, which tells him, by some magic I would not, if I could, explain, of elevation, of wind allowance, and of range. "Load 12-inch guns," comes the order short and sharp. A gnome touches a lever. Instantly Toffet is let loose. With a terrific clang up out of the lower darkness leaps the cradle containing the huge shell and the cordite charge behind it. Another and another. The breech opens magically, closes and opens again, and as each roaring shot is fired, another gnome at my left, armed incongruously with a butterfly net, catches the empty shell case as it is automatically ejected. In a pause in this demoniac clang and clatter, I hear the calm voice of the gunnery lieutenant complaining through the Navy phone to somebody, presumably up in the far control tower, "Why in hell don't you speak up? I can't hear you in all this clatter. Can't you understand that I'm firing 12-inch shells in this act, and not peas through a perishing pea shooter. And you ain't exactly supposed to be conveying love messages in tender whispers, Maria. Another order is snapped out. Load and fire 4-inch guns. So we leap out of the 12-inch turrets and proceed to deal with the smaller engines of destruction. The battle tears on like a whirlwind. Down below, tumult is afoot along the twilight corridors and in the cockpit, where the principal medical officer and the stretcher bearers are at work, with the padre administering spiritual consolation. Then the bugle sounds a fresh note, the retire, which means that we have won and can now open watertight doors. A third call almost immediately follows, the secure, and that means all's well. The gloom of below decks is flooded once again with light. Portholes are reopened, electric fans set going, and down below we once more breathe the keen salt air of the sea. An exhausted gunnery lieutenant falls into a saddleback chair and calls feebly for an egg cocktail with plenty of nutmeg in it. Now, says he, if this actually was the real thing, I wonder. But the merciful arrival of the egg cocktail cuts short his soliloquy. It ends in a gurgle. That concludes part 4 of The Star of Youth, and is also the end of section 8. Section 9 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rake Flaze, Parts 1, 2, 3 and 4. Part 1. Aunt Anne. Life was not so breathless in those quiet days of long ago, when my great aunt ruled the placid family. I had near forgotten her, when the scent of a sprig of lavender from Mitcham Fair brought her back so rarely that for a delicious spell the quiet past blotted out everything, and I was a child once again. The dreams and realities of childhood, they are ever the same, returned. The sprig of lavender became a fairy's wand, and the curtain rolled back across the years. I remember the days were all sunshine then, sunshine and flowers lifting their heads in sweet worship to the blue sky so tremendously far away that heaven and the getting there set a problem bewildering and impossible to me. Aunt Anne settled it all, and the picture she drew for me still remains in all its crude glory of wings and harps, jasper and gold, milk and honey, and everlasting. I suppose most children have tried to puzzle out the meaning of everlasting, as I did, until the eternity of it throbbed in my brain. I used to sit by my aunt in chapel on those always sunny mornings. It was a magic place, with bright blue walls and a ventilator in the far corner, through which I always imagined the Reverend Mr. Timmis's extempore prayers ascended, and the answers to them descended. Occasionally a sun ray would shine through the bars, and the dust atoms dance in it. And then I knew that real holiness was present and stirring, and the blessings were coming thick and fast. Through the windows I could see the tombstones leaning over the peaceful dead, as if watching for signs of the resurrection that I knew might come at any moment. And I made haste to be very, very good, and repent, until the drone of the good gentleman up in the pulpit, and the hum of the summer bees through the open window, lulled me invariably to sleep, leaning against the crinkly bombazine of Aunt Anne's Sunday frock. In the next pew sat old Rhoda, who kept the little sweet shop in the village, and Mr. Church, the tailor. Rhoda was as deaf as a post, but she used to say she could always hear the angels singing on windless Sundays, and that was why she came to chapel, dear soul. She brought with her a little paper of acid drops, and always gave me one for finding the place for her. At hymn time, Mr. Church would turn sideways and sing in a nasal treble with a tremolo to it. Thus he had a full view of the congregation over the top of his horn spectacles. And as he made most of the men's Sunday coats, he was able to mingle pleasure and business with the undoubted fervour of his religion. You could never mistake Tailor Church's handiwork of black, shining broadcloth. When my grandfather complained that the cut of his new Sunday go-to-meeting made the collar stick out at the neck like the cowl of an infidel monk, the old tailor replied, "It ben't the collar of the coat so much as the deformity of the man." Whereat my grandfather, as tall and well-made a deacon as ever stood at church door with pewter collection plate, retorted, "Then, Mr. Church, every deacon in this church is deformed." My grandfather was ever keen at the uptake, whether in matters spiritual or matters sartorial, and had it not been for Aunt Anne, with her soft tongue and her winning smile, there would have been dissension in the church. Ah, she was a wonderful woman. She was small, almost fragile. Her face was oval and ethereally pale, and her hair of faded gold was parted severely in the centre, to fall over her ears in curling ringlets under the prim set of her cap. Her dress was of Puritan soberness, tight over the shoulders and breast, and full and flounced in the skirt. She had a habit of sitting in a straight-backed early Victorian chair, with her slim white hands folded in her lap, and the only ornaments she permitted herself to display were two long pendant earrings. Thus she formed an integral part of the furniture of her drawing-room, matching the lustres on the mantelpiece with almost comic perfectness. Her voice was rich with low melody, her eye full and dark and burning unquenched in spite of her long maidenhood, for she never married. The maternal element was lacking. I was ever too tidily disposed for matrimony, she said once, and sighed at the saying of it. Naturally, she had no sense of humour. All those things she bundled together in the category of vulgarity. In her house one moved with soft step. It was always Sunday in her drawing-room, and from the shelves in the little library, Barnes on the Thessalonians, set the keynote of Aunt Anne's literature, in pious binding of drab, in company with Dr. Dobbs's sermons and the Christian Year. Once a month there was always a Sunday dinner party, temperately hearty, and at the end of it my aunt would ring for Jane and say, "Will you kindly prepare the jam for the communion?" And half an hour later Jane would come in with a tall jug of jam water, for no fermented wine was ever allowed at the evening communion service at the chapel. When Aunt Ann died, rich, full of years, and with much honour among her own folk, there were 3 ministers in the pulpit at the funeral service. To one of them, him with a cork arm and much eloquence, she left her all. Promptly he retired from the ministry, thus proving that virtue is her own reward. Some day he must pass beyond, like all of us. And when, if ever, he meets that quiet, masterful lady with the long ringlets, she will no doubt, as ever, be equal to the occasion. That concludes part 1 of Rake Flaze. The section continues with part 2, Rural Harmony. The unequal and alarming success of the Rake Flaze drum and fifers led to the proceedings which established that far-famed institution known as the Rake Flaze Brass Band. The drum and fifers used to practise on the Major's lawn. A high wall between the lawn and the road kept the performers fairly free from missiles. Young Critty's brother hit the drum once, it is true, with a fat, ripe tomato. And on another occasion, a slab of Mr. Wanks's purloined margarine destroyed the musical sequence of the first sheet of "Oh, Where is My Wandering Boy To-night?" copied by the bandmaster. But what really broke up the drum and fifers was on one fateful summer's eve, when each performer was putting his soul into the top note of Killarney, each blowing for his life in order to get the top octave D clear and shrill. It so happened that the pork butcher's young mare was being driven by the wall at the time. Thinking the noise was trains, of which she was in deadly fear, the mare bolted, and there was a nasty accident. The bill for repairs was £2 18s and a penny, and an extraordinary general meeting of the parish council, sitting 3 days later, comprehensively voted Mrs. Muse's pigsty and the drum and fifers as nuisances, and they had to be removed. It was London Wimpole, the village blacksmith, who first thought of the idea of a brass band. He was called London because as a youth he served as a potman at Peckham Rye, near the LCD station. He was a conscientious performer on the cornet a piston, and every Saturday night he cut the village hare in the little room behind the shop. The indispensable Mr. Wanks supplied him with pomatum at wholesale prices, just to encourage village industries. Since the unfortunate accident to the pork butcher's mare, Rake Flaze had yearned for harmony, and the intelligent and patriotic rendering of Die Wacht am Rhein by a travelling German band, which had just enlivened the village, appealed to London's musical soul. There was no lack of talent. It was an open secret that every Sunday afternoon the postman locked himself in his bedroom and diligently practised the bass of "There is a Happy Land" on the euphonium. In his hands that familiar air bore a striking resemblance to the intermittent gruntings of a hippopotamus on the banks of the Irrawaddy. "You never can take your Bible oath," said Poacher Jem to me one day, "whether 'tis postmen a practisin' or old Mother Muse's pigs a bein' fed. Whether postmen larnt it from the pigs, or whether pigs larnt it from the postman, it take a larneder man nor me to say." Mr. Wanks, in the enthusiasm of the moment, tried his hand at the trombone. "There's summat I like about the slithery way it pulls in and out," said he, "and blowin', I've heard, is good for the heart." He put his lips to the instrument, worked the handle up and down as a preliminary, and blew. The good man was startled and pained to find that he produced a noise like the tearing of many yards of unbleached calico. "There must be a wasp or something in the works," he said. London persevered with his scheme, and as a result of a famous Saturday night's meeting in the hair-cutting room, recruits rolled in. The Plymouth Brethren refused to join. They didn't mind harmoniums, but they drew the line at brass. The vicar wrote to London offering a clarinet and himself to play it. He also suggested that the sexton should be taught the big drum, explaining that his faithful old retainer, while still possessing a considerable modicum of muscularity in his arms, is somewhat bronchitic, and possesses no more breath than the quantum necessary to enable him to carry out his diurnal duties. The district was kind and sent in contributions. Squire Brogan, who is going to be the Conservative candidate at the next election, thought this a good opportunity for making himself popular, and forwarded an oboe, an article of musical warfare which perplexed London terribly. He borrowed Mr. Wanks's dictionary, and found that oboe meant a kind of strawberry. He said he didn't know how to play tunes on fruit, so he gave it to Mad Harry, the vicar's gardener. A lady on the outskirts, with more benevolence than expert knowledge, sent her late husband's zither, and there were several penny whistles and a megaphone on the list. But after a judicious weeding out, and a few purchases through an advertising periodical, which distinguished itself by forwarding a bassinet in mistake for a bassoon, the instruments arrived at last, and the instrumentalists, having been shaven and shorn by London, sat round for a Saturday night's instruction from that worthy son of Rake Flaze. Of course, there were hitches. Mr. Wanks wrestled so hard with his trombone that he nearly wore the slide out. When there was a slack moment at the shop, he would slip behind the curtain of the fancy department and make frantic shots at the chromatic scale. One day Mrs. Mew, who always wore carpet slippers in fine weather, walked in quietly to purchase some golden syrup. Not observing Mr. Wanks anywhere, she tapped on the counter with a penny. At that moment The invisible Mr. Wanks extended his cheeks, and the gallant trombone answered in a piercing brazen wail that would have struck terror into a soul stronger than that possessed by any of the Mew family since the race began. 3 hours afterwards, Mrs. Mew was found hiding under her bed. The sexton was not altogether a success. He just dug his music out, and in the middle of a selection he always stopped short for a bar or two. In those silences, the cottagers, listening far away and out of sight of the performers, would nod their heads and say with conviction, "Hallo, there's old William, a spittin' on his hands agin. There'll be Billy-O on that there drum directly." And there always was. The first public performance by the Rake Flaze brass band was on the occasion of young Critty's wedding. It was early in the band's history, and they only knew "God Save the King" with safety. But they played it to quick march time when the happy couple left the church, and the guests, who came from a distance, were all convinced that they had heard that tune somewhere before. That concludes part 2 of Rake Flaze. The section continues with part 3, Blessed Memory. I always imagined Rhoda a very near relation of the little old woman of my pet fairy tale. She was so little and so old. She lived in a tiny cottage with a doll's house window to it, and her face was so sweet and so fragile that the most riotous of the children who played around her home were quieted when she opened the door and shook her curls at them in half humorous remonstrance. She lived by herself, mysteriously alone. Never lover nor husband had come her way, but in her solitude she was content and well pleased with the small things the good God sent her. On sunny days, when there was balm in the air and the little white clouds drifted high, Rhoda would come out and sit on the top step with her lace pillow on her knees, and weave wonderful patterns in fairy cobweb tracery, while the bobbins danced and clicked. That was her living mainly, lace that a king's daughter would be proud to wear. She also made balls of soft leather, cunningly sewn, and sold sweets in tiny packets. Hundreds and thousands, we used to call them. My earliest memory is of her, Rhoda and sunshine, and the swallows whirling and wheeling over her cottage, and now and again darting downward for a peep under the ancient sun-bonnet of faded lilac, then back again with a "sweet, sweet, sweet" round the church spire, lost in the dark green shadow of the sombre yews, sudden black flashes past the white gravestones, and finally down the wide street again, the ever joyous summer lightning of the village. I suppose winter came in those merry days of childhood, with the swallows far away, and Rhoda crooning over her small fire, but I have no recollection of it. Our very young days come back to us in flashes. The sun is always riding gloriously in heaven, and the trees are green, and the music of birds, long since silent, chimes through the long corridor where the gay pictures of the past hang in their frames of gold. Winter dwells only in the present, grim and icy. On weekdays, Rhoda's slight figure was tricked out in a dress of flowered print, always neat and always clean. Every morning she went for a little walk up Lover's Lane, where the bluebells lived. She would trip across the grass delicately, lifting her skirt with the unconscious grace of a high-born lady, and chattering to herself. The bluebells nodded gravely to the twinkle of her white stockings, and the blackbirds and the thrushes were unafraid when she came their way. The larks soared and sang, and when their silver music came down to her in glittering cascades, Rhoda would look up and smile. Snug in the long grass, the rabbits, hearing a soft footstep near by, would sit up suddenly, cocking their ears and stiffening their whiskers as the trespasser approached. "'Tis only little old Rhoda," they would say, and nestle down again to their rest, quite content. One of her chief pleasures was to meet the children coming out of school, and hear them their small lessons, and help them through the tangled maze of the 9 times table. She would tell them of the mysteries and the wonders of nature, the sacredness of birds' eggs, and how, whenever a cruel child destroyed a nest of singing birds, the angels up in heaven knew all about it and cried. The children loved her, as she loved them. They would do anything for her. She taught them to sing, "Once in royal David's city, in the fields with their flocks abiding," and "We are but little children weak." And so it was that the children's choir in our small village won fame for many a mile because of the sweetness of it. On Sundays she wore sober black of a period long forgotten, and a bonnet of spangled jet, with spiky things on it which trembled at the emotion of her prayers, for she was an earnest Christian, more intimate, we used to think, with holy things and the congregation of the white-robed saints than the minister himself, whose visage was worldly, and who loved his marigolds, so they said, more than his God. There came a time this winter when Rhoda was no longer seen about. On the 3rd day they entered her little cottage, and found her lying on the bed, a frail shadow of her small self. Neither fire nor food was in the room. In the iciness of it, she lay there in a flimsy white dress, frilled and flounced in a dead fashion. It was the dress made for her wedding. Somewhere behind the piled years there was a story we should never know. 2 kind gentlemen came from the house, where they are sometimes kind, to take her away, with an official order signed by the chairman of the board. Happily she did not understand. She took one of them for the minister, whose death in 1869 is recorded upon a marble tablet on the chapel wall. "It is kind of you to call, Mr. Manning," she whispered. "I would have none but you to marry us. See, I have been trying on my frock. Is it too gay for so solemn a business?" The first kind gentleman looked strangely at the second kind gentleman, who nodded, and together they tiptoed out of the room. A cosy seat had been set for Rhoda inside the van of Joe, the one-armed carrier. Joe drove past the house on his way to the county town that day and never stopped. There was no passenger for the house, and Joe, who was one of Rhoda's children, and who still remembered the hymn of the royal city, stroked his beard and was glad. That night Rhoda fell asleep quietly, and somewhere near midnight a bright star trembled in high heaven and fell, like a tear. Mr. Perkins, one of her children, made the most beautiful coffin he had ever made, for love. Joe saw to the coffin plate and brought it from the county town in his van, driving so slowly, out of reverence for the dead, that he was an hour late with the village parcels and the newspapers, in spite of the fact that it was election time and he himself a hot politician. The engraving on the brass said simply, "Rhoda, aged 96, blessed memory." We had a churchyard burial, the chapel ground being long over full. The sun shone through the stained glass of the south window, and it was all very sad, but very beautiful. At the end, to the wonderment of the clergyman, the clerk, the choir, and the crowded congregation, 6 tall men with great beards stepped out from the shadow of the belfry door, and at a signal from the steel hook proceeding from the armless sleeve of Joe, broke into tuneful melody.
Once in royal David's city stood a lowly cattle shed.
They were Rhoda's children, grey and grizzled, but children for all that upon this memorable morning. And Rhoda heard the children's hymn once again, as she had taught it in Lover's Lane, and smiled in heaven. That concludes part 3 of Rake Flaze. The section continues with part 4, The Dear Departed. After being away for some months, engaged in certain interests abroad, Mr. Carraway has returned to Rake Flaze. His coming synchronised with the appearance of the early morning dew, which indicated that autumn was near at hand. And, of course, we had all heard of the arrival in the village from time to time of certain picture postcards from foreign parts, addressed in the undeniable hand of Septimus to Mrs. Mangle, the gazelle-eyed widow at the axe and compasses. Frisky scraps of cardboard were these, decidedly continental, and we were not at all surprised to find Mrs. Mangle issuing invitations to a tea party a couple of days after Mr. Carraway's rubicund cheeks and peeled nose announced his presence over the quickset hedge of Semolina Cottage. The gathering in the parlour was a distinct success. Widow Mangle sat enshrined behind an old silver teapot, the picture of coy matronly contentment in ribbon silk and neat white wristbands. A splendid reproduction of the late Mr. Mangle, in oils, hung on the wall directly over her head. It was the work of a wandering artist who had perpetrated the signboard, an axe oar, rampant over 2 compasses, couchant upon a field azure set with stars, and it immortalised the departed in Velasquez touches, as a man of ferocious aspect, with unevenly balanced whiskers and ultramarine eyes, anchored unusually near the nose, as if drawn together by an invisible magnet. The aspect of the man was that of prodigious surprise, and as the artist was unable to draw ears with the facility with which he could produce axes and compasses, he had concealed them both in a curling wisp of whisker, thus rendering Ezekiel Mangle, like Daniel Defoe, earless. Exactly opposite the work sat Mr. Carraway, stirring his tea and attempting pleasantries with the handsome widow queening it behind the teapot. Love was obviously making maelstrom in his soul in unison with the teaspoon, as it whirled round the cup in tinkling melody. As the sugar melted, so did his heart, and it was evident enough that Widow Mangle was not unwilling. Reciprocity beamed in her soft eyes. Her plump bosom rose and fell to the pleasant emotion of her heart. Moments of languishment were hers. "Is your tea to your liking, Mr. Carraway?" said she. "Is it sweet enough?" She looked him straight in the eye. He throbbed, and was fashioning an elegant reply, when the threatening features of the outrageous Mr. Mangle smote him into silence. In the shifting afternoon sunlight, the narrowed eyes and the bristling whiskers of the oleo smudge on the wall awed him out of his accustomed eloquence, and he stammered some incoherence which meant nothing. "Are you unwell?" asked the widow in alarm. "A passing inconvenience," murmured Septimus. "A trifling aching shudder," he said, flashing an angry glance at the portrait, which glowered back, fiercer than ever. "Try a little drop of 3-star in your tea," said the landlady kindly. "It must be the outrageous food they give you in foreign parts. My late husband was once in Belgium and they near poisoned him." She turned to the portrait and sighed stormily. "Ah," murmured Mr. Peters, helping himself generously to jam. "If there ever was a man." "Ah," sighed the company consolingly. The soft eyes of Widow Mangle swam in the dew of remembrance, and all faces were turned to the picture, which now dominated the room, so startlingly alive that Mr. Carraway groaned audibly, and tried in vain not to meet the squint of its eyes. "If it's stomachache," said Mr. Peters. "If it's stomachache, Mr. Carraway, there's a hinfallible remedy what Mr. Mangle showed me hisself." "I assure you it's not that," said Septimus hastily, anxious to get out of the Mangle atmosphere. "It's gone now, quite gone, Mr. Peters." The conversation now having turned in the channel of ailments, it became general, as it always does, ranging from corns to consumption, and finishing up in accordance with village custom in harrowing extracts from deathbed scenes and last words. An air of enjoyable sadness prevailed, as with tender melancholy Mrs. Mangle, dabbing her dove-like eyes now and again with a dainty square of lace-edged cambric, described the final moments of her husband. Through all this catalogue of the here and the hereafter, Mr. Carraway's pure passion glowed with heat unquenched, and it was in the passage after tea, with the door closed upon the startled frown of the late Mr. M, and nobody by, that he squeezed amorously the plump hand of the widow, and experienced the inexpressible emotion of a faint answering pressure. But on the way home to Semolina Cottage, though he trod on air, there was ever present in the immediate background the haunting lineaments of the late landlord of the Axe and Compasses, face and frown horribly real, the rest of him a mere shadow, but there. That night, screwed up to deeds of tremendous desperation, and disguised as a foreigner, Mr. Carraway broke into the parlour of the Axe by way of the back window, and with a deftness that surprised himself, stole the horrible portrait. He made some noise in getting out, and the chill air fetched out of him a rattling sneeze, which burst all the louder at his agonised attempt to suppress it. Up shot the bedroom window with a squeal, and out popped the night-capped head of the widow. "Who is that?" she called, producing at the same time something very like a blunderbuss. Mr. Carraway quaked. He felt the portrait trembling with rage under his arm. But at the supreme moment, courage, reinforced by love, nerved him. "Shh! It is I," he whispered. "I, your Septimus. Do not be alarmed. I could not sleep, so I came to watch o'er thee. Susan." He waited trembling for the reply, hiding the proceeds of his burglary behind him as best he could, and wondering if he had put enough of the poetry of passion into that last word, Susan. The nightcap shook in the midnight breeze, and presently a soft, very soft voice trilled sweetly into the night. "Oh, Septimus, how could you?" Then a dog barked, and there was a noise below. Softly the window closed, and in a palsy of fright Mr. Carraway crept away, stifling another shattering sneeze on the verge. The next morning the sun arose on a newly made grave at the far end of Rako Flaze's allotments on the soft bankside of Rakewater. The late Mr. Mangle had been buried a second time, and when the news of the daring burglary at the Axe and Compasses reached Semolina Cottage, it found the occupier in bed with a dreadful cold, and little Miss Carraway chirping solicitude over a steaming bowl of gruel. So far, the burglar has not been traced, and the only interesting scrap of news in Rako Flaze is the announcement that next Sunday the banns of Septimus Carraway and Susan Mangle will be read for the first time. Susan says that she never realised how lonely widowhood was while she had the portrait of her first to gaze upon. But now, well, it was different somehow. "If I ever catch that burglar," she said, "I'll do my best to get him 7 years." But Septimus Carraway, caught and condemned to a life sentence, promises to be the most cheerful prisoner ever laid by the heels. That concludes part 4 of Rako Flaze, and is also the end of section 9. Section 10 of the Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rake Flaze, Parts 5, 6 and 7. Part 5. The Dead Fairy. Mercy Merritt had gone, and with her going, one more link which bound Rake Flaze to the dim and delightful past has vanished. The bell has tolled 93 long, solemn strokes. Blinds have been pulled down, and in the twilight behind them we have listened, quiet and sad, for the slow-moving steps of the bearers crunching the gravel along Church Lane. As Miss Coy Leverett played the Dead March on the harmonium, her tears splashed on the yellow keys. Well, well, these things must be. Our dear and charming little Miss Merritt has left us to solve the great problem. She was a funny little thing, no taller than a small child of great age, ever in a state of bustle and hurry, merry as a sprite and bubbling over with enthusiasm at the goodness of the Lord. Corkscrew curls dangled at her ears. She had big, bold eyes, like a cock robin's, and there was a way with her when she looked up at you, roguishly, with her head on one side, that was perfectly irresistible. We children always imagined her as one of the little people who had been banished, out of spite no doubt for some small offence, from fairyland, and hit upon Rake Flaze as the next best place to live. And reality grew out of that elfin fancy when the dark nights came and Mercy Merritt would slip out of her tiny cottage with a lantern in her hand. There are no such things as street lamps in Rake Flaze, and flit about here and there through the back streets and down by Rakewater. These grim hobgoblin nights, which awed us all so terribly, brought never so much as a flutter to little Miss Mercy's big, bold heart. She had no fear. Great fluffy owls, with their sudden and terrifying whoop, and their noiseless tumbling flight. Bats with an eerie squeak to their wings. Corncrakes making weird in the long grass, like somebody winding up a very old and very stiff grandfather's clock. Bogey noises in the tall dark hedgerows. Goblin groans in the churchyard, and the thousand other heart-quaking things which happen after the sun has gone to bed, disturbed her not. So it was, we children knew that Miss Merritt went out with her lantern and her courageous curls and her chirpy treble to go and chatter with her kindred, the fairies, among the mushroom rings and the tottergrass, long, long after we were snug beneath the blankets. In the summer afternoons, when the sun shone and everything smelt sweet and looked beautiful, and there was nothing at all to be frightened at, Miss Merritt would meet us in some of our long, mysterious adventures of always expectant childhood, and lead us, awestruck and just a weeny bit a-tremble, through the dim, quiet corridors of Solem Wood, where the shadows lay soft over the moss, and the sunshine stole through in shafts of blazing gold. She would show us wonderful birds' nests lined most cunningly with horsehair and feathers. She would whisper and beckon for us to steal up on tiptoe to see the shyest of birds sitting with tail a-cock and beak up on the smallest of nests. She would lead us to quiet pools and show us green-legged, white-crested water-birds, busy over their household affairs, or teaching their children to swim, and would find for us strange and marvellous flowers. She knew where the most gorgeous dragonflies lived, and told us how, when the world was very much younger, and there was a real castle at Rake Flaze, with drawbridges that let down, and knights and squires and pages, and ladies and magic, and all that kind of breathless glory. How there were great dragons living in Solem Wood, and how by that same magic these fiery monsters were made to shrink and shrink and shrink, until the magic stopped all of its own accord, just as the dragons reached the next to nothing size. And so they remain today, and so they will stay for ever after at next to nothing size, unless they discover the opposite magic, which will make them big again. And that, my dears, Mercy would say with a final shake of her corkscrew curls, is why they are always flying about, zip, zip, here, there and everywhere, looking for the opposite magic. Some day, children, one of them may discover it, and they will grow big and fiery again, and go buzzing about with a noise like threshing drums with frightful stings in their tails. So you must look out and be good to your mothers, and know plenty of hymns and your catechism, and the 10 Commandments and the multiplication table, and then you will be safe from all the dragons that ever was. I never heard of a dragon yet that could swallow any child who knew 9 times 7 and now the day is over. That's better than all the magic in the world. Then would come a fluttering chorus. Did you know any real big dragons, Miss Merritt? Lots, my dears, but they never touched me. Beautiful princesses, not so good as they might be, with golden hair and diamond necklaces, were their food. Poor little Mercy Merritt was too small and too sour to tempt the appetite of even a baby dragon. So she would go on with her golopteous tales and her quaint and often beautiful extravagances, full of fancy and colour and charm, but always with a moral to drive home at the end. There was the story of Nanny Goat Gruff, who had to walk 7 times over Rakewater Bridge to make her voice smooth. In Nanny's time, a wicked old troll, with eyes as big as saucers and nose as long as a poker, lived under the bridge, and poor little Nanny shook it so that the wicked troll came out and gobbled her all up. I forget the moral to that tale, but I know it was fine, and I also know that at evening time I always hurried over Rakewater Bridge with my heart going pit-a-pat, and never dared to look behind. Another thrilling story of Mercy's was the adventure of Cocky Locky and Co. in the stackyard. One day, when Cocky Locky was scratching under a beanstack, a bean fell on his head. With great alarm, he ran to tell Henny Penny that the sky was falling. "We must go and tell the king," said Henny Penny. So off they went, and on their way they met Ducky Daddles and Goosey Gander, who said, "May we come with you?" "Certainly," replied Cocky Locky and Henny Penny. So off they went to tell the king the sky was falling. On their way they met Foxy Loxy. "Oh ho!" said he. "Where are you going, Cocky Locky, Henny Penny, Ducky Daddles and Goosey Gander?" "We are going to tell the king the sky is falling," was the reply. "I'll show you the way," said Foxy Loxy. "Oh, thank you," said Cocky Locky, Henny Penny and co. So off they went to tell the king the sky was falling. But wicked Foxy Loxy led them to his lairy pairy and gobbled them all up. The moral there is perfectly obvious. Never make mountains out of molehills, my dears. Ah me! Sleep well, Mercy of the corkscrew curls, in thy tiny grave under the old tower. 'Twas thou who showed us children a glorious wonderland amid the quiet dells and the whispering trees and the nodding flowers of the dearest village in the world. If thy kinsfolk, the Fays, have not flown off with the soul of thee in a fairy casket to their own hereafter, we may yet meet again in another and a more wonderful wonderland high about the silver music of the stars. Thy place will be among the tiny angels, telling them sweet tales of feathered fairy lore, while the staid elder saints strum harps and make themselves generally useful in the heaven of the grown-ups. That concludes part 5 of Rake Flaze. The section continues with part 6, Anne at Home. Mrs. Anstruther de Crepiny, who kept servants and had her dresses from London, thought it would be so nice to sow the seeds of sociability in Rake Flaze. The autumn evenings were getting long and dark, and bibulous hilarity often sang somewhat discordantly in the snug parlour of the Axe and Compasses. Mrs. de Crepiny met Mr. Wanks one evening. "Don't you think, Mr. Wanks," she said sweetly, "that something might be done to occupy the mind of Rake Flaze during the winter nights?" Mr. Wanks scratched his head. "Strong drink is a mogger, mum," he said, "but it ain't half bad, mum. If you was a hoeing turmits all day, mum, you have no idea as how a pot of 4 ale would slither down." Mrs. de Crepiny did not debate the point. She simply said that she had been thinking about having a series of social evenings at her house and inviting the village. Light refreshments, coffee, conversation and music in the drawing room. "What do you think of it, Mr. Wanks?" said the lady of Rake Flaze triumphantly. "Mum," replied Mr. Wanks in a solemn whisper, "it simply takes my breath away. Did you say in the drawing room?" In half an hour this new item of social intelligence had spread all over Rake Flaze, as Mrs. de Crepiny intended it should. Excitement was intense, and a day or two later little gilt-edged cards were circulated in the village. Mr. Wanks was so struck with the tone of the thing that he had his framed straight away. It was beautifully simple. Mrs. Anstruther de Crepiny requests the honour of the company of Mr. Wanks to a social evening on October the 30th. Music. RSVP. London Wimpole had one, and grew so excited over it that he let the forge fire go out. Young Critty and his wife had one, and so did the postman and the policeman, the butcher, the baker, and the rotund landlord of the Axe and Compasses. At the suggestion of Mr. Wanks — this was before Mr. Wanks's marriage, by the way — they all met at the Axe and discussed the invitation in strict committee. With awe and pride each invitation card was drawn out and handed round for inspection, delicately. "I should like to know what the lady means by RSVP," said London, in a tone of great perplexity, as he lit one of the famous tuppennies. "Strikes me," suggested Mr. Wanks, who possesses a fair knowledge of most things, "that it stands for grub and victuals. It might mean rhubarb, sherbet, veal and potatoes, or summat like that. There ain't no knowin'." Young Critty shook his head. "I reckon," said he, "that it's some furrin Greek or sech, meanin' peace to this here house. They do that there sort of things in society, you know. Anyway, it ain't for the likes of us to say what it is. We must accept the invitation." The meeting agreed, and after much discussion it was decided to reply to Mrs. Anstruther de Crepiny in the form of a round robin. Mr. Wanks made a brilliant suggestion. "We'll stick some capital letters at the bottom of our reply," he said. "Hear, hear," said the meeting. "Of course, it's the proper thing to do," said the postman, whose daily acquaintance with letters established him as an authority on the arts and graces. So, after the spoiling of many pens and the blotting of many sheets of special cream laid, the following reply was at last formulated. "We, the hereinafter undermentioned signatories, send our best respects to Mrs. Anstruther de Crepiny, and beg to state, contrary to what appears on your card, ma'am, that there is no honour at all in your receiving the likes of us. On the other hand, ours is the honour, which we beg leave to state is very great, and shall be most happy and honoured by accepting of your kind invitation. Signed," here followed the Rake Flaze signatures, and ended ETC YMHS. I must give Mr. Wanks his due by explaining that the main structure of this letter was built up by him. "Anyways," said he, surveying his work with great pride, "we've got 3 more capital letters in our little lot, and there's a sentiment, not too forward like, nor not too grovelling, what I reckon would appeal to the highest in the land. Ever to command, your most humble servants. If that ain't as good as RSVP any day, I'll eat my hat. Meanin', course, no offence to Mrs. de C." Mrs. de C was delighted when the reply came, and when at last October the 30th dawned, There was more excitement in Rake Flaze than in all the rest of the country villages put together. The matter of dress perplexed some. The policeman wasn't quite sure whether it was the right thing to go in his uniform or in his Sunday clothes. Nobody else knew. "Toss up for it," suggested Critty, who was a man of ideas. "Heads uniform, tails Sunday clothes." It was heads. "And white gloves. Don't forget that," said Mr. Wanks. "Us civilians 'll have to wear kids. Them as got patent leathers must wear 'em. Them as hasn't, see that their black 'un shines well." The postman did not exactly follow the example of the policeman. He wore his official trousers with the red stripe, but his coat was a black clawhammer. The mystic word "music" in the corner of his card didn't escape his eagle eye. He thought it would hardly be the thing to pay a society call with his euphonium under his arm, so he ordered his young brother to bring it on to Mrs. de Crepin's house later on in the evening. Billy Easton, who is nothing if not a thorough sportsman, appeared in riding breeches and very squeaky boots. Young Critty and his wife wore their wedding garments for the second time. Mr. Wanks came in a top hat, which he removed very correctly as soon as he got inside the hall, brown boots, pepper and salts, and dark grey suedes. He was not quite sure as to whether, when he reached the drawing-room, he ought to remove the gloves. He kept them on until he grew so hot through perturbation that taking them off was an absolute impossibility. London walked in boldly, but with just that spice of humility necessary for the occasion. "Won't you sit down?" said Mrs. de Crepin in her most winning tones. "If it's all the same to you, ma'am, I'd rather stand," said London. I am told, for I was not honoured with an invitation, that the first social evening at Mrs. de Crepin's was so successful that she decided not to have any more. There was claret cup and sandwiches, music, a speech by the vicar, and a military recitation from Kipling by the Major, who had to alter all the swear words to suit the culture of his audience. The policeman appeared in full uniform. He looked so official that some of the guests felt quite uncomfortable. One little incident must bring this chronicle to a close. Just as Miss Claire Simons was singing the very soft part of Daddy, Sarah, the servant, knocked at the drawing-room door and emerged, trying to balance a blushing euphonium upon her tray. "Please, mum," she said as it fell with a crash, "it's the postman's." That concludes part 6 of Rake Flaze. The section continues with part 7, The Fete. On the eve of harvest we had our fete at Rake Flaze. In my younger days we didn't call it that, but circumstances have marched on with moving time. The village school has got "Provided" printed up over the door, and education, having spurred us all on to the appreciation of foreign tongues, cordiality of entente, and what not, we called it a fete, and with the assistance of his Reverence's dictionary, for there was some trouble over the propriety of the circumflex where large capitals are concerned, we announced it as such on the village pump, the blacksmith's front door, and other places more or less observable and public. The weather was not at all agreeable. It rained and blew rather viciously in the morning. The afternoon sky looked much like carelessly poached eggs, curiously reminiscent of Turner's Slave Ship, which reminded the American newspaper reporter of a tortoiseshell cat having a fit in a platter of tomatoes. The yellow corn sang in the wind like the music of fine shingle when the tide is going out. The Union Jack flapped like washing on the line over the squat church tower, and we were all ready and awaiting the arrival of the Wigglesworth Silver Prize Band to open the proceedings in the vicarage field with gay and festive strains. It arrived very late, dusty and bruised, by reason of a wheel having come off Blinks's brake halfway down Mark's Hill. There was a gash in the stomach of the big drum. The E-flat euphonium had lost its mouthpiece, and the solo cornet gentleman had shattered the nail of the finger with which he does all the twiddly bits. So we had to solace the band with beer and diacolum. And His Reverence, who owns a motorbike, doctored the drum with his tyre-mending apparatus, with more solution than success. A wonderful man, our vicar. One village fete is much like another. This was in streaks. All the farmers from a wide district turned up with their wives and families, sportively dressed but excessively gloomy, as farmers and humorists invariably are. We had tea in a tent which had blown down twice during the morning, with nearly fatal results. But we were not afraid. We paid our sixpences and courted death with unmoved countenances. We were rather mournful, the general demeanour being suggestive of a death in the family. I suppose it was because we were all dressed in our Sunday clothes, with high collars and hard hats fitting where they touched. Conversation sparkled. From two ends of the county, Mr. William Sproggins of Tickleham Farm and Mr. William Dew of the pastures met across the bread and butter slabs. "Arternoon, Willum." "Arternoon, Willum." "How do?" "How's yourself?" Followed by a long silence and much tea. "How's Joe?" "Oh, middlin', middlin'." "And how's his old Oog?" "Middlin'." There was much inquiry about Joe and his hog. They had evidently passed through some dreadful ordeal, some fearful temptation, and even now were only middlin'. Dear, dear. The main incident of the tea was Mr. Puddin' Peters. In his early days they nicknamed him Puddin' because of his extraordinary fondness for such, and as Puddin' he will remain to the end of the chapter. I don't believe anybody in Rake Flaze knows his Christian name, and since Mr. Mew's cow got into the church and committed sacrilege by eating the parish register from 1861 to 1880, there is no written record of it anywhere except at Somerset House and in the private casebook of the recording angel. Mr. Peters' fame stretches beyond the county boundary. When his Aunt Jane was married to Trot Tompkins, The cottage of the bride was so small that it was necessary to have 3 settings down to the sub-nuptial feast to accommodate all the guests. Puddin was at each, and suffered no discomfort beyond having to cut away the buttons of his trousers, which, because of previous digestional disasters, had been sewn on with wax end. In these same trousers Puddin appeared at our fete, a wide man with big knobby buttons to his coat, which made him look very much like an old-fashioned chest of drawers with a bulge to 'em. He seemed to hold as much for his sixpence, and if the tent hadn't blown down for the 3rd time, it would have been necessary to cut the wax end once again. As the afternoon wore on, what with the accident on Mark's Hill and the sticking plaster and the beer, the band failed to come up to expectations, and we were somewhat alarmed at the beginning of the sports to hear the preparations for the 3-legged race heralded by the solemn strains of the Dead March in Saul. "Hallo!" said John the sexton, whose familiarity with brief life and its consequences made him cognisant of popular funereal airs. "Hallo! There's Puddin' Peters gone and bursted hisself at last. I warned him about them trousers. Poor old Puddin'." However, Puddin' was intact. The band explained that the Dead March was put on to give the injured drum a chance, but the music grew jerkier and gloomier, and when the Merry Widow was turned on, the double bass, with his walrus moustache buried in the wide mouthpiece of his instrument, went to sleep so. Occasionally he opened a fishy, vacant eye and put in a blast or two by sheer guesswork. Mr. Peters was the hero of the sports, as he was of the tea. Peters and Mush won the 3-legged race for heavyweights. An anxious crowd, including the doctor, assembled at the winning post to see Puddin' explode when he fell under the tape. But, thanks to the wax end, the human chest of drawers held together, though poor Mush was badly crushed as the bulky pair rolled like lashed porpoises on the green. "I tried to fall soft," explained Puddin' apologetically, as the flattened Mr. Mush wiped the tears from his eyes protestingly. The smelling competition produced hilarity and more tears. 12 black bottles, each containing liquid, had to be sniffed at and their contents guessed. Vinegar, rum, beer, colza oil, sour milk, blackcurrant tea, which smelt like a newly opened vault, ammonia, methylated spirit, pig swill, whisky, water, and cold tea. The ammonia laid most of the competitors out. They couldn't even smell their familiar swill after that. Mr. Peters took a mighty sniff of the ammonia, which would have strangled most people outright, and then said that it reminded him of summat. He couldn't exactly say what. Summat faint. "Guess something," urged Miss Dolly, manageress of the sniff department. Puddin' took another warhorse snort at the bottle. "Castor oil," he said desperately. "Blow me if it ain't harmonia," cried Mr. Mush, and so won the prize. Just as we were really beginning to enjoy ourselves, the Turner-esque skyscape turned black in the face, and the deluge burst. It was a great shame, for Puddin was getting into his stride for the cracknel eating and ginger beer drinking competition, with the betting 5-1 on Puddin, and the rest nowhere. I shook hands commiseratingly with Mr. Peters. It was like shaking hands with a boxing glove. "Better luck next time, Mr. Peters." "Next year," said Puddin sorrowfully. "Ah." Much may happen in 12 months, even explosions. There was fatality in the glint of Puddin's pale round eye. That concludes part 7 of Rake Flaze, and is also the end of section 10. Section 11 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rake Flaze, Parts 8, 9 and 10. Part 8. The Pious Fraud. The little minister of Rake Flaze died the other day. We buried him in a quiet corner of the churchyard under the skeleton boughs of a great elder bush, where, when spring is here and the blossoms are out, the thrushes make sweet melody at daybreak and at dusk. A plot could not be found for him in the chapel burying ground. It has long been over full, with the ancient gravestone of soft stone and flaky slate nudging each other's humped shoulders in the twilight of the trees. Though we all knew that he looked askance at sleeping in earth over which a mitred bishop had waved white fingers, we did our best for him, knowing that under the elder there would be a peaceful bed for him, and that the choir of birds would make him glad. He came to the village many years ago, a strange, small man, with a face, so it seemed to us, branded with the fierce iron of the old Puritan inquisitors. His hair, spattered with grey, was brushed severely back from his pale forehead, disclosing a well-defined peak. His nose was long and straight, with an habitual twitch to it, which threw dancing elfin shadows across his stiff upper lip in the yellow light of the pulpit hanging lamps. A clean-shaven lip, long, and lying like a fold pressed hard over his teeth. On cold days it was blue, as though frost had pinched it. The rest of his face was extraordinarily hairy. From his high cheekbones sprouted a fan-shaped beard, of such luxuriance that it seemed to draw all the sap from his face for its continual nourishment. So he was always pallid, pale with a delicate bluish tint, like the shell of a duck's egg. His brows were shaggy, affording such jutting eaves to his eyes, and casting such deep shadows, that it was hard to tell whether the eyes themselves were harbours of fire or of water. They often gleamed, but under the influence of which element none could tell. The rest of him was mean to smallness. His body was so frail that we used to laugh at him as he struggled up the street on blustering days of March weather. But for his little bowed legs, with which nature in one of her kindly freakish moods had endowed him, he would have been whisked away in the shouting gusts many a time, to whirl with the hen feathers and the straw across the green, and so on, to the fretting bosom of Rake water, where the witches, they say, still ride and scream among the willows when the moon is full and the little world of Rake Flaze sleeps. On the windiest days he never lost his hat, an absurd pancake of black felt, and we used to wonder how on earth he kept it on, until a sportive gust blew his whiskers aside one morning and disclosed the tight band of white elastic under his chin. He lived in a jack-built little parsonage perched at the edge of the chapel yard, rent-free and draughty. With fervour he prayed, "Give us this day our daily bread." His sole income was the morning and evening collection. Small coins dropped reluctantly upon the dull old pewter plates held at the doors by Ezekiel Lumbers and Jerry Lamb, grim elders of Bethel. There are 150 men, women and children in Rake Flaze. The nearest squire lives 7 miles away, and he is a gymnosophist and hopeless. Besides the chapel, there is an established church and a room for the solemn meetings of the Plymouth Brethren, the Rocks, as they call them hereabouts. Thus, nature was again kind in fashioning the little gentleman in a tiny mould. There is an art in subsisting upon next to nothing. He did it. But day by day, month by month, year by year, he lived briskly, benignly for God and man. Everybody knew him as the little man. His name was rarely spoken in Rake Flaze. He made a dour beginning with us. On the very first Sunday morning of his call, his sermon jarred on righteous ears and set the bonnet bugles in the foremost pews rattling ominously. It was a simple discourse of easy eloquence, fresh as a mountain stream. It told of the sun in the sky and the wind in the trees, the brightness of flowers, the music of the fields in summer, the majestic mystery of the stars on a clear night. There was happiness in every sentence, and a sound moral tacked neatly and unobtrusively on at the end. Not a breath of hell fire, not a single whiff of sulphur, no gnashing of teeth, no tears, no torments, but just downright cheerfulness. Cheerfulness! But the children up in the gallery were all as quiet as mice, and the smell of peppermints among them was so faint that it was scarcely noticeable. For the first time they had discovered that there were beautiful things and things wonderful around them and above them in their own small world. They had never thought before of the why or the wherefore of the sun or the wind or the rain or the clouds. They were just there. But the elders, with their land-locked imagination and their lifelong thirst for the bitters of the Baptist faith, chewed their beards and snorted angrily. Ezekiel Lumbers and a few of the chosen met the new pastor in the vestry afterwards, and told him that such heathen stuff would not do for Rake Flaze. "There's too much curds and whey in thy handling of holy things, sir," said the old grocer, speaking, as was his habit, through the starboard slit of his thin lips. "Nothing to grit your teeth at. Your words belie the covenant out o' your countenance, minister. We expected something fiery, and my wife, she says that the name of God only passed your lips once in all the entire discourse. That wouldn't do for the chapel, sir. It's blasphemous." A strange light blazed for a moment under the thatch of the pastor's brows, but he replied to the deputation with a modest sentence of apology. "My friends," he said, "with so many children in the gallery this morning, I withheld that part of my sermon dealing with damnation. I substituted what I thought would be a more fitting theme. But I promise you, you shall have it to-night, gentlemen. And don't you forget God," commanded Ezekiel, shaking a warning finger in the minister's face, as he and his brethren departed. And so it came to pass that the new shepherd of these surly rams walked sadly across to the parsonage, dined frugally with his wife, and broke the news of his failure to her over a chip of cheese. The lady wept a little and murmured, "Oh, Archibald, what are you going to do, dear?" "I'm going to give them hell to-night, Sarah," he replied with a grim smile. Then he moved off to his small study, destroyed the sermon he had carefully prepared for the evening, and took down a well-thumbed thesaurus from the shelves of his scanty library. He was ever a careful man in his choice of epithets and phrases. He made a neat list of scorching words: pandemonium, Abaddon, Dom Daniel, Tartarus, Hades, Avernus, Pit of Acharon, Gehenna, Cocytus, Rhadamanthus, Erebus, Tophet, and then set himself down to evolve a discourse from the text: weeping, wailing, gnashing. In the vestry he swallowed a prairie oyster to give tone to his utterances. At the end of an hour he had that little chapel rocking under the whirl of his scorpion phrases, but he would not be satisfied until he saw the tears trickling down the blanched face of Mr. Lumbers, and until, at thirdly, my brethren, gnashing, he observed Jerry Lamb trembling and fumbling furtively at his toothless gums. A blue haze seemed to fill the Bethel. Through it Archibald pounded and sweated at his terrible task. He broke the shade of one of the pulpit lamps. One foot went through the bottom of the inverted soap box on which he stood to make him taller. His notes were scattered to the winds, so that in the stress of his emotion he forgot to bring in that grand word, Dom Daniel. Then he crept away into the night and prayed to God, his God, merciful and benignant, to forgive him. That concludes Part 8 of Rake Flaze. The section continues with Part 9, Battle Royal. Married versus single is always an event at Rake Flaze. Our cricket ground is a sort of mixture of Lord's and the Oval, though necessarily more parochial in the matter of size. There is also a pond in it, very duckweedy and tadpoly, and in the thick ooze of its bed lie the mouldering remains of many prime match balls. It marks the leg boundary, and as every Rake Flaze hit is a leg hit, except by accident, the annual encounter was quite expensive in the matter of leather, until our champion slogger, Jimmy the blacksmith, died. In '99, the year of his prime, Jimmy hit 7 sixers into that pond, and in running backwards to save the 7th and the very last ball in the village, Puddin' Peters fell in, and but for his generous adiposity, which made an aerostat of him, in a manner of speaking, would have drowned. Jimmy's prowess invariably won the day for the singles, but this year the marrieds stood a good chance because of the deadly bowling abilities of Mr. Mush, whose leg break was, well, you wouldn't believe it if I told you. But then you don't know our ground. Like the German airship of the eastern counties of our beloved homeland, it must be seen to be believed. This Whitsun it was better than usual, much better. It had been well scythed by Trot Tompkins, who is an uncertain backstop because of his bow legs. And after that, the amiable Mrs. Trot had gone over a yard or two at the wicket ends most carefully with a pair of sheep shears, until those critical portions of the pitch bore the apologetic appearance of a 3 days' growth of very fierce whiskers. To complete the preparation, Trot, in his proud role of groundman, had emptied a dozen pails of water and several thousand protesting tadpoles over the bumpy parts, which he afterwards whacked as flat as possible with a beetle. And there you are. It was a lovely day, and the whole village turned out to see the sport. A fierce sun blazing upon the close-clipped pitch had unfortunately brought out Trot's enemies, the bumps, so that more water and more beetling were necessary. Even with this extra treatment, they looked like gigantic blisters on the verge of bursting. Most of our old friends appeared in the proud regalia of their Sunday clothes, to do or die at the wicket. Mr. Carraway was there, with his bright blue trousers flashing defiance at the distant nadir. He had borrowed a bat with a musically sprung handle, and in spite of his bulk, he looked the essence of nimbleness in his tight elastic-sided new boots, with the uttermost end of his cerulean nethers tucked into a pair of snow-white woollen socks. His love affair had blossomed to the extent of his being asked in church twice, and the marrieds wanted to claim him as one of them, being a man short. The difficulty was solved by the genial Mr. Carraway offering himself as Jack o' both sides. Being the oldest bachelor on the ground, he was appointed captain of the singles as well, and he tossed up with Demon Mush for the choice of innings. The half-sovereign he spun airily disappeared down a mouse-hole, and as no amount of prodding and delving could disinter it, his side was allowed first innings for consolation. Amid carolling cheers, Mr. Carraway and Mr. Peters strolled to the wickets, after a long and mysterious disappearance of the former behind a blackberry bush. He emerged at last, with a pad affixed saucily to his right leg, and was walking stiffly to his fate, when Trot Tomkins called him back. "Hi, Mr. Carraway, sir," he shouted. "You've got your pad on the wrong leg." Mr. Carraway paused, blushed and stammered. A splutter of amusement reached him from the packed ranks of spectators. With a gigantic effort of sheer nerve, the great man covered his confusion with a masterful reply. "It's all right," he said with stately dignity. "I'm left-legged." None but Mr. Carraway would have thought of that. And he lived up to it brilliantly. Only those right-handed batsmen who have tried know how hard it is to stand at the crease before a demon bowler, with the right leg foremost, as Mr. Carraway stood. But he did it, and when the first ball came down with a whiz, and struck one of the watered bumps with a squishy noise like a wet sponge, Mr. Carraway closed his eyes behind his spectacles and smote so fiercely that the bat left his nervous grasp and soared heavenwards like a lark. "Run!" cried Puddin' at the other end. "Where?" answered the bewildered batsman, as the ball sped like a rifle bullet through the backstop's bowed legs. "To t'other end," panted Puddin', now up in Mr. Carraway's territory. So Mr. Carraway ran a two amid shrieks of delight, found his bat, and stood breathless in safety once more. "Spit on your hands next time, and then you'll be able to hold the bat, Mr. Carraway," said the umpire generously. "Play!" called Mr. Mush, and to his astonishment Mr. Carraway hit the next ball, though he hadn't the least idea where. It went up in the air, miles and miles and miles, and 6 men ran to the middle of the pitch to catch it, cannoned and fell in a glorious muddle, and Mr. Carraway ran 2 more. The third ball, getting up like greased lightning, struck him amidships, and with a groan he fell, and the subsequent proceedings interested him no more. He explained afterwards to a sympathetic congregation in the tent, to a favoured few of the male sex to whom he showed the bruise, that the accident was due to the fact that he could not see the ball properly, as he had put his reading glasses on by mistake. There were other disasters, as the score shows, due, no doubt, to demon bowling on a treacherous wicket. Thus: Singles: S. Carraway, Jack of both sides, retired hurt, out for 2. P. Peters, retired hurt, out for 0. Nourish, retired hurt, out for 0. Reverend Harris, retired hurt, out for 0. W. Sloggins, hit wicket, out for 1. P. Mew, LBW, or leg before wicket. He had no pads on and is lame for life. Bowled Mush, out for 3. A.N. Other was run out for 0. F. Montgomery, Emmanuel Peters, Archibald Tipler and G. Blurton flunked it after this, all out for 0. Byes, 57. No balls, 31. Total for singles innings 94. When the marrieds went in, it was clear that the only thing to do was to keep the pace of the bowling down. So the singles put on Mr. Sloggins to bowl his slow underarm daisy cutters. At sundown, the score read: Marrieds, S. Carraway, Jack of both sides, absent hurt, out for naught. Hezekiah Mush, not out for 83. T. Tompkins, stumped another, bowled Reverend Harris, out for 1. W. Winkles caught Peters, hit him in a soft part, and when he grabbed at the place to ease the pain, he found the ball there. Bowled Sloggins, out for 4. J. Blower hit wicket, out for naught. W. Z. Mew, not out for 5. Byes, naught. No balls, 1. Total for 4 wickets for the marrieds, 94. At that interesting state of the score, the sudden entry of a herd of black bullocks into the field closured the proceedings and the game, and the stumps were drawn. That concludes Part 9 of Rake Flaze. The section continues with Part 10, Mr. Carraway's Party. We, the horny-handed sons of toil, have not overmuch to occupy us now that the long nights are at hand. The threshing is over, the hens are moulting, there's only one service at church with the parson on holiday and the plumbers in. The chrysanthemum season is unexciting, and since Mother Muse Quinsey carried her off to a better land on Michaelmas Day, conversation on cheerful topics has languished in Rake Flaze. So it was with much joy that we, the elect of the village, received gilt-edged cards in real print, with blank spaces left for handwriting embellishments, announcing Mr. and Miss Carraway, at home, 7:30 p.m. Semolina Cottage. Progressive. Supper. R.S.V.P. 2 words at the bottom, carriages at, were crossed out as being much too aristocratic. There is no false pride in the Carraways, though they have taken the new red brick house at the bottom of the village and christened it after the commodity which brought Septimus Carraway his gold, and his sister Caroline her peace of mind. Modesty is one of their many virtues. I may say at once that the Carraways are newcomers to Rake Flaze. They are not soaked in our village traditions yet, but they are simple souls, anxious to please and eager for anything which may tend to the public good. Only the other day, the Aggressive Abstainers Gospel Union came and gave us a blazing pyrotechnic revival on the village green. Swaying under the habitual influence of the vine, old William Wafer, Rake Flaze's choice alcoholic exhibit, taunted the long-bearded preacher who was holding forth all about the Isle of Patmos. Septimus was in the crowd, and at the end of the address he electrified us all by leaping upon the rostrum and calling upon the egregious William to repent. His eyes blazed through his tremendous spectacles, his beard wagged, He flung his arms semaphorically skyward and gushed into sudden torrential prayer. "O Lord," cried he, "prevail upon brother William to shun the foaming cup. Shower down blessin's upon his head. Rousify him, O Lord, rousify him. Anoint him with the Isle of Patmos." At the end, brother William was a groaning, beer-logged hulk of regrets and repentance, and declared that on Saturday night he'd get the carrier to bring him a gallon of that there ile from the county town. So you see, Mr. Carraway was something of an original. We itched to know more of the man, and cheerfully accepted the invitation. The fact that the blank space after the word "progressive" was filled in with the magic talisman "supper" was consoling. I'll admit that the mysterious letters RSVP at the bottom of the Carraway cart worried us a bit, until Mr. Puddin' Peters, fatter than ever since our famous fete, solved the problem by discovering a hidden menu in the mystery. Thus, RSVP must mean rabbit, sausages, veal, pudding. It wasn't quite that, after all, but we had a gorgeous time. Mr. Carraway welcomed us with open arms. He wore the only frock coat in Rake Flaze, a flowered waistcoat, and cerulean pantaloons. A huge apron covered these nether garments, somewhat marring the effect. 'Twas only when Septimus, beady with hospitable perspiration, raised from time to time this modest drop curtain to blot his brow, that we caught fleeting glimpses of the blue, flashes of a midsummer sky between scurrying thundercloud. Like belated travellers, we longed for more. When the full company had assembled, we played whist and draw the well dry and old maids. This necessitated much changing of seats and consequent consternation in the soul of Puddin', from whose neighbourhood from time to time echoed detonations and crashes announcing the painful fact, simultaneous with the sudden disappearance of Mr. Perkins' roseate face from its wonted elevation above the festive board, that another chair had collapsed. "Oh!" cried dear little Miss Carraway at every clatter. "Oh, oh, oh!" There was trouble in her canary chirp. "It's all right, mum," said the gallant Puddin', when his breath returned. "I falls soft, mum." As a special treat, Mr. Carraway brought out his Sympholium from the best bedroom. "I don't play cards, friends all," said he, "but I'm a regular whale on hymns." He wound up the clockwork and gave us that beautiful ditty, "Oh, where is my wandering boy to-night?" the only thing apparently that the Sympholium knew. Gaps in the clockwork machinery presented the tuneful boy in a more wandering vein than ever. "Oh, clunk is my boy to-night. Clunk, clunk is my clunk, clunk, clunk. The wind blows cold, and his clink, clank, bing, old. Oh, where is clunk boy to burp?" "It wants a little ile, I'm thinking," said Mr. Carraway, bending over the wandering boy, and so displaying a vast acreage of blue hinterland. "Isle of Patmos," whispered Miss Coy Leverett, who had heard the tale of William and his alcoholic whimsies. The RSVP half-time came at last. Tarts as big as dinner plates, and cheesecakes not like our own little Rake Flaze delicacies, but as big as the tarts, and most marvellously flavoured. The pièce de résistance was a cake as big as a small haystack, and so spicy that its flavour reminded Miss Coy Leverett, who has travelled, of the mummy room in the British Museum. For beverage, there was Aunt Emily's plum wine, a liquor of such prodigious strength that after her second glass Miss Leverett found sudden eloquence and paid Mr. Perkins so many compliments that the shy undertaker sat harder and harder on his sixth chair, praying for another cataclysm. It came not, for Miss Carraway had sentenced Puddin to perpetual banishment upon a desert island of horsehair and mahogany, warranted to defy even his massy avoirdupois. At midnight Mr. Carraway was smitten aghast with the sudden recollection that he hadn't gone and shet up the hens. He clapped on a top hat and vanished into the black maw of the night. We heard cluckings and squawkings, and then nothing more. We waited and waited. We had some more of the wandering boy, a few more giant cheesecakes, another nip or so of the deadly concoction of Aunt Emily. Still no sign of Septimus. "Oh, oh!" cried dear little Miss Carraway. "Has he drowned hisself in the duck pond? Oh, oh!" The suspense was awful. We quenched the wandering boy, and sat in tragic silence round the room, like mourners with a corpse upstairs. Presently through the ceiling came a weird noise, as if a ghostly carpenter was sawing at a spectral plank. 'Twas the nasal music of Mr. Carraway, snug in bed and fast asleep. On the way home in the Easton's bullock waggon, the general company agreed with Miss Coy Leverett that as a polite and subtle purveyor of the quiet hint, Mr. Carraway was supreme and sublime. "A nod is as good as a wink any day or night," said she, with her eyes twinkling rivalry to the quiet stars at every bump of the homeward bound barouche. We have hopes of Mr. Carraway this winter. I'm convinced that before the year is out, he will become one of us. That concludes part 10 of Rake Flaze, and is also the end of section 11. Section 12 of The Tale of a Tank and Other Yarns by Harold Ashton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Random Sketches, Parts 1, 2 and 3. Part 1. Portrait of a Gentleman. The sunrise shines upon my window, and before the world is up to scent the autumn morning, a starling comes out from his bedroom under the ridge tiles to talk to himself. He begins very softly, just a whisper, with now and then a chink chink in it, as though somewhere concealed among his feathers there lies a little net purse of gold, and he is shaking it. There is no other sound but his. Below me, London is still fast asleep, unconscious and careless of the wonders that are piling up out of the east. For this is a Monday morning, and last night the Edgware Road, full of the clotted heaviness of a lax week-end, rolled into bed with the seal of the dustman stamped hard upon her eyelids, and will not wake for hours. The sky glows and brightens in the windless dawn. Flashes of silver stream across heaven like quick fishes moving in a shallow pool. An arrow tip of light burns upon my window pane, and the starling, aroused from his reverie, is moved to change his tune. He is a bachelor bird. I have known him all the summer, mateless, but in no way forlorn. He goes his own way in solitary dignity, with a limp, and with an expression in his rapid eye so wise and so wary, and so eminently conscious of the frailties of the sex, that I am not surprised at his choice of company. The limp is due to a meeting between him and a cat named Whiskin, my cat, whose shredded ear is a perpetual advertisement of her unwise adventure. The two now hold conversations, at a respectful distance, upon the leads on sunny mornings. They understand one another perfectly. There are many other starlings among the housetops here. Until a week or two back, they were all busy over household duties, and as shy of mankind as most family birds are during the summer. In pairs they have been looking after the nursery, all in a perplexing flutter of excitement. They have lived through anxious weeks in perpetual paroxysms of housekeeping. Every chimney top has harboured a pair, husband and wife, who have been disappearing through incredibly small cracks in the plaster and emerging again like conjuring tricks, fearful and silent, with a finger on the lip attitude. Shh! Is anybody looking? Are we observed? And at each disappearance there would arise a clamour of hissing as though the whole chimney were packed with compressed steam. In vain have been the precautions and the deceptions practised by Papa and Mamma. The hiss of their ravenous brood could be heard half a mile away when the day was quiet. My battered friend has had none of these excitements and anxieties, and as I watch him this morning in the silver dawn, he displays himself, all unaware that he is being catalogued, as the perfect embodiment of the contented gentleman. He is somewhat careless of his dress, for he has no need to make a show to please his Clarissa. He is shaggy indeed, if a bird can be called shaggy. There is a frill to his tail too, which cannot be denied, for he has a persistent habit of flicking it against the mesh wires of the burglar puzzler which isolates my leads from those next door, and on which he spends some hours of the morning. Only once a year has he a new suit. On the 1st of June, or thereabouts, he comes out, somewhat shamefacedly and to the indignant astonishment of Whiskin, in clothes of a cut and a sheen that make of him a strutting popinjay. His coat is gold laced and cut away in the most spry Bond Street manner. His waist glows, all tight and shiny. His neckcloth is a most magnificent array of colours: purple, ultramarine, the green of the sea, with here and there a touch of white foam fringing it. And it is folded, too, with all the careful artistry of d'Orsay. The image of my rapscallion bird choosing his neckwear and pirouetting before a mirror in the grand manner of Sir Herbert Beerbohm Tree is really too absurd. He is the very embodiment of Sir Fopling Flutter, old Etheredge's disinterested coxcomb. But he is more than that, for while Sir Fopling thought his tailor or peruke maker the greatest man in the world, my friend up there on the burglar puzzler is a confirmed philosopher, man of the world, and minstrel. Though once a year sublime nature insists upon tailoring him, it is clear enough to see that he prefers to be a thing of shreds and patches, a towzled troubadour, never so happy as when he is making music, his ragged body all athrill with the deliciousness of it, phantom gold clinking in his purse, and the throat of him gurgling precious nonsense to the dawn. This is the time of year, and this is the time of day when his music is sweetest, and his thrilling rhapsodies most enchanting. He sings to please himself, and because he cannot help it, my tattered troubadour. Look at him now, standing tiptoe on the very top of London. First he looks round in that crafty sideways manner of his, to see if his tattered-eared lady friend is anywhere about. No, he chuckles, slaps his sides with his ragged wings, the chuckles deepen to rich gurgles. Then he tries a scale to see if his morning voice is in order. Then comes arpeggios in clattering gallops of sound, as clear and as forceful as a Chopin fantasia. And then, as the flashing darts of the dawn leap across the housetops, setting all the eastern windows aflame, his melody clashes and rings in triumphant harmony. Shaking his little castanets, sang Tennyson, but our laureate never lay abed in the soundless day dawn to hearken to the music of this eloquent singer close at hand, or he would have had more to set his rhymes to. The starling on a clear autumn morning is more than a soloist, more than a player on the bones, though my beloved vagabond carries at times very much the manner of the corner man. He is monologist, soloist, concert, and choir all in one. Hark at him now! Look at him! He is alive, illuminated with the melody that flowed from his very soul in clamouring cascades. Surely he will awake the sons and daughters of Pharaoh who are sleeping across the way behind the shuttered casements of Maida Vale, or the seven never slumbered deeper than they. He goes on with his theme, the motif in clear notes, rich and low, after the manner of Beethoven's Andante con variazioni in A flat major, and then he embroiders it magically with runs and flourishes into a handsome allegro, with all the subtle pauses and cadenzas of the true musician, until finally, presto, 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 it is done. Over High Hampstead the sun is up. Day, faster and more fast, o'er night's brim day boils at last, boils pure gold o'er the cloud cup's brim. For very breathlessness my friend in the ragged suit is dumb. He looks about him, and below thin wisps of smoke begin to curl o'er the tall white chimney pots. Over the way one green window blind steals up, and then another and another. From beneath one the white arms of a woman move gracefully as she coils her hair. The world is stirring. Monday morning, a phantasm an hour or so ago, is now so keen a reality that even Pharaoh and his dull-orbed kind are on the move. My troubadour is a glum bachelor once more. He packs up his whistle, shakes his dusty coat, and is off to his club for breakfast. Even there, in a far corner of the tennis lawn, walled in and wired in like a cage, he keeps himself to himself, moves to his own patch, and has his own solitary dish of dewy worm. What will his future be? I may see him yet, if I live long enough, in melancholy travesty of his better days, a despondent old bachelor bird, piping sadly at the doors of his more fortunate kin up among the ridge tiles, a starling's version, huskily haunting, of Tosty's Goodbye. That concludes part 1 of Random Sketches. The section continues with part 2, Sunday at Home. In this small village, where I find sanctuary from present turmoil, and where the House of Lords, with its gingerbread gilt, disturbs nobody, and pigs count more than politics, it is sweet to breathe the air of freedom. Not long ago we heard that the Germans were coming to conquer us in fleets of airships. But that did not trouble us, for we measured the powers of the invaders from the standard of the German bands who visit us occasionally and play grunty tunes through dented brass upon the village green. And we smiled. We are a happy family, poor but honest. Our honesty keeps us poor, and our religion keeps us honest. Ever since I can remember, the powers of darkness have fought against the powers of light in the material forces of 3 public houses against 3 places of worship. Temptation is great, for the home brewed at the Axe and Compasses is beyond compare, up to 10 o'clock of a Saturday night. But when the Sabbath dawns, and the 8 o'clock bell clangs its high-pitched note of warning from the church tower, and the startled jackdaws wheel and toss in the sunshine like black sparks, then sanctity reigns, and we put on our Sunday faces with our Sunday clothes, and weekday is shoved behind us. The parson, in his slippers, trots across from the vicarage, and himself rings the bell. What matters the smallness of the congregation? The spirit is there, though the village may be asleep. Until nearly 11, the street is empty, but within doors everybody is busy over the important matter of the toilet, and presently the village emerges resplendent, showing a glorious morning face to the sun. The sun may be bright, but somehow there is a solemn, sober dignity in it. The broad green water meadows take the light of day staidly. The song of the brook, which gives them their name, is a psalm of David, a quiet carol of green pastures and still waters. The old mill is silent and quiescent, with his stark arms pointing to heaven. There is no whirl in them to-day, however the sou'wester may boom. Worship calls, mill and man obey. The chapel is a square, colourless place, mustily warm, and lighted with dim and dusty windows, tombstone-shaped. The man who built our chapel, and now sleeps under a Portland slab just beyond it, could never have smiled, I am sure. The walls are drab, the ceiling is drab, the minister dwarfed behind the drab pulpit, with its oil lamps hanging like malefactors in chains at each side of the desk, is drab also. He is a small, misshapen man, with thin legs bowed, and a long, lugubrious upper lip, clean-shaven, under a hawk nose. The rest of his face, jaundiced and sunken, is tufted with a scatter of grey whisker and beard, scanty, like wind-blown sedge on a sandhill. He has no fire in him. It was all burnt out years and years ago. He is just an ash. His quenched eye takes in the congregation. He knows every one of them too well. He opens the big Bible, and with cunning sleight of hand slips in the closely written sheets he has prepared. His theme is eternal life. There is a tinge of drabness in that too. Our little minister does not show us rich promise of the hereafter. What can we expect for the small salary we pay him? The eternity he gives us as the reward for repentance is a sad place of whispers and folded hands won at last by the fearful Christian through terrors triumphant. The alternative is a lukewarm hell, shorn of its most blasting terrors, in deference to the wife of the head deacon, whose own hands worked the purple pulpit cushion, and whose heart is weak. Through these colourless phrases we nod drowsily, drowsily. Presently the harmonium bleats, and we sing very, very slowly.
O day of rest and gladness, O day of joy and light.
You will observe that we take our religion sadly, but for all that it is very real to us, and sometimes heaven is quite near, and the aged among us, deaf to all outward clamour, may hear the soft beat of wings, and quietly praise the Lord for all his mercies. Then there is Sunday afternoon in the best room, closed all the week and its furniture shrouded. The shrouds are removed for the Sabbath. Red plush emerges almost riotously. The lady of the house sits enthroned, her Sunday cap with its jet ornaments making cold, steely music at every nod. Taste is displayed here in lavish gloom. Wax flowers in a glass dome strike a graveside note, clammily in memoriam. Over the mantelpiece is a masterpiece in crewel work, depicting a blue nest full of red young birds with yellow mouths agape, as a green mother bird perched upon an adjacent bough, feeds them with a purple worm. Underneath, in ultramarine and black, is worked the legend, "What is home without a mother?" What, indeed? Family portraits, with complexions as convincing in their waxiness as the wax flowers, hang on the walls in company with fans and paper ornaments. One by one callers drop in. Rather, they steal in. The ladies have scent on their handkerchiefs. The hair of the gentleman shines. Dolorous conversation is a prelude to handing round the large papier-mâché tray piled with the mourning cards of deceased relatives and friends of the lady of the house. Aunt Emma is here, enshrined in a bordering of white-winged trumpeting angels. Here is Ebenezer, too good for this world and eager for the next, with a little verse underneath the catalogue of his earthly qualities, beginning, "Here I raise my Ebenezer." Here, in embossed glory, shines Jeremiah, who died of a quinsy in his 89th year, deeply regretted. Also relics of the above, Hannah to wit, and two small infants too young to appreciate their bereavement. Saintly memories conjured up by these gruesome squares of black and silver fill up the time to tea. Meanwhile, the remainder of the village is taking its rest and gladness in various ways. You can hear Izzy Jempson practising the bass of "There is a Happy Land" in his little back garden. His instrument is the euphonium, which, exercised by itself on the lower clef, possesses mournful merits particularly its own. The postman is up in his bedroom, wrestling with his melodeon. His experiments in dabbing for the right note are successful, sometimes. He is getting on with "Son of my Soul," and he has been heard to express the hope, in moments of undoubted piety, that they won't be all harps in the hereafter. Then, not so far away, there is a lane consecrated to lovers, shy, silent, hand in hand, and happy. Where there is youth, love lingers alway, with impatient feet, even in our hamlet. Softly the night creeps up, and the little lamps of high heaven twinkle to light the way for the angels flying down to guard us, for we are a long way from anywhere, and very lonely, when our quiet corner of the world has rolled out of the watchful eye of the sun, and night reigns. At the end of the long village street, the tombstone windows of our chapel glow with light. The bleat of the little lamb-like harmonium calls us again to worship, and on our way we stumble in the grass among the graves of our ancestors. "Our life is a daily miracle," says the preacher, his sallow face more sombre than ever between the hanging lamps. "A daily miracle." There is a quaver in his thin voice which suggests that he doubts it. That concludes part 2 of Random Sketches. The section continues with part 3, Twinks. The stuff that dreams are made of is grown in fairyland. The seeds are set always at full moon, at random among the mushroom rings, and nobody, Not even the fairies themselves may tell what shape they will take. They come up suddenly when the night is black and the stars are blotted out by the swift, weird draperies of dolorous clouds. Then, in the hush of sleep time, do strange things grow upon tall, thin stalks, and the fairies come out in myriad swarms, with their gauzy wings, making small music in the heavy air, and shake the stalks, and shake them until a magic kind of thistledown, called twink by the descendants of Titania and her merry crew, tumbles in glistening particles like sea spray about their ears. Then they beat mighty tattoos upon their dockleaf drums to summon the winds. And the winds come, softly, from all sorts of places, with pursed lips and floating hair, to blow the silvery dream thistledown about the world, just as children play at telling the time with dandelion clocks. Each little twink of silver is a dream whirling off merrily somewhere, a dream so tiny that only the sharpest fairy eye can see it as it flits along to dive through a sentinel moonbeam, or to clamber on to a careering gossamer thread to get a free ride through the night. It is long after bedtime, and the world is asleep, but all the time the twinks are careering about, helter-skelter, here, there and everywhere, looking for victims. Speedy, pranky little apostles of contrariness, with the vagaries of Puck as their sole testament. They juggle heartlessly with snoozing humanity. One of them flies off with a whir to the palace of gold and silver, with its porphyry pillars and its glitter all dimmed by brooding night. Up the wide staircase it floats, and into the bedchamber of the sleeping queen. She is fair and beautiful, all that a queen should be, and she smiles in her sleep until the dream comes, and a strange world is built amid the piled splendours of gold and silver and porphyry, and the queen is no more than a beggar maid wandering through it, heavy of foot and sore at heart. All is dim and dull, dull and dim. No light shines to herald her as queen. No carolling multitude bends the knee as she passes through dingy streets and drab crowds, lost, utterly lost. In an hour at the utmost she is conscious that her presence is required at a great function at the palace, sparkling with diamonds and shining with cloth of gold. Oh, to be in time, in time! She gathers up her ragged skirts and runs, remembering suddenly her rank and wondering what the world would say. The evening papers would come out in millions and millions and millions with bills and headlines. Mysterious disappearance of a queen. Oh, dreadful, dreadful! Then suddenly the dream twink carries her to the summit of a great monument, points out the palace shining far below, miles and miles and miles, and says, "Jump! Your Majesty will yet be in time." And as Her Majesty jumps, the twink leaves her with a little cackle of sardonic enjoyment, and she opens her affrighted eyes to the familiar splendours of her own dear apartment. Meanwhile, Other twinks are hard at work, playing the devil in the receptive brains of sleepers. The lover, living in daydreams of his sweet mistress, kisses her good night at her door and goes home to bed. "I shall dream of you, darling," says he over the parting sigh. But a mischievous twink overhears him and follows him home. "Will you?" says he, and presently the lover, whose last thoughts are the eyes of her, the hair of her, the lips of her, the sylph-like form of her, presently the lover sleeps with her dear name upon his lips. He dreams that he is a fly-paper, catching bluebottles. He hears the hum of them, a vast, ceaseless hum, noisy as the transforming station at South Kensington, and he catches thousands on the tip of his nose. Flip, buzz, flop, buzz, until the twink is breathless with laughter, and leaves him to his fate. Then the poet, with his shaggy mane limp with the sweat of his pulsing hexameters to Proserpine, seeks his downy couch, eager to dream melodies more melodious than ever Milton dreamed. The twink nestles near his noble brow on the self same pillow, and the poet dreams a long harrowing dream whose theme is sausages with a never-ending refrain of mashed. Next door sleeps the theologian, and a rascally twink whisks him off straightway to the crunching cinder track of Tophet's sulphurous highway, and he dreams he is dancing Sir Roger with fork-tailed, bass-tongued imps around a deacon-fed fire, smelling of roast pork and most hot and uncomfortable to the eyes. No sooner has he peeled off his socks than the politician, bursting in the daytime with the arrogance of the eternal ego, dreams that he is a washerwoman, all steam and soapsuds, bald on the top, and with bonnet awry and scores of ravenous children clamouring at his skirts. He wakes himself up with his own indignant snores. The Archbishop of Canterbury, goaded on by an irreligious twink of non-conforming tendencies, passes a happy and hilarious night as the deft-fingered proprietor of a winkle stall, and the magnate of Throgmorton Street and Park Lane spends his happiest hours as an energetic and omnivorous street orderly boy. Under the wizard's spell of the topsy-turvy twink, only the nobodies dream they are somebodies. The cheesemonger finds himself, not at all to his surprise, seated at a roller-top desk inlaid with ivory and precious stones, with a soft quill pen in his fat fingers and scented ink at his elbow, turning out, act by act, a play in comparison with which Hamlet is a mere Adelphi devil, and interlarded with sonnets finer far and more melodious than our sweetest singers ever sang. Helicon dwindles to a mere molehill beside the new Mount of Posey, raised in one night by an industrious twink in a Peckham purlieu, with the inspiring parasite of Gorgonzola egging him on. And so the twinks run on, up and down the whole gamut of the shut-eyed world, while night haunts her in its spectral garb. It is only when the dream dust settles lightly among the curls of sleeping childhood that my random pen stops short, for their dreams are too wonderful, too sweet, too beautiful to write about. Special twinks sent down through the shining stars straight from heaven are the children's playmates among the daisies and the daffodils of dreamland. They take them by the hand and lead them into the most glorious adventures along the dew-spangled valleys of innocence. It would need magic ink made of the distilled plumule of golden butterfly wings to describe these breathless excursions into Wonderland. And even then, a Starland twink would have to do the writing. That concludes part 3 of Random Sketches, and is also the end of section 12.